Hello guys, welcome to my new series of API automation. In this series, I am going to release a series of videos on API automation. And in this series, I am going to start from the beginning. And I hope this series is going to be helpful for the person who are very new to API. Okay, and you have some knowledge or you do not have any knowledge, right? Some might be you are a manual tester, right? You want to move into automation for API automation, right? So for this case, this is going to be helpful for you guys. So I hope you guys will enjoy a lot of, and you'll learn something with me. And in this series, I'm going to start from the very basic level. It is, you can see, from the very zero level. I'm going to start, and I'm going to make you very confident in this API. Okay, and so that you will be able to deal with any kind of API that you're facing, right, in real time. And after that we will see what all are the components in this for of API, right? So all the components I'll be discussing one by one. So we'll be covering minimum number of components which is you must have knowledge, right? See, there the thing is, there API itself is vast. There are a lot of components, a lot of you can see parameters are there, but non knowing all the things is not mandatory. At least you must have know the things which is you have to use every time, right? You'll be used very frequently, or might be you are going to give an interview. So in that case, you should be able to clear the interviews. So those, in that point of view, I'll be discussing the components that you must know. See, the thing is, there are a lot of YouTube channels, there are a lot of websites. I'll say that they are. I will not say that they are not good or they are not having all the informations, but yeah, definitely there are a lot of good channels, lot of good, you can see, websites are there where you can learn. But the problem is, I completely believe that whenever you're trying to, whenever you're going to learn something new things, you will be facing that you need some guidance, you need some proper roadmap, right? So that is one of the thing which is you will not get when you are doing the self kind of study, right? So that will be lacking for you. Might be, I'm not saying it is completely for all the people. There are people I know who is very organized people, they can learn everything. And but some most of the cases I see people are who are learning by themselves, and they are facing this kind of challenges. So I, in that point of view, in that perspective, I'll try to make my videos very open to you guys, and so that you will get whatever doubts you have, whatever the problems you are going to face working with the API and testing. So those kind of you can see confusions I'm trying to clear here, and I'll make sure that if you complete this series of videos, so that it will be very easy for you guys to clear any interview, right? And you will be very confident to design. Let's say you need to develop a framework for REST, for API automation, so that in that case you should be able to do that also, right? So here, this in this video series this video series, I hope you will guys enjoy learning with me. And I am sure that if you watch the videos for one by one, all these videos, right, so you will definitely get a lot of knowledge, you'll definitely get confident. And I am sure that you will be able to clear your all the doubts. And if you have any doubt, or you have any confusion, or you are facing any challenges in your work, so please, you can feel free to give a comment in the YouTube videos, so that if I see that video or comments, and if I see that something I have to reply, definitely I'll try to reply you guys. Okay, so let's start for today's video. In this videos, the very first video, I'll be starting from the very basic, some of the what I am going to cover in this complete video series, right? Well, let's see, if I talk about the REST API, right? So I hope you all guys know what is API. It is, you can see here I have mentioned application programming interface, right? So this is nothing but a application programming interface. What is about API, and what is the basic of API that we will see on our upcoming videos, and then after that we will see what are the components and what is the architecture of API, what are the tools are being used for a test cases, and then how to write a script for getting the APIs, API request and response, and then we will see how to design, how to write the test cases, and then how to uh, design a framework, right? Well, now let's move on. Let's say I'm discussing on the topic, let's say basic of API, right? So as I said that API, its completely full form is application programming interface, right? So I think most of the you guys are completely know about these things. This is nothing new there, but let me introduce about the architecture of API. So first thing that you have to know that architecture of REST Assured API, it is completely on you can say three-tier based architecture. It is we have one client, that is you can see whatever client you can, it can be your any device. Let's say you have one computer device or mobile device, right? Those are going to be act as a client. Okay, here this is my first tier. This is REST assured API. REST API is called as a three-tier architecture. Okay, this is my first tier, and second tier is the my REST API, right? This is the REST API. Between my client and REST API, the communication is happening with the JSON, right? You can see here I have mentioned JSON, and this is two-way communication. And this REST API is going to connect with, there is backend server is there for each and every application. Backend server is there, right? So this REST API is going to connect with the server, and server will, and this server connection or communication is happen through the HTTP calls, right? And this HTTP calls, once the server receive the HTTP call, and it will return in response to the caller, okay, who called this particular request. So it will give a response in return, right? And after that, this response will be returned to the client in JSON format. So this is kind of you can see communication that happen when you do a request. You can be requesting from the client, or you can request from the mobile device. Your client can be your laptop, tab, or you can see mobiles, whatever, right? So you will be requesting it from your devices, and that request is in JSON format, and that after that your REST server is there, which will be picking the request, and it will communicate with your actual application server, right? So this is kind of, you can say, architecture which is being used for the API test cases, right? See, we have method, right? Now if I say what is method in REST, right? In REST API, in API, what is the method, is what is the significance of method, or what is method? Method is nothing but what you want to perform, right? It is, let's say you in a from a client you are requesting to a database, means sometime you may need some information of particular thing, right? You may need in user information or something, or you want to create an uh, user information into a particular server, right? Let's say you are registering for a particular person, so that means you are going to create a uh, data set to a particular application. So depending on the type of access, depending on the type of uses, right, we can see there are a lot of different type of method we have in the API. So the methods are like, let's say, it is actually the what type of you can say operations. So there are multiple type of operation we have there for APIs. These are, you can see, if I mention, so you can see that one of the type is get method, and there we have post method, and then we have put method, and similarly we have delete method, right? And so there are other methods also. So most of the method which is being used in API calls, those are the these first four methods, right? Get method, post method, put and delete method. So these are the mostly used methods that we use in the REST calls, right? So get method in the sense, I'm just going through the very you can say basic introduction about this name, so that you should be able to uh, get familiar with these keywords. So what is the get is something you are trying to fetch some data. So let's say you want to fetch some data from the server. This is your server and you want to fetch some data to your client, right? So in that case the get service will be get called, right? Similarly, if you're trying to enter some data, you are trying to some entry, make some entry into the server. Let's say you are trying to register a particular new client, right? So in that case, the type of operation you have to perform, that is nothing but a post operation. And a put operation, it is nothing but you want to your entry is already there in the server. Now you want to update your details, right? So in that case, you'll be using the put operation. And the delete operation is nothing but you want to, let's say you want to delete some record from the server, right? In that case the delete operation, or you can say delete method, is being used for the REST calls. Remember one thing guys, here it is completely depends on the developers who is going to develop the API calls. It is not mandatory, but it is a recommended. The meanings of the get is always should be fetching the data. Post is always should be creating a new entry into the database, and put is always should be updating some data, and it delete request. So if I write it, it is like for fetching a data, fetching data, and post is create new record, right? And put is update record, and delete is simply delete record. Now remember one thing guys, this is not mandatory, but yeah, recommended. Okay, so sometimes people make confusion that we cannot update by using the post call, right? But that is not true. It is completely depend on the developers how they are going to develop the APIs, right? So you have to always check with your developer that what is the method you have to call for performing this particular operation. Sometimes you can see that this delete operation developer has given within the post call, right? So in that case you cannot use the delete operation. But yeah, mostly to make the standardized process, this is something we have to use. Okay, so you have to know this, but this is not mandatory. As I always say, as I said, that this is not mandatory, but this is recommended. Okay, I hope you guys understand this one. Okay, now let's move on. I'll be talking about the headers. Headers are, it is a kind of, you can say, informations that you have to pass, right? It is a kind of info. There are two kind of info headers we have. One is headers for, you can say, request header, and is the another is the request headers, and that is for response header. So request header is nothing but what you set at the time of doing the API calls, right? And here developer asks you to provide some headers, that what you need to what do you want, means it is the kind of, you can say, metadata information we pass, right? It is kind of metadata information info. So request header is nothing but metadata information of what you are, how the request you are sending to the server. It is containing the metadata information. That means what kind of information we provide this through this request header is like, what is the type of data you are sending, whether it is in format of JSON or it is in format of XML or a text or uh, anything, some other format you are following, and what is the format of data you want to accept. You want to accept in a JSON format or HTML format or text format, right? So those kind of information we generally provide into this request header. And there is, once you hit an API, and you will get a response from the server, and that server also sent you one header, and that header is containing the information about the response, that what is the times it is used, right? And what is the response type data, right? The content of the data type. So this kind of information that you will see later on, we will see on this on detail also, but right now I'm just discussing about these things, so you guys will get or at least a very small knowledge or this term and technologies, right? After this, one of the thing is URL. You can understand that this is nothing but going to be similar to your HTTP URL, so that it will be the connecting to the database server, right? It will be having the host domain name, and might be some path or path parameter, or you can say query parameter, right? So those kind of things is going to be there in this URL. And we have some parameters also. Let's say you have to pass some parameter, means some key and value pairs. Parameter is nothing but a key and value pairs. And after that, body is nothing but is like, you can say, for for creating an user entry, right, into a database. So you need user email, user name, user password. So those kind of information you need, right? So we pass those information through this body part. Response is nothing but, you can say, whatever request you have given to the server, in you can say return, you will be getting the response. And this response is contains all the data of the response. It will contain the body, it will contain the header, it will contain the status code. All this information is going to be there. We'll see on the next video about in details of on each and everything practically, right? I'm just covering this in short. So another is response code. It is a one. It is again to going to be very important part. What is response? Hello guys. This is the continuation video of our first video that we have released already. In our first video, we have already seen and we have talked about what is the REST API, and we have talked about some of the its component, like you can see what are the methods that we have, and then what are the headers, what is header and what type of headers, right? We have seen that there are two type of headers, request and response, right? And what are the type of methods we have there, right? And what is the meaning of those names of the method, right? That we have seen in our previous video. Also, we have seen about something about what is URL, params, body, response, and response code, right? These are the things that we have discussed in our previous video. If you have not seen, just I'll request you guys just see the first video that we have released already, and then we'll continue with this next video of today, right? Start from the very basic and try to discuss some questions that you guys face, right? So those kind of things I'm going to make clear to you guys. Now let's start. And today's very first, I want to say that the REST API, that is nothing but a, you can say, HTTP call, right? So you are just passing some information, or you're requesting some information from an application, and that application is going to provide you. But one thing, what is the uses of this, right? We are talking about this is okay. This is something REST API, and this is something we perform, right? So the thing is, everyone will ask that what is the use, what is the real-time uses of it, right? Why we should know that what is REST API. So let's talk something on this first. After that, we will moving on to the more details of REST API. So the REST API, the full form, API itself is saying that it is nothing but a application programming interface. That what does it mean, right? Application programming interface, if I say API is nothing but application programming interface, in very common language we say it is a communication between two applications. Okay, in very simple language, if I say the definition of API is nothing but a communication between two applications, it can be your any application. So there can be one application. Let's say I have one application, application one. Let's say one app one. Another application I have, that can be your app two, right? So there are two applications. If you wanted to communicate between these two application one and application two, so how you can communicate? Let's say my application one, it is nothing but my FB, right? This is Facebook. And now my second application, this is, let's say this is my LinkedIn. Okay. Um, so if you have seen that there are a lot of things which is you can it is linked between um, LinkedIn and Facebook or some other application, let's say Google, right? Google also you can see that we have, they are linking each and every application. You can just there you can see we are using Google authentication, right? So there is something happening between one application to another application, right? So the way one application is communicating with another application, that is nothing but possible because of these APIs. Okay, so one of the most you can say useful, I'll just tell you in very short, just 1 or 2 minutes. Let's say you all know what is this is my ticket booking website. Let's say this is my Make My Trip, right? This is my MMT website, and this MMT website, what we do, we if I want to travel to somewhere, I just go and I just log into this MMT. I fill the information that I want to travel between this to this, and I want to travel into this particular date, and I want to travel with this number of passenger, and you select the, you choose the category, which category, economy or business class you want to book, right? So this is kind of information we are passing. We are passing from where, we're passing which to where, and then we are passing which date you want to visit, and then we are passing what type of number of passengers, and then we are passing the which category of seat you wanted to book. What happened? This is something that information you are passing to your MMT application. They have some backend, and this application is returning you one result. In response, it is returning you data, and that data is in a table format. It is saying, hey, in this date you are getting this. Let's say this is Indigo flight, and you are getting another flight that is Air India, right? And there is another flight, let's say that is a Jet Airways. So list of flights it will provide you. How, if you think about how this is something happening in backend, right? Because the details of flight which is there in the Indigo website, Indigo, or the details of flights which is available for Airways or Jet Airways or some other you can see telecom industry, telecom provider, right? So not telecom, sorry, airlines, right? So how you can say very quickly, right? It is just not taking more than couple of seconds, right? So MMT, how it is fetching all this information from all the different airlines, and it is giving you the information. This is the flight available at this time, and this is the time it will take to from for this traveling, or this is the amount it is going to charge you, right? Similarly, it is providing the other information from the other airlines. So how this is kind of things happening? So actually what happen when you do call a request to this particular MMT website, it hits to a different websites. Let's say there is a this is Indigo website, and this is airlines, Air Asia, and this is Jet Airways, right? So it do request to particular all these server, all these application at a time, and this is something is they are giving a response to the MMT back. Okay, they are responding back to MMT, and that MMT will parse the data and it will displaying to us. This is something happening in the backend. So this is the very strong things that is happening through the REST call. about that how communication is happening between one application and another application, correct? Now I hope you guys have understand this, and this communication is happening between HTTP protocol, right? This HTTP protocol is um, taking that information from the client side. This is my client side, and from this client side it is taking all the information, it process, and it finally replies replies a response which is again in HTTP format, and MMT will get the response and it will represent to the data user, right? This is how in backend it is happening. So you can understand that what is the beautifulness of having REST API. This is, if I say this is my Indigo platform, right? And this is my Air India platform, and this is my let's say Jet Airways platform, right? So this Indigo platform, this the backend of this Indigo platform might be developed in Java language, right? And this Airways might be is developed on .NET, right? And this, let's say this Jet Airways, it is might be developed in Python, right? Let's say. So it's irrespective of whatever the backend programming language uses there in the all the platforms, right? Indigo, Airways, AirAsia, or let's say Jet Airways. These airlines, whatever platform they are using in their backend, that irrespective of that, we are getting the response what we wanted to have, right? Might be my MMT. This is developed on C Sharp, right? So it is doesn't matter that what is your client environment is developed on which technology, and the server are developed on which technology. So it is irrespective of um, you can say languages, whatever languages your server and client is on, that doesn't matter here really, right? Only the thing is we are sending the request in JSON format, and that is through being called through HTTP. So everyone understand the HTTP request and JSON format data, or text format data, or XML format data. So these kind of things everyone understands. So each and every programming language which can understand the JSON data, right? They can understand the plain text format data, or they can understand the XML data also. So it is not an issue for them to understand what I have, what information I have passed to them, and what I am requesting to from them. And similarly, they will process the request, then pass the data to the MMT, and MMT will pass the data, and it will represent to the users and users. So that's how it is happening through REST API call, because the schedule details you are seeing there in the result page, right? So these are not there in the MMT database. These are actually they are present in the their particular airline database, right? So their particular Indigo airline has their own database, right? And at the same time Jet Airways, it has their own database, right? So those databases are containing the data, and once I hit the API call, this API call is getting the data from these databases, right? So this is how it is happening um, with the help of this API calls. So if you think before of the API, when it was not introduced, if you have to see that what is the flight is available for this particular date, so you what you have to do actually, you have to go to the Indigo website, and you can ask Indigo that, hey, I want to travel this time, what is the flight available, what is the fare of the flight, right? So similarly you have to go to the Jet Airways and AirAsia, right? So you have to do it manually by visiting all these application website, and you have to compare, okay, if for Indigo this is my fare, and if you go for AirAsia, this is my fare, right? And for Jet Airways, this is my fare. So those comparative study you have to do manually, but with the help of REST Assured API, MMT provide us those comparative study at a single page, right? So this is what beautifulness of REST Assured, of REST APIs, right? So this is why in industry REST API is now very you can see very large number of cases people are using REST APIs also, right? And the demand of REST API is growing more and more day by days. It is growing, it is increasing, right? So that is the importance. That is how that is why it is very popular right now in the industry. Now let's talk on something about the more about the REST APIs, right? There are some questions come to you guys that how we can get the what details we have to fetch, or what details, what is the API URL we have to have, right? Or what is the method we have to select, right? For doing particular operation, how or from where we can get these informations, right? Or what is the data, or what is the parameter I have to set, right? So those are uh, details that you'll be getting from the application team, right? Let's say you have a developer team, they will be passing, hey, this is my API, and this is the method that you have to use for this particular API, and this is the header information that you have to pass from the header, right? And this the expected response also, they will say, okay, this is something that you should be seeing there in the response, right? So this all the information you will be seeing from the, you'll be getting from the application team. You from your side as a tester, you have to perform the testing, right? You will be using those APIs which is provided by the developers, and you will perform your test cases. Some real-time example, and there I'll be discussing more on these details, so you'll be it will be very clear to you guys. I'll take you to one of the uh, first of all I'll say you that there are kind of I need a mediator, right? For hitting the APIs. Let's say I do not have application, and I want to test. So how you can test? I do not have this application background, right? I do not have this one, but I have to hit some APIs. So I do not have this client, right? This client I do not have. So there is some API testing tool we have there. Let's say for manual testing tool. So there are like we have Postman is there, and we have Swagger tool is there, right? We have SOPUI, right? So and so on, there are a lot of tools available there in the market. So these are the tools that people mostly use. Mostly people are using right now Postman. It is very, you can say, user friendly, and very you can say lightweight tool, right? We If you are going to use Postman, there are two way of using Postman, right? Postman you can use in the two way, and the ways are like you can use it through the Chrome browser extension, Chrome extension, or directly you can install it in your device also. Exe installation. Okay. So there are two way you can use Postman. You can either use the Chrome, you can either use the Chrome extension, or you can use Chrome extension, or you can install the exe version on your computer, then you can use it. So we need one REST API so that we can see how it is working. So there is one website I can show you, request REST. Okay, so this is one of the freeware versions. You can get this website, and you can see there are a lot of APIs freely available. So you can see they have listed out list user, single user, right? So these are the list of APIs they are providing, and what is the method, right? Get, you can see a get, post, put, pass, delete, right? So these are the methods for this particular API. These are the APIs, and these are the, in the right side you can see the responses, right? So let's see how we can test this APIs, right? So what we will do, you can see this is the API URL. So this is the domain, okay? And here you can see one interesting thing is if you're trying to hit this API from the any Postman tool, you can see right now I have this Postman tool in my you can see with Chrome browser extension, or you can work with the installation version. Let's say this is the installed version in my computer. So Let me just get it open. Okay, now it is open, right? Now here, if I close this one, okay, there are a couple of sections, guys. First of all, I'll just introduce you quickly. So this is the left side panel of this tool, right? This left side panel, you can see here we have, it is a management of your request. You can save your request, you can create folder structure, and you can manage the project. As you can see here, I have a folder structure. Instead of this, I have a lot of APIs I have saved, right? So similar way you can manage your projects. These things you will get to know later how to do it, but for now we just test, we'll see how to test it. This is the section where you can manage all your projects, right? You can manage your folders and you can manage your all the APIs. And this is the middle section. Here you can see, here I have one plus button. If you click on this plus button, it will ask you to enter in particular API. So this is the window now has opened. Here you can see I have this first section. This is the drop down I have, and here you can see all the methods of uh, APIs, right? So you can see we have get, post, put, patch, delete, head, and options, right? Those These are the methods we have. Most of the cases people are using mostly get, post, put, and delete. Other methods are not in that much of use, right? So you have to, you should have at least knowledge in what is get, what is post, and what is delete in these three. Okay, so put and post, most of the cases people are merging these two, so it is completely depending on the application developers how they are defining their APIs. So based on that you have to use that. So you do not have to, you do not have to think that which one you have to use, right? It will be always provided by your developer. They will say that you have to use post or put, right? So based on that, you will be using. So let's say I'm right now I'm discussing about the gate operation. So if you go to there and the API website, this is my API website. Let's say this is my endpoint, you can say domain. So I have to enter the URL over here. Okay, after that I have to take the request. So this, for this request I have to set this path. Okay, so let's say this is the part I have to set. I have to add this with this API endpoint. Okay, so here you can see, guys, there are two things for this API. This is the endpoint. Okay, URL, API URL we are saying as a endpoint. Okay, there is one term. uh, So let's say we are saying that API URL, right? API URL. There are two things you have seen. First thing is uh, base URL. Another is, you can see, the path URL, right? The first person that you have seen here, this one is the till this dot in. This one is your base URL, and apart from that, that is another. This can be your path URI, or it can be your, okay, or it can be your query parameter. Okay, that's better, you call it as a path param, or it can be combination of both also. Okay, so here, so you can see that complete URL is nothing but this complete URL is nothing but my base URI plus remaining. It can be your path param, right, or query param, or in combination of these two also, right? So if once you are creating a complete URL, that is going to be your path base URL plus path param, or query param, or in combination of path and query. I'll show you all these things. Okay, so for now, let's say this is my path URL, and if I hit this request, so you can see this is something request I am getting here. This is the response, right? It is providing the response. So I'll try to hit this API there in the from the Postman. So this is Postman. So that's it, guys. I have shared the method which I want to use, and I have shared the endpoint, and this is nothing but call as a endpoint also. Okay, remember, guys. So this API URL, it is nothing but call as a endpoint also, endpoint URL. Okay, so sometimes people may take it as a terminology as it endpoint URL. So you have to understand that what is endpoint URL, right? Okay, so this endpoint URL I have set already, and I have set the method, which method I have to use, and after that I have to just say that send key. Okay, so for this API I do not have to set any headers, so I did not set it. If you need to set, then we have to enter the key and values, right? Might be sometime you will be using like content type. So you can see content type here, it is one of the key, and the content type, the value you might have said that application slash JSON, right? So you don't have to again worried about how we can get to know what is the content, what is the uh, key of the headers, right? So this everything will be provided from the developer guys. This will be providing from the application team. Okay, you just have to add those data here. You just have to know where I have to add what to set this data, right? So for now here you can see I hit this particular API and I got this response, right? You can see the response that I was getting there in the from the browser, the same response I am getting over here. This is the response, right? And here one another thing is you can see that the response code it is providing me 200, and from here also you can see this is the response code that I am getting from the Postman tool also by hitting this URL, right? So this is, yeah, this is how you just hit a particular request and you got the response. If you try to if you try to understand the data, right? So you can see here page I think something happened wrong. Just let's correct the endpoint URL because we're not getting the correct result. So let's try to correct it, right? Okay, is equal to 2. So if I hit, now I am getting the complete data, right? So you can see I'm getting the data that we are getting over here also. So this is something I have to you have to perform for the API testing. So you will be providing this API URL, you'll be providing the method. Only just thing is your job is to hit the API and you have to verify that okay we are getting the proper response and we are getting the proper status code also, right? So yeah, for this video I'll keep it here itself and I'll stop it here, and in our next video we'll see the from the remaining part we'll see the post request and we'll see how to set this body or headers or some other details that is required, and we'll discuss on the headers that we are getting from I told you that there are two headers. This is the above, it is a request. Hi guys, welcome to the new video of the video series that we are releasing for API automation using REST assured, right? So in our last video, we have already seen that what is the architecture of REST API, and also we have seen that what all are the components we have there for REST assured API, and also we have seen the about the something about the Postman tool, right? Then what all are the components they are present for the Postman tool, how to use the tool, and we have also seen that we did one get request there, get API call also we have performed that in the by using the Postman tool, right? So we have discussed these things in our previous video. If you guys already not have seen or not went through the video, I will request you guys please go through the last video and see all these informations, all these things that we have discussed here on this, on our previous video. In this video I am going to discuss, I'm going to continue from there, and in this video I am going to discuss on post request and header and authentication part, right? So when I say header, there is two type of headers actually. One is your when what you are sending by with your request, and another is the something you are getting from the response. So there are two type of headers you will be seeing. you will be dealing with when you are working with the API automation or API test cases, right? We'll see on those things in later. And another thing is very important. There is one is authentication part. I'll discuss you. There are different type of authentication is there for API auto API request. So what are the type of authentication are there, and what people are using mostly, and how to handle those API authentications in our script, right? So let's start on today's video. um, I, as we already discussed that there are different type of methods is present there for API right testing. So if you are going to hit any API to a server, so you definitely have to understand that which type of request you are going to put, right? So it can be your get request, it can be your post request, it can be your put request and delete request. And I think the uses of this all these particular methods you have already know about it, right? And if you see, uh, okay, now if you see that we have already seen get request. Get request is nothing but you are fetching some data, fetching some information from the server, right? So that is nothing but a get request. What is post request? Post request is nothing but that you are creating an entry, or you are creating some data, or you are entering some data into a server, right? So for that case you will be performing the post request. This is a general common term definition what I am discussing here right now. But this is always not mandatory, always depending on the developer how they are defining their APIs. Now if I talk about the put API, that is nothing but as per definition it is saying that it is just to use for the update of the existing record, but it is always not you can say mandatory that you have to always update. Definitely it is also dependent on the developer. Sometimes developers do not use this post request, they use the post request to perform the update operation. Or sometimes you can, it's up to you, means the developers who is developing the APIs, it's up to them, right? Another API that will be mostly using in your actual project, that is nothing but a delete request. Delete is nothing but you are deleting records from the server, right? One of the website where we'll be using that website for our test practice cases. We'll be using that website. Okay, so let me go to the website. There is one website, you can see dummyjson.com. And if you visit this website you will be getting a lot of dummy JSON's API. So you can play around with these APIs and you can get hands on with the API calls, right? So here you can see we have a lot of in the left side panel bar you can see there are a lot of APIs are listed there. You can see auth API is there, right? Login and get token, and then we have get auth user refresh token and products. There you can see there are a lot of products also available there, right? Get all product, get single product, and search products, link and skip products. So this kind of things that you can see here, right? So you can understand that if I click on this get all products, so it will take me to the request which is having the get request, right? Similarly, if you say, let's say I am talking about the add product, right? So definitely add product means you are going to put a new entry into the server. For now this is so you can see that this is the JSON information, this is the API information they have provided. Here we can see that this is my API endpoint, and you can see the method is being used here is a post, right? So you can use this. Let's see, we'll take this API and we'll see into our uh, postman tool. So what you have to do, you have to first pick the API URL, right? So this is my API URL. I'll copy it in, and I'll go to the postman tool. Let's say I'm creating a new entry, and here I am adding it. At first I'm adding the API endpoint, right? So I'm done with the endpoint. Now what is the next is I have to set the method. Now let's set the method. So I'll be setting it as a post, and after that you can see that headers I have to set, right? This is a header. So header should be content type and the value is application slash JSON, right? So I have to set it there. So I will go to this tab headers you can see it over here, and you can add your new headers over here. These are the by default headers already added by this tool, and if you want to add any new headers, then you have to add over here. So let me type content type. You can see, I can see here this is content type, so I'll take this, and here I need application slash JSON, right? So I'll type JSON, so I can see I'm getting application slash JSON. So that header value also I have set, whatever header value they are expecting to see, they are expecting to provide in the request, so I set that one also. Now what next you can see I have to set the body, right? So the body, here you can see it is a very simple JSON. Just we are passing one data, there is a title, and we are passing the title name, right? So only these things we have to take. So let's go to there, and we'll see this. We will add the body. Let's say this is my body, and here you can see for by default it is clicked on the none is selected. So if none is selected, you cannot edit the body, you cannot enter any data. So if you want to enter data in the body, so you can choose this particular radio button, you can see raw. Once you click on it, it is now you can see we can enter some data. So I have to create a body, right? JSON body. So JSON body always you can see I can have there is this parenthesis, curly parenthesis, right? So it should have key as a title, so I'll copy this one and I'll add the key, and the value of this title, let's say BMW pencil, right? They are saying that the value is BMW pencil. Let's change this to BMW, I'd say uh, simply pen, right? So this is something data that I have to provide for doing and for adding any product, right? So this is the API which is used for adding a new product. So I am adding a product BMW pen, and I have set the request type as a post, and I have this API also set, and also I have set the headers, what is the type of the request is going to be, right? Now let's hit the request. So you can see if I do the send, you can see I'm getting status code. First of all, the status code I got as a 200, right? So that means my request got a success, right? Now you can see here I got the body. This is the body, and this body is returning me one ID, okay? And title is BMW pen, means whatever data I have passed as a title, that data is being returned to me, right? So this is how this add product is being working. Now you can see once I have post the request, the product is got added. But remember one thing, guys, this is a, you can say this is a dummy API, so it is not actually working in the real-time scenario. Like here you can see they have clearly mentioned adding a new product will not add into the server, right? So that means you can add by yourself, just to check how it is working, just to check how you're getting the responses, all these things, for just for a dummy purpose, but it actually not going to add into the server database, right? So that's why once after adding the data, after adding the product, you cannot verify. If you wanted to verify that okay, I have added the product, and yeah, I have to verify that okay, the product is got added or not, right? That things we cannot verify over here. But yeah, you can perform the post operation, you can verify the request status and something, all these details, right? So this is about the post request, and here we have seen that you can see the guys, here there are two headers. This is the header that we have set before request, right? Before request we've set the header, and once we hit the send keys, we got the response. And here you can see another header, we can see here this is the response that we are getting from the server, right? It is having the metadata of the response, means what is the type of data is coming, all this metadata it is coming, right? So you can see over here you can see that content type, it is providing one of the metadata is content type, right? It is saying that application slash JSON, so that means that the data it is returning, it is in the JSON format. After that it is providing the server name and all other details, right? You can understand these things. So these are the metadata, nothing but Only the things is sometimes you have to verify that okay, we are getting the content type as JSON slash application slash JSON or not. Okay, not all these metadata are important for verification. Yeah, definitely some of the metadata you have to verify. Might be you have to verify that okay, content type is application slash JSON or not, right? So this kind of validation may be there. Also you have to see this is the body of the response. There are two type of body. This is the body which is you're getting from the response, and the body we set for request, that is a response body, right? Similarly, status code, 200 status code we have got right for this request. So this is about the post request, guys. Hope you are getting this one. So similarly, whatever the post request you will be getting, you have to understand that what all the parameters are needed for the post request, right? So if you have collected all this information, means you have to collect the endpoint URL, and you have to collect the method type, and after that any header information which is needed for the request, and what is the body is need to be passed, right? So if you got all these details, then uh, you will be able to perform the post request. And these are the details, header details, and endpoint URL and the body details will be provided by the developer team. And your job is to just hit those APIs and verify the response, and you perform some negative testing. And negative testing in the sense whatever negative testing you perform in your daily job, so the same thing that you have to perform over here also. Okay, we have seen that what is post request and how we are performing, what all details we need for performing a post request, right? Now let's see, we are going to see the how we can use the authentication details in our API calls, right? So before we jump into the actual authentication details, I'll just want to show you something here in the Postman authentication tool, that there are different type of authorization available here. In the sense there are different type of authorization methods, right? Here you can see in this Postman tool we have another tab as called post authorization, right? If you see there is a type of authorization, and here we have a drop down. If you click on this drop down, you can see there are the different type of authorization are there, right? So one of the authorization is one is a no auth, in the sense for any API which is do not need any authentication. So in that case it should be no auth, right? Or you may leave it as it is, right? You do not have to select anything over here. But there are some other APIs which may need to select, or which may need to provide the authentication details. So you have to select here what is the type of authentication you need. One of the authentication detail here you can see basic auth. What is this? This basic auth is nothing but you are entering your user ID and password. It is similar to the user ID and password you use for any application to log in. So for that application, as similar to, you have to use your username and password for the API hit, right? So if you right now this type of authentication is not in much use, so probably you won't be seeing that this kind of authentication in your work, right? So most of the cases the people are using here is bearer token. This is one type of authentication. Here you will be getting the token from somewhere, and you have to use the token. You have to enter the token over here, right? So with that, using the token, you will be able to hit the APIs. Another type of authentication you can see over here is auth 2.0. This auth 2.0 is mostly used right now. Nowadays people are using this auth 2.0. If I click on this auth 2.0, you can see here also we have to, it is asking for the token, right? So the token you can see, if I go to the below part, you can see it is also again type is bearer, right? So this is a prefix, means if you have auth 2.0 kind of validation in your project, so that you have to pass the token with the prefix as bearer, right? So these are the different types of authentication. Mostly there you may have bearer token or 2.0. Whatever is the token you have to it is there in your project, so you have to go ahead with that approach. Let's let's see here the auth we have right now. You can see here auth we have one API for login. So this API is simply you have to enter the user ID and password, and there is one parameter expired in means this is the parameter which say when this token is will be getting expired. When you hit this request, you can see we are getting one token, right? This is the token is get generated, and this is the token data, token value, right? So that means this when you hit this particular API, you will be able to log into the application. You will be get the all the details, and this is the token that you will be needing for getting the details from the user of the user, right? So let's see. I'll show you how to get this token, right? So I'm copying this API URL from over here, and I'm going to post main API. So I'll create a new API request. So it is postman, and the type you can see method is post, right? So I'll be selecting here as a post request, and content type is application slash JSON. So I'll be selecting here content type. It is application slash JSON, right? So I'll say application slash JSON, and here in the body you can see I need to pass this particular body. So I'll be copying it, and I'll do paste it over here. I need to do some modification. I have to, let's say, I need to use the double quote, and this is also inside should be double quote instead of single quote. Replace it with double quote, and below also I have to use the double quote, right? So this is my JSON data. Now with this JSON data, I set the headers and I set the body, and I have also selected the type of request. What is the type of request? Now if I try to hit the request, you can see I'm getting status code is 200. So that means the request is success, and also I got the token over here, right? So you can see I got the token, and this is the token value, right? So this token value you can copy from here. So let's say I want to create, I want to get the details, user details from there, right? So let's say another API they have provided, that is get auth user, right? This this is the API which will providing me the odd user details, right? So I'm copying this API from here. I'm going to Postman and I'm entering it, and method should be get, and I have to set the header. But first let's see that without header details, what if I try to hit the request, what I am getting, right? You can see there is a we are message we are getting authentication problem, and you can see the status code is 403, right? So that means I have to use the authentication. So for authentication, you can see we have to set the header, right? And the keyword should be authorization. So I have to go to the headers, and I have to set here authorization, right? So this is the key. I have to use it, and here I have to pass the data with the prefix as bearer. So in the value I'll be saying bearer, and I have to use the coupon, right? Sorry, token ID. The token ID is generated over here, so you can just simply copy and paste it. Let me select it and copy it. Well, I have selected and copied it. I'll be entering it over here. So I'll say this is my bearer token, right? So I have set the bearer token. So let's hit the request. You can see now I got the 200 status code, right? So that means my authentication got successful, right? And You can see if I enter a incorrect token ID, right? So let's say I'm entering one, and if I do hit the request, then you can see I it's saying that invalid token, right? So that means it is working properly. So this is how the authentication works in API request, right? So this is auth token, this is bearer token we have provided, this is the ID, and we are saying that bearer is a prefix, and we have to enter the token ID. After that, you have to hit the request. Once you hit, and it will give you the response, right? User details you are getting. So this is how the authentication works. I hope you have understood what the methodology, how the authentication works. First, you will be actually dealing with the two APIs. One API is to get the authentication details, to get the token, and by using the token, you can get into the other details of the other API details, right? It is similar kind of, let's say you're logging to an application. First of all, you have to enter your credential for logging to application. After that, only you will be able to see the inside details of the application, right? The similar methodology is used here also. Your one API is to deal with the token ID that you have to generate. Once the token is generated, now you can use that token for your uh, consequence request. If you want to go and perform some other request, let's say you want to get the user details or some other action you want to perform, so you have to use that token. That token, you can see here we have provided the expires in means it is the token is generated which is valid for 30 minutes. If you try to hit the request by using this token after 30 minutes, that definitely you will be not able to get the user details, means it will be invalidated or the token will be expired, right? Okay, so I think that's all for this video. Hey guys, welcome to another video. This is continuation of our API automation series. And in our last video, we have already seen about authentication, headers, and post requests. These are the topics that we have already discussed, right? In our today's video, we'll talk more on this authentication part, and also we'll see how to perform the update calls, right? And also, if time allows us, we'll see how to use these calls there in the script, right? We'll be using the rest assured here, is assured. Okay, so we'll be using the rest assured library for doing the rest calls through our javascript, right? So these are the things that we are trying to see in today's video. And before we jump to the next part, I'll try to just recall the what we have learned in our last video. We have seen that authentication, and just to be more on this detail of the authentication, I'll try to say you that why authentication is needed, or what is the how the authentication work, right? So I also have mentioned in our last class that there are different type of authentication. Let's say I'll say authentication. So you can see there is different type of authentication, and first one is basic authentication, right? It is called as basic HTTP authent, right? And after that you will be having bearer authentication. Okay, another is OATH, auth, OAUTH, auth 1.0, and another is OAUTH, auth 2.0. And there are another type of authentication also, but most of the cases in industry right now people are using either bearer auth or auth 2.0. Okay, you will be seeing in our real-time project any of this type of token or auth system is being used, right? Authentication. Then, okay, now I'll show you how show you that how these token things are working in actual scenario. Let's say I have a client system, that is, let's say my this is my laptop or computer or mobile, right? This is my client system. It can be my laptop or it can be my mobile devices, right? So whatever the application that you are accessing into your client system, that is trying to communicate with that is trying to communicate with a server, right? Let's say this is my API server or application server, right? So this is going to my API server. Okay, this is API server. So this API server, because of there is lot of restriction, right? So this API server do not wants anyone to access its database, right? Do not want anyone to make some changes into the database of this API server. No one want like that way, right? So this is, I'll say this is my client. Okay, so this is going to my client, and this is application API server. There is a communication between two way. It is request and response format, and that API server now will ask the client to have some authentication, right? So without authentication they are not going to allow you to access their API server. So what happened actually in this case, for doing the authentication, there is a authentication server is also there. So let's say this is my authentication server, and this authentication server, what it does actually, when you do some request, when you send the authentication request to authentication server, it generates a token, it generates a key, access key. Okay, it can be your token, it can be your access key, anything. Okay, so let's say it is your token, right? So it generates a token, it returns the token to back to you, right? So this is my authentication server. Okay, let's say is authentication server. So this is my authentication server, and which is generating a token, it is reverting back to you, and you will be passing that token to the API server, right? Now the question is how this API server will understand that the token you have sent to the API server, that is correct or not, right? So for that reason there is another place. Let's say this is my placeholder where this API token, generated API token, this server is going to place. Okay, so it is actually keeping the token there in the another secret place also, and this API server will be communicating to this. Okay, and it will check whether that it will get the API token from which is available there in this particular database, and it will verify the token that you have passed from your request. So once the request match, it will verify that okay, you are a valid user, or uh, you are the authenticated user, right? So this is what we have seen. And remember one thing, guys, this these tokens have their some validity. Might be it can it the validity is like it can be expire within 30 minutes, or it can expire within 1 hour, or it can be sometime, for depending on the application and the configuration things, it can be depend from different minutes to hours to different days also, right? So it can there is it's completely dependent on how it is configured. So if I show you that one of the token that we have there in the my Postman setup, let's say this is my login API. Here you can see there is one key or parameter is there, and there the value I for now I have set as 1, right? So that means what? Means this API is going to expire within 1 minute, right? After just 1 minute complete, and the API will get expired, right? Actually, right now let's generate the token with expert time is 1 minute, so that the token will be invalidate after 1 minute, right? So if I do the send request, you can see uh, I got a one response. Here you can see I have one response token as well, right? So if you try to copy, so let's say I'm trying to select it, and I'm copying it, and I'll do the get request, get user, right? Here you can see I have to set the headers detail, and header detail there is a key authorization, right? This is the key that I have to set the uh, token that we received, right? So I'll just replace the old data and with the new data, and I'll send the send request, right? You can see I got the response. But the same token, if you're trying to use after 1 minute, that will not work, right? So this is how token actually that validity works. Most of the cases the token is not 1 minute. This is just for a testing purpose. I kept it as 1 minute, but it can be 30 minutes or 1 hour, or it can be or 1 day also, right? So that doesn't matter. We have done already the request for 1 minute, and I think 1 minute is already completed. So let's see, we were trying to get the user details once again by using this same API authentication token, right? So let's see, I'm trying to hit the call once again. Now you can see we got the status code as 401, that is saying that unauthorized. Remember the status code meaning of 401, it is always mean that unauthorized, right? Another one is 403, here you can see that is saying that forbidden. Okay, remember the meaning of the status code. Not all the status code you have to remember, but yeah, couple of status code that you have to always remember. Here you can see it is saying that token expired, right? So this is something how, so you can say, if the token is not valid, then the application is not allowing to get the user details, right? So this is how it is actually protecting unauthenticated users to access the application. Okay, now let's see, and let's go and see how we can implement this API calls, API REST calls. Let's say get request, post request, right, and authentication details, how to implement those things into our script, right? So I'll take you to the IntelliJ, and here if you see, I'll take you to the form.xml file first, and here you can see I have added two libraries, two dependency. First one is your REST assured. You can get this REST assured dependency into your form.xml file, and another is dependencies JSON path, right? These two dependencies required for you. JSON path is needed for if you for extracting the data from the response, right? So if let's say you are getting response, and that response you want to extract, so for that reason you can use the JSON path. There are different approach also to get the response, but JSON path is one of the you can see mostly used and the straightforward approach, you can say. So let's try to see, we create a request, and we see how we can automate the test cases by using our Java code, right? So I'll create a package here. So I'll see my REST API calls, or say let's say test. Okay, so instead of this I'll take one class. So let's say REST API test. Okay, instead of this I'll create one test method. Let's say test, and I'll say public void, and I'll say test get API. Okay, so now what we are going to do, there are multiple approach, guys. So I'll show you different type of approach for a single type of request, how you can go ahead with the different approaches, right? So first of one of the approach is chaining method. So you can say it like this way. Let's say you can say directly you can call REST assured, and then you can say given, and then you can see set you can set the, let's say, base URI, right? So you can set the base URI. What is the base URI is going to be? The base URI is something from here to here, right? So I can say base URI is this. After that, let's say I'm talking about one get method. Let's say I want to get the product, right? So I want to get a single product. Let's say get single product. So for this, uh, this is going to my endpoint URL, and I do not have need to set any headers here. Only I have to set the method, and I have to set the base URI and endpoint URL. So I have already done with the base URL, so I'll just copy this endpoint URL, and I'll say dot, and the method I want to say is a get method, right? Inside of this I have to pass the endpoint URL. So once you do this, you will be the request will get sent to the server, right, and it will return you response. You can store the response into a response. Okay, so I'll take this response and I'll store into response key. I'll say this. Okay, So once you do this, the whatever the response the request you have sent to the this particular server, it will return you response into this particular object reference, and you now from there you can get the, let's say and to print the response dot status code, right? And at the same time I want to print the body as well, so I'll say response dot get body and say pretty print. Pretty print is kind of print, actually it is printing your JSON data, because the response get body, when you say response dot get body, it is going to return you JSON response, right? But if you want to use the data in a pretty format, because in if you are not using pretty print, then it is going to print the JSON data in raw format, right? So to print it in easily understandable, so you can just convert it to pretty print. Now let's run this program and we'll see. Awesome. Here you can see we got the response, and this is the status code that we have printed, and this is the status body, this is the response body that we just got from the response, right? The same thing, if you hit this API, you can see we are getting the same response from here also, right? So this is how you can do the API calls from your script, from your JavaScript. So I'll show you another approach. This is something called as a chaining approach, right? There is no break between the lines, so you are doing one by one calls, right? There is no line break. So there is another approach you can follow. I'll show you the same request. Let's see, I'm creating another test method, and I'll see public void, and I'll see test get API call. Okay, I'll just giving the different name. So here is what you can see. You can do. Let's say I'm doing uh, one by one series operation, right? So you can say ratio dot given. Instead of this given, you can uh, not get. It should be given. Okay, so ratio dot given, and you set it, and after that you can say ratio dot base URL, right? And you can set the base URL there also. So let's say I'll say ratio dot base URL, and this way you also do, and then after that you can say given. So you can say given dot get, and after the inside of the uh, get, you can just pass the API endpoint URL, right? So similarly, we can store this response. So let's store it here, right? And you can print the response. So let's say I'm going to print is out, and inside of this is out, you can see response dot status code, and you can print the body as well. So let's say response dot body, and then pretty print, right? So you can run this code. See, we're getting the same response, right? There is no difference between this. So these are the approaches, but guys, so whatever you like. So this is a chaining approach. There is no break between the two lines, but here we are breaking the lines into different we're breaking it into different lines, right? So we're first initially we're setting the URL, after that we're giving the doing the get operation. I'll show you quickly the post operation also. Let's say um, at the test, and I'll say public void, and I'll say test post API, right? So here you can see inside of this, let's say I'm going to use this approach. and for post request I need body as well, right? So I need to set the body. So let's say I'm going to get single product. I'm going to post a post request. Let's say add a new product, right? So for this case my API endpoint is going to be this one. So let's say I am storing that instead of I am removing this. Let's say I'll remove this one. And here you can see, let's say string and point is equal to this, right? And for post request I need body also, right? So this is my body, JSON body is going to be. So I'll do set it first. So let's say my body, or you can say payload is equals. So this is my JSON payload is going to be. And after that what I need the headers also, right? So the header I need to set. So this is the key, header key is going to be. So let's copy it, and here I have set the base URL. After that, let's say I'm trying to set the header, right? So you will see um, given dot header, and inside of this I have to pass the key and value, right? So the value is going to be application slash JSON. So copy it and paste it over here. So I have done with the header also. After that you can set the body. So let's say my body is payload that we have stored already. This payload is nothing but the payload we have done the setup over here, right? So the payload also we have set. Now the next task is to send the post request. So you can say given dot post, right? There you can see the post request is there, and inside of this I have to pass the endpoint URL, right? And once you do this, you have to, you can store this response. Let's say I'll copy this, and this is going to store into my response key, right? And the rest of the code is going to be same. I'll just print the status code and the print the body that we are getting. So let's run this code. You can there's some issue, unsupported characters set 415, I think. Okay, let's do chain approach here. I think there's some issue with this. So we can say let's do a chain request. Instead of this, what I'll say, given and dot base URI, and this base URI I'm going to set this one. Okay, so uh, okay, so this is the base URI I have set already. And after that, what you can do, you can set the headers, right? So similar thing, just copy it from here to here. So I set the header. After that you can set the body. So let's say payload, and you can send the post call, right? And inside of this I have to pass the endpoint URL, right? And so this should be my response now. Instead of resistor.base URL, this should be my response, right? So let's remove this code and let's run it. See, the response we got as response code is 200, and the body also we get, and the same response you will be getting from over here also. See, this is the response code, and sorry, this is the response body, and this is the response code you are getting from the request, right? So this is how you can implement the post call as well. So here you can see we have this data in our hand, and after that you can send you can do a chain request. This is the you can see first we initiated the REST suite, and after that we send the base URL, and after that we set the header and body and the post request, right? So this is how you can implement API calls into your test script, and after that you can get the response code and body. So this is the basic of how you can implement your API calls, means REST call, REST GET call, or POST call. So these are the things that how you can implement. And I'll close this video over here, and in our next video we'll see how this request we are getting, right? So how to extract the data from the request response, and how to verify, let's say I want to verify some particular key value, right? The key response is properly coming or not, right? That is your ultimate job actually for in your test case. If you are not doing any validation, so there is, I think, no use of this particular test case, right? So we'll be doing some verification. Also we'll see how to use that authentication part, and how to implement that in our script, right? That we'll see in our next video. And till then, stay. If you have any issue or any doubt or any clarification needed, just let me know. I'll try to clear your doubt on that. Okay. Hi guys, welcome to another video of our API automation series. In our previous video, we have already discussed about the authentication part, how to authorize the APIs, right? And if there is authorization, what are the different type of authentication are there? We have already discussed on these things, right? We have talked about what is basic authentication, what is BRR, what is auth 1.0 and 2.0. These are the different type of authentication method is there. So we have already discussed on those things, and also we have seen the different type of requests, let's say get, post, put, delete. And also we have seen that how to use the get request and how to use the post request, post calls using the REST APIs, right? In this video we are going to discuss about the authorization part, how we can use it using the REST assured call, okay, and how this authorization we can use in our API or respective calls. So let's directly jump to the Postman tool, and I'll show you there. I have one API. Let's see. You can see here login API. I have one API which what it does actually. This is the API endpoint URL, and this is the API body. Right. This is something that I have to use the data for creating a token. So if I say send request, then you can see we're getting a token here in the response, right? So this is something, a token which I have to use for my subsequent request API calls. So let me show another API which is needed this token for doing the execution. Let's say I have shown already in my previous video, but also in this video I'm going to show you. Let's say there is another API I have, that is get user details, and this is the API endpoint URL. If I right now hit this API, now it is saying giving me 401 unauthorized this status code, right? 401. And here you can see in the body it is giving me the message as token expired. That means this API needs the token, and the token we should be active token, right? You cannot provide an expired token. So what we can do actually, so we have generated the token from here, right? So what I can do, I can just directly copy, right? And let's see, I'm selecting and I just copied it, and I'll pass the token over here. You can see here in the header section I have one key added authorization, right? This is how you can provide the token. So here in the value of the token, I have to pass the value that token I have copied from the previous one, right? So if I now hit the request, now I said send. Now you can see I got the status code as 200, and this is the body I got, right? So that means the status code, the authorization token I have passed, now this is working fine, right? So there, and you can see that status this authorization key also has some expired time, right? By default it can be, sometime it is half an hour, sometime it is 1 hour or 1 day or anything. It is configurable completely. For this case we just set it for 10 minutes, so the token will be valid for 10 minutes. After that it will get expired, right? So now the question is, if you want to automate this scenario in your actual cases, right, in your project, then how you are going to handle these token things? Let's say I have this API and I want to get the user details, right? So how you can do? So let's say I'm taking you to my actual code. There will be doing this particular scenario. So I'll be taking you to IntelliJ first. So let's say I'm going to IntelliJ. I'm getting one, let's say I'm creating one phrase class, let's say get user with authorization, right? So let me create one test first quickly. So I'll say test, and I'll say public void get users, right? And after that what I can see, let's say here what I can do, I can first let me first initialize request specification. I'll say request specification. Let's sort out the name as request only, and then I'll say rest assured dot given, right? So this is how we initialize the REST assured, and after that what we can say, we can just set the base URI. So we can say base URI, and the base URI is nothing but, you know already, this is something dot com, right? So this is my base URL is going to be, and okay, now the next job is to my for this get user, I need to say as a get request, right? So we can directly pass that. So let's say I'm saying request dot get, right? And here I have to pass the endpoint. So the endpoint is going to be my auth slash me. So I'll just pass it over here, and once I hit the request as get request, and I'll be getting the response. So let's store it into a response type of object. So response equal this, and let's print the status code. So I'll say is out response dot status code, and we can print the body also. So let's print response dot body and dot pretty print, right? So let me quickly execute the test. Let's see what happens. Now you can see here we are getting authorization problem, right? That means we are not passing the authentication details. So here you can understand, until unless you are not passing the authentication details, the API is not allowing us to fetch the data from the application, right? So here what I have to do, I have to provide the authentication details. So if you notice here in the Postman tool, we pass the headers authentication token there in the header section, right? So similar thing we have to pass there in my script also. So I'll do, I'll copy this header code, and what I'll do, I have to set that header, right? So what I can do, you say request dot header, and you can pass the key, and after that you can pass the value also. So value, let me just copy this token from here. So you can see now I just pasted that you can see that token I got from there, right? So this is all done, right? I set the header, and after that I'll see that get request. So now let's try to rerun it at once again. Perfect, right? Now you can see we got the response code as 200, and we got the response also, that is the same response that we are getting there in the Postman tool, right? So this is how we can authorize our APIs for if you have this kind of authentication. But here one problem, guys. Let's say this is the authentication token that we are passing, they are directly there in the header, right? So this authentication token is, it has some expiry time, right? So let me stop the video here for a couple of minutes. So, and after that I'll show you that the token is got expired, and it is not in, we cannot use that same token one again and again, right? So I'll just pausing the video. I'll resume it after some time. We have already crossed the token wait time that we have given, right? Token expired the time limit. Now if you see, if I run this test now once again, and you can see that now we are getting that status code as 401, and that it is saying that the message it is printing as token expired, right? So this is how so now right now you can see if the token is getting expired, then it is not allowing me to fetch the user details, right? So we are not getting the user details from the database, from the application side, right? So this is why we have to we have to exceptionally taking care of these authorization details. And here you can see the problem is, every time this token is getting expired, we have to go to Postman and we have to uh, regenerate this authentication token, and we have to paste it over here, right? That is something a headache, that is something an issue to us, this is not a problem. So how we can do how we can dynamically paste this particular token, right? So what we can do actually, let's take this into a string. Let's say I say token. I'll store this value into a token. Let's say I'll say this is my token value is going to be, right? So what I can say actually, instead of now passing it over here, I can just say, let me remove this. So I'll say token, right? So what happened actually, if I run this code once again, so I'm storing that token value into a particular string. Now I'm passing that string to my header, and that header I'm going to use here. Now this is already expired token, so it is not going to be used, right? So what we can do actually, we can do generate a token runtime when the script is running, right? So what we can do, we can create an we can create a support method. Let's say I'm creating public void get token, right? So I'm creating a separate method, and inside of this method I'll create the I'll create the token, right? So I'll generate the token. How we can generate, you see already we have the, for generating the token we have another API, right? So this is again another API. So this is the endpoint URL, and this is the method type we have to select as a post, and this is the this is the body of that particular token, right? Particular token generation API. So this token generation, this body I have to use. Let's say first of all, what I'll do, I'll create an let's say here I what I'll do first of all, let's say I'll say request specification. I'll say request specification equals ratio dot given, right? First I initialize the, let's say I'm initializing the API REST SEO, and after that what I can say request specification dot base URI. I can set the base URI. This should be till this one, right? And this is my base URI. And after that, what I need that the body, right? This is something I need, and another information I need is the I have to do the post request. So there are two another thing details we need. For me, for right now, let's copy this particular JSON data, and I'll store it into a string type variable. Let's say my body is equal to, this is my JSON data is going to be, right? Let's increase the wait time. Instead of 2 seconds, I'll say, let's say 30 seconds, 30 minutes, sorry, right? So after that, once we have the body ready, what we can do, we can now, we are ready to hit the request, right? So what I can say request specification, and after that we can say body, and I have the body is already defined. So after that I can say post request, right? Inside of this I need the endpoint URL. So endpoint URL is going to be auth/login, right? So you can use that over here. And what I can say, what I can do, this is the something, once we have hit the post request, we can store it into a response type variable. So we can say response, and response equal this, right? So it will going to store. After that, what we can say, we have to extract the data from the response, right? You will be getting the response like this, and from this response you have to get the token value, right? For getting the token value from the response, we can use the there is JSON path. JSON path is there, so we can use the JSON path, and you can see response dot JSON path, right? And from that response dot JSON path, what you can do actually, you can directly use dot body. Okay, let me do it separately. After that, what I can say JSON path dot body, JSON path dot get string, right? This is something you have to say, and here you have to pass the key. So the key is this is my JSON object, and here the token is present there inside of this key, particular key, right? Token. So we have to pass the key over here. It is going to return me the data. So now we can directly return it. Let me just print it first, and I'll say string token is equal to this. And after that, what we can say, let me print the token also, so we can verify that okay, we got the token from there. So let's say I'll say token paste this, right? So we are printing the token whatever we have pasted, and I want to return the data. For that I need to change the method type from void to string, so that I can return the data. And here I can say return token, right? And this token, that token that is going to be returned from this particular method, that token I am going to use in my code, right? So here I can say, can I say instead of this particular token, a hard coded token, instead of this particular hard coded token, can I say token? Okay. So instead of this hard coded token, I just remove this and I'll say get token, right? So whatever token will be getting from this particular method, it is going to be stored into this particular variable token, right? And we can now use this token into this particular call, and it will going to and then we'll be hitting this particular get request call, right? Now let's run this program and see what happens. You see we are getting some issue. Token page is null, and we are getting illegal argument exception. So something is wrong there in the fetching token. So what I can do actually, let me check this particular reason, and let me check from the this API here, right? So here my page authentication token is this one, and here if I go to the body, here you can see we have set another parameter, content type header, right? So let me use that there over also. So how can we use? So let's say after this we can say request specification dot header, and here inside of this I set the key, and let me pass the value also. So the value of this particular key should be application/json. Now let's run this code and let's see what happens. See, now perfect, right? We got the token. It is saying that token page is this. So this is something with the token we fetched from the running code run. And after that we have used that token inside my get request, get user details. You can see it has printed this status code over here, and it has printed the body that we have printed from here, right? So this is how we can use the authentication details. So what do you get to know here, that how to dynamically generate the token when we can use it inside my for any subsequent request calls. So every time what actually you have to do, before you hit the particular API, right? So here we are actually hitting the particular API, right? So in this section we are doing the setup and hit the particular get request. Before of that we are generating the token. So we make ensure that the token is generated which is the latest token, and it is not going to be invalid or un or expired token, right? So for that reason we do not have to use that hard coded token, correct? Hope you got it, guys. So what you can, so this statement is for generate token at runtime, right? So this is how we can use the token generation, and you can use in your code, so that every time you do any get request, post request, whatever calls you are going to do perform, so in that if you need the token, so you can generate in this way. And this is the supporting method which is going to provide me the token generated. Once the token is generated, it is going to assign into this particular variable, and that is something we are passing in the header, right? Yeah, this is all I think for about the token generation. And um, there can be any other type of token generation, but this is something that we are using the dummy JSON in this application. So we are using this particular token generation API. For this case we have to use the we have to hit this particular API, and once you hit the particular API you will get the token key, right? And after that, to fetch the details of the user, get auth user, you have to pass the token there in the particular get request, right? Here you can see authorization, and you have to pass the value of that particular authorization details, right? So this is how we are going to use authentication in you can say in our script, right? So if you have still any doubt or any question, just let me know, and we'll try to. Hi guys, welcome to a new video of our API automation series. In this video, I'm going to discuss with you JSON path. This is one of the very important topic in API automation, because nothing is there if you are not doing any validation in your test cases, right? So if you're doing some validation, so definitely you should be dealing with the objects and its value, that what it is returning in the response, right? So before moving to JSON path, there is very important topic to understand the JSON structure as well. So I have chosen this to describe something. Before I move to JSON path, I'll be discussing with you what is JSON and its structure, its main components, and what are the things JSON can have. So all these things that we'll be discussing into this video. And after that, we'll move into what is JSON path and how do we use the JSON, and what all are the use cases of JSON, and some useful, you can say, useful some symbols are there, and by using this symbol, what all the things we can achieve. So these things that we are going to see into this particular video, right? So let's start from JSON only. So if I talk about JSON, right? So what is JSON? If I say, so JSON is nothing but, everyone knows that the full form of JSON is JavaScript object notation, right? That is what I have mentioned over here. But if I ask you that what do you mean by JSON, or what is JSON actually, what you are going to tell someone who never heard about JSON, right? So then what will say? So in that case, I'll say that JSON is nothing but you can say data structure of key and value pair, key value pair based, PAIRE, pair based data structure, right? So it's nothing but it's deal with the data. JSON is nothing but which is deal with the data, and the deal in which format it is there in the key and value format, right? So there will be some keys and some value which is maintained into a particular format. In that format is nothing but your complete data is nothing but now your JSON data. Now let's talk about one example. Let's say I have a book, right? So let's say I have an object as a book, right? So this book has some objects. This book has some properties, right? It has name, it has author name, right? It has author, AUTHOR. It has author is a number of pages, right? And it has content, right? So many things we can find out that these are something, these are the topics, these are the things that is the that defines this particular book, right? A book particular has a particular name, a book has author, a book number of pages, it has content, it has you can say price tag, right? So these are the things which is describe this particular book, right? So these are nothing but keys of into our JSON data. Let's say I have say name of a particular book, so you can see that okay, it's Java programming language, right? And you can see content is someone, right? Let's say uh, Peter, right? So this is my author, and this is the number of pages. Let's say I have it's had 500 pages, right? And the contents, it has some Java, let's say Java basic, right? Or you can say Java core, right? And if I say about if I say price, so this price is nothing but, let's say I'll say uh, $50. So these are nothing but the data that is described this particular book, and to represent this data, we are using JSON into our API calls, right? So now the question is, how do we represent this data? This data we represent uh, into different format, right? So they are each and every JSON we are enclosing it with curly braces sometimes, and some curly braces and param, and you can say square braces. So there are two type of thing you are getting here. One is curly braces, another is square braces. When we are wrapping some data, we take curly braces. That is something we are calling as a JSON object. Okay. When we are wrapping some data, let's say I have a number of set of data, and this set of data we are wrapping with curly braces. That is something we are calling as a JSON object. And when we have data set of data which is wrapped with square braces, that is nothing but a format of array, right? We writing out for array format into this curly braces. So this kind of data, that is nothing but your JSON array. Okay. So I hope this concept is clear to you guys now. Now this JSON array, what is JSON array, right? And JSON object. JSON object is nothing but it is containing your key and value pair. If I write a very simplest format of JSON object, let's say I have a JSON, you can say, let's say I have a name as a parameter, and its value is a, let's say, Java basic, right? So this is my key, and this is going to my value. So this is the complete of this, you can see the structure of this particular data. I can say this is nothing but my one of the JSON data. Okay, so this is the simplest form of JSON, guys, and this JSON data is in which format? This is nothing but in JSON object format. Got it? Now it can not only have one key and value pair. This is my key, and this is going to be my value, right? Now not only one parameter key and value pair a JSON object can have, it can have multiple key and value pairs. So, and that key and value pair, always remember guys, you have to separate with comma. Okay, one key and value pair, after that you have to use comma, and then you can write the another key and value pair. Let's say I'd say author, right? UTHOR. So this author, I'd say let's say Peter, right? So this is structure of a JSON file, guys. Two key, one after one key and value pair, you have to definitely use comma before another key and value pair. But if you are the key and value pair is the last value pair, key value pair of a particular JSON structure, then it is optional to you. Either you use comma or you do not use. That is not an issue. Hope this concept is clear to you guys. So similarly, we can have, let's say, price. So I'll define the price and with colon, and let's say I'll say 200, right? So here you can see this, when we are writing some data within a double quote, this is nothing but my considered as a string type of data. And when we are writing without any double quote, just writing a number, so that time it is going to be your integer type of data. Now when I talk about this integer or string type of data, now there can be some data that which can be boolean kind of data. So what all type of data is a key can have, right? Or these are my value of a JSON, right? So what all type of data type a value can have? So I can say data type for JSON value, right? So what all type of data type it can have? It can have string type of data, and it can have integer type of data, and it can have, you can say, boolean type of data, right? And it can have array type of data that I did not show you. I'll show you right now. And also remember one thing, it can have a null type of data also. Okay, so these are the type of data that a JSON value can have. Okay, now how we can have an array type of data, right? So here you can see this is a object of a book, right? This is a object of a book. Inside the object of a book, I can have, this is nothing but my you can see one object, right? We can have nested object also, right? Because say I say this is a specific book, my Java basic, right? We can have a book, let's say book, and book, we can have a category of books, let's say books category like programming language book and fiction book, movie book, right? So category of books, so every books will be having name, author, and price. So those kind of data is going to be your you can say nested object it will become. I'll show you an example that will be very you can say easy for you guys. Let's say here, yeah, that is one of the data I have perfect example you can see here. First of all, I'll remove this complete query here. So let's see, here we have one store, and this store has, let's say, it has book store and it is bicycle, right? Now this book is also having some collection of books, right? It has one book, let's say, for fiction and non-fiction book, right? So this each and every book, if I break down this into like this way, so it will be very better. I'll do let's say this. So here you can see in the right side, here you can see this is a book, and this book having these are my these are my if single book object, this is another book object, and this is another book object, right? So collection of book object is enclosed with a square braces. Can you see that? So here it's basically this is my JSON object within the curly braces. Whatever you can see, that is nothing but your JSON object. Inside of the JSON object, I have this is key, and this is particular. This complete data is going to be your value, right? This complete data is going to be a value. Again, inside of this key and value, this value again has key, and this complete data is a value. And again, it has a key, and this complete data is a value, right? So you can understand that a key can have string type of data, a key can have object value, a key can have your you can see this is nothing but my JSON array, right? So all kind of things it can have. And also you can see that one inside of you can see one, this is my you can see object, and inside of this I have a store object, right? So this is nothing but my you can see nested object, right? So object inside of another object, and this is something you can see this is an JSON array which is inside of an object store, right? So if I describe you here, you can see this each and every data, these are nothing but my book object, right? So this book object, so this array Java JSON array contains the collection of book of JSON object. Hope this is clear to you guys. So now the question is, this is a you can see one of the you can see a good example of all type of data. You can see here we have JSON object, we have JSON array. Whenever something is enclosed with you can see square braces, then definitely it should be your JSON array, right? And whenever something is enclosed with curly braces, that is nothing but your JSON object. Now this is enough talking, I guess. Each and every object has key and value pair. So this is my key and this is my value. This is my key and this is my value, right? Similarly for all the other fields also, this is key and this is completely as a value. Again, this is key and this is value, and this is key and this is value. Hope this is clear to you guys. Now moving to our next point, which is nothing but our JSON path. Now, as you all, I guess, understand what is JSON, what all the type of components are there in the JSON, what is JSON, what is the identification of JSON object, and what is the identification of JSON array, and what are all the types of data that a JSON value can have. It can have integer, boolean, array, and another one I did not tell you, that is a JSON object, right? Object type of data also it can have. So these are the type of data that a JSON value can have. Now let's move to JSON path. What is the important or what is the significance of using JSON path? Why we are discussing about the JSON path? Now let's say you hit an URL, you hit an API, and you got this particular response from your API, right? Now your job is to find out that okay, you have to find out that you have to, let's say, find out the name of the books, right, that you found. So there are three books actually, 1, 2, and 3. So these are the names of the books. So these names you have to print, and how you will be able to print these names of the books, right? So and so what we can do actually here is, now for this reason we have to know about the JSON path. Now what is JSON path now, guys? JSON path is one of the very you can say very useful one of the technology which provide us that how you can get the data, how you can extract the data from your JSON object. Okay, and it has some you can say technology where it can provide you, the data. Okay, so if I go to here, you can see we are using fetching data from a JSON, right? So to get the data from a JSON, we have to know some things, right? Some parameters, some how to extract data. Let's say this is my object, JSON object, right? I want to get data. So how you can get it? So let's say I am interested in getting let's say color of this particular bicycle, right? So this bicycle, if you observe here, it is comes inside of the store, right? So first I have to go to the store, then only I come to the bicycle. You cannot directly jump. This is a parent object, store root location, you can say. So from this root location, if you want to go to bicycle and color, so you have to come one by one step, right? So you can see this is, if I enclose everything over here, this is my root object. If you open it, you can see inside of store everything there is inside of store, right? Now you can explore it, and you can see inside of store I have two objects, right? Inside of store I have two things, one is book and one is bicycle. So from book store you can directly access to book, or from store you can directly access to bicycle. Now let's say I'm interested on bicycle details, right? So this is the color. So what is the traversing way we should go ahead? So we should go to store and then bicycle and then color, right? So the way JSON path work is, though, you have to traverse, you have to write a path of this particular key, right? So if we see remember one thing, that every time you are writing your JSON path, right, here you have to start with a dollar key. One thing I forgot to mention, this is a official outside of JSON path. You can visit to this directory, And if you want to create any JSON path of your JSON, right, JSON object, any of the JSON object, if you want to create, you can visit to this website and you can validate that okay, the path I am creating and it is fine. Let's say I want to fetch directly the color, right? So if you see color, you are not able to get any data, right? Here you can see it is giving you no match. So that means it is similar to XPath. In you can see in Selenium you write the XPath, right, to get the particular field. Here the same thing, the same concept is here. So you in XPath Selenium, what you do right, starting with the double slash, or you can say start with the slash, right, dot slash or something. So here you have to always start with the dollar. If you see you are starting with the dollar, that means it is starting from your root point. Okay, so as soon as I have written here dollar, you can see it is giving me the result. This side is the showing you the result of the query path that you are writing here. Okay, so as soon as I have, if I remove this dollar, you can see there is no match. If I start writing with dollar, then you can see the complete details it is giving to me. Now let's say I say dollar dot, I'll say store, right? As soon as I say store, you can see I am getting two things. One is book, another is bicycle, right? These are the two things. I'm not getting store because this is a key and this is a value. So as soon as I say dollar dot store, it is returning me the value of this particular key store. Now what is the value of this particular store key? That is, this is the value. So this is something which is returning me here, right? So let's say I am interested on getting the color. So after store, what is the next object of the key? That is a bicycle. So if I say bicycle, you can see now I'm getting the details here of the bicycle. Now I'm not getting object details of the book, right? So if I say again, if you directly say color, you will not be able to see anything because you cannot directly jump to the child, grandchild, right? This is, you can say, consider as a parent, and this is a child. This is a child of store, right? There are two child of this store parent. This is a parent, and this is a child. This is a these two are child, right? And this child has another child, their child also, right? These are the grandchild and grandchild. So you cannot directly move from grandparent to grandchild. You have to go with the step by step. So this is a parent, and this is, you can consider grandparent, a parent, and this is a child, right? So from store I can go to the let's say I can go to the bicycle, right? And as soon as I say bicycle, I am getting all this detail over here. Let's say I'm interested on price. So if I say dot price, we have to separate with dot. Remember this thing, each and every key you have to separate with the dot key, right? So if I say price, now you can see here I'm getting the price of this particular thing, right? So this is how you have to write. This is nothing but my JSON path. So this is how you have to write the JSON path, and this is how you'll be using your code also, right? So let's see another example. Let's say inside of this book I am to get the detail of this book, right? So I'll be removing this and I'll say book. So in this book, let's say inside of this book, this is a key and this is a value. Now this value, you can see it is in a JSON array format, right? This is not a JSON object. Now you cannot, for if the data is in JSON array, then you have to index here that which index data you want to pick. If you are not indexing, then you will not be able to get the details. Let's say I'll say book dot, let's say I'll say category, right? You will not get any data here. See, you are not getting data. But if you want to get it, if you want to face the category or title or author of the price, you have to index here. So this is a one set of data, this is another set of data, and this is another set of data. These are nothing but they are in the indexing format. So if you say, let's say I'm interested on first zero index. So if you, as soon as you say zero, you can see here we are getting details of the first set of data, right? That is nothing but this one, right? This is the details I'm getting. If you say two, then you can see we are getting the last data, this one, non-fiction, right? If you say three, we shouldn't get any result, right? So this is how you have to work with. So let's say I'm saying zero, so that means I'm getting the first one. I'll say one, so I'm getting the second one. Now if I, as soon as I say book of one, that means this is a JSON array. We're passing the index and it is giving me the second data, right? Second index data. Now here I can see here the data, it is completely in JSON object, and here the data are in key and value pairs. Let's say I'm interested in the author, right? So I'll say author, right? As soon as I say author, you can see it is giving me the author name, right? Or if I say price, so you can see how we are getting the data. So this is one of the use, you can see how we can use the JSON path. Now here are a couple of things, guys. I said that we will be discussing with some points that how to use all the symbols here, right? These symbols are not every time, but sometimes it is going to help you in your test cases and all, right? So how to use this? Let's say you have already seen this is nothing but when you are using dollar, it is nothing but saying that it is starting from your top point, right? And when you say star, star is nothing but for to represent that all, right? So if you say let's say if I say star, you are not getting anything, right? But if I say star, you can see now we are getting all, right? So here you can see if you say star or if you pass index, you're getting one data. If you say get star, then you are getting the all the objects, right? Now This is one of the use of the star. Okay guys, and then now let's say uh, what is the use of dot dot, right? So what is the use of dot dot? Let's see. I'll say uh, book dot dot. Now see what we are getting. We are getting more number of result. Let's see. So if I say store dot dot, here you can see now it is getting changed, right? So here you can see I'll say store and dot, I'll say bicycle cle and I'll say dot dot, right? Still there is no changes, right? And if I say here instead of that I'll say book and I'll say let's say index 0 and I'll say dot dot, there is nothing, right? But now here is one thing that you can see, filter using greater than and less than, right? How do we filter it? Now let's see one thing, how we can use it. Let's say my requirement is I have to, let's say, book. Here I can see the prices is 10, 8 and 12.9. I want to get the book list which is having price of less than of 10, right? So there is one book which is less than of price 10. So how we can write the query for that case? So if in that case, what you can see, you can go inside of this book and you can see start with a question mark. So this is nothing but it is a search error, and instead of the after that question mark, you have to start with the parenthesis. In this parenthesis you can see add that, okay, and you can see a dot and you will say price. Okay, as soon as you say price, you are getting all these. Now you can use greater than or less than. Okay, so let's see, I'll say less than 10. So now you'll see I can see I got the book which is having the price as a less than 10. If you say greater than 10, so you can see it is giving me the list of books, right? So this is how we can use these symbols. This is one of the very important, very you can say useful you can symbol that JSON path provides. All these things that we have done, how you can use into code, right? That is something that ultimately goal out, right? Otherwise there is no use of learning JSON path or JSON details, right? I'll just quickly go through one of the use case so that we can understand, okay, how we are using it. For using JSON path, you have to know that we have to use one of the you can say JSON path. This is a dependency that you can find in the Maven dependency their repository, and there you should take this into and import it into your project, and you'll be able to use the JSON path. Now let's talk about the JSON path, how to use it. Very simple. Let's get a class file. Let's say data. Okay, I'll create a, and quickly I'll create one JSON request. Let's say I'll be using the test. Okay, and I'll give a name. Let's say public void test JSON path, and here instead of this I'll be using one of the API. Let's say this is a simple API, you can say dummy JSON API we are using till now, right? So far, so I'll be using, this is a URL and this is the API response that we are going to get. If you hit this particular API, this is the data that we are getting, right? This is a very complex data, and inside of this complex data I'll be fetching, let's say, brand name, right? So let's say how this is my API endpoint, right? So what you can do actually here, I can say we are using REST assured API, so you can say REST assured dot given, and you can say base URI. I'll be setting the base URI. So and now I'll say dot get. You can do this base URI. For now I'm passing the complete path, but you can pass in the base URI. You can pass the till the base this one domain one, that is completely fine, or you can pass the complete one, that is not an issue at all, right? So what I can see, you can just get a request, right? And we'll be storing it into a response. Let's say I'll say response and response equals this, right? And import this response class, so it is imported. Now what I can do, this response I can say response. Now to extract, let's say I want to vary the response, right? So for now let's say print response dot status code, right? If I print, let's say I'm running it. Perfect. So you can see that we are getting the response status code is 200. If you want to print the status, sorry, print the response also, you can print it. So let's say response dot get body dot print. Okay, so if you want to print the body, what is the response that we have received, so you can see it will print the response also. So it has printed the response. So let's do one thing, I'll go to my Postman. This is the response. I'll copy this complete response. I'll come to my JSON path creator into Google Chrome. Let's say I'm pasting it over here. So this is the response that I got received, right? So here you can see we are getting some error. Sorry, not this. So okay, now you can see this response is a huge response. There are a lot of lines. So let me do one thing first, club it. So here you can see the basic path. This is the main format. This is the object, and this has products, limits, total, number of product. So let's say for number of, if I want to see, if I want to validate the number of product we have received, right? So what do we see? This product, you can see it is directly available to this particular object, right? So what we can say dot, so directly you can say total, right? So I have to use the dot total. So you can see if I say total, so I'm getting the total count, right? So if I say, let's say product, this is the product, right? So let's say products. So in this product, you can see we have the list of products, right? All this list of product. Let's say I want to interest with a product that is at number 10, right? Index of 10. So if I see product 10, then you can see I have only one product available here, right? It is not giving me all the products. So if I say, let's say I have product as title, TITLE, so you can see it is giving the title, right? If I change the product, let's say this is my 0th index, you can see that product title is going to change. So if I say at index 5 or 4, whatever you can see. So this is how you can see, if you go to this here in this response, you will see that at number 0, it has the product as, you can see, if I go to the 0, you can see that product is iPhone 5s, right? So if you validate here, you can see product 1 is 5s, right? If I club it, and the second product is iPhone 6s, third one is iPhone 13 Pro, right? So let's check it. So if I say 2, you can say iPhone 13 Pro. So this is something we have to validate. So this is the key that we have found, and this key we have to use there in the our code. So how we can use now for using those, what do we have to do? Actually, we have to use a JSON path object. So this is a JSON path. We have to create an object of JSON path, and you will see response.json path. This is the way how you will be creating just JSON path reference, right? And this JSON path reference, it will provide you the data which is there in the JSON path. Okay. So now when we say, let's say, I want to print the data, so I'll say JSON path dot get string, and here you have to pass the key. Okay, the key that we have created there. So if you go to here, this is my JSON key. So if you copy it and if you come to your script and paste it over here, and if you, let's say I'm not printing this one because it is a huge lines of code, right? So if you wanted to print, so let's say run it. You can see it is printing me the data, exactly same data that we are getting there in the here in the console, right? So this is how you can use the JSON path, and this is very important because not only you are just hitting the request into your API automation, you will be doing verification of the request response also, right? So in that case, let's say I have to validate the you have to validate that, okay, there is the in the second index you should have iPhone Pro or 13 right present. So in that case you'll be using the assertion, right? So what you'll do actually in your real-time project, let's say you can say string actual project, actual product, you can say, and you'll be passing this, right? So this is something you'll be storing into it, and after that what you'll do assertion, right? assert.assert equals. Now assert.assert equal, what it does asks, it asks for first the expected and then actual. Expected is I am expecting, let's say this one, this is something is my expectation, so I'll pass it, and the actual is nothing but the actual product that we have received, right? So this is the how you are going to use into your real-time use cases. So if you run it, and it will pass. You can see our test got passed. If I miss anything, if I mark it, let's say Pro 1, I'll see. So then you can definitely, or if you say, I just say iPhone 3, iPhone 13, right? I'm not using Pro, right? So in that case, the test should get failed, that you guys already know. Now you can see here the validation failed, expected. You can see this is something we are expecting, and this is something is actual that we have received from the response. Not only this one, you can have any number of validation there in your project. This is how people are using JSON path and JSON path to validate the response, right? So hope this idea is clear to you guys. What is JSON path? Why to use JSON path? Where is the use cases of JSON path, right? This use cases of JSON path is nothing but dealing with to fetching data from your JSON response, right? You are getting the response into your when you are doing some operation, right? Get operation, push operation, right? Whatever operation you are performing, you are getting response, JSON response, and that validating the JSON response, you can take help of JSON path. This is one of the way. There are other ways also, but this is one of the very useful way, guys. And here you can see we are just passing the key of this particular value that we are looking for, right? That value, and this is how you can use the assertion. You can use, if you assert the number of products that you got in the response, right? Everything whatever is assertion point in your test case, that you can build it. Hope this concept is clear to you guys, and if you still have any doubt, any query, or you are not able to clear, I'm not able to clear for to you, just let me know, and we'll be releasing it. We'll try to clarify your doubts, okay guys, and let me know what in which topic you want to get the video. So definitely I'll try to help. Later on, once we are completing all these things, we'll be starting on the developing the framework by using Cucumber, how to use, how to implement everything there in the Cucumber, and how all this works in real-time project cases, right? So those things we are going to see in our next upcoming videos. Okay. And also one more thing, this project I am maintaining there in the GitHub, and the link will be provided there in the description part. So check it out. Hi guys, welcome to another video of our API automation tutorial series. In this video, I am going to discuss with you one of the very important topic in API automation, that is nothing but a Pojo class. So in this video, I'm going to discuss with you what is Pojo, and what is the importance of Pojo class, and what is serialization and deserialization. These are very important topic, very important. You can see questions for your interview case. Okay, so we'll be talking onto this into this topic in this today's class. And in our previous video, we have already learned what is API, how to use API in your Postman to hit the request and response, to verify the response, how to use REST assured for API automation, how to use GET and POST calls, what is body authentication. These are the things that we have already seen. Also, we have seen that how to verify the response by using JSON path, right? So these are the things that we have seen. Now in this video, we'll be talking about more about the body part. This body part is very important, guys, because this body part is going to have the JSON data. That is the data part of your JSON, ultimate JSON data that you'll be passing for your test case. That is nothing but a body, right? See, this body is, now you know, most of the cases JSON data, the JSON data is going to be used for most of the cases, and this JSON data is not going to be a very simple kind of JSON data. So for what we have used, if I go to my previous test cases that we have did, so here you can see that we have already used one JSON. Okay, so this is my one of the post call, right? This is the post call, and in this post call we have used one body, that is a JSON payload, that is only having one key and value pairs, right? But in your real case scenarios, there you may not have only one key and value pairs, or two or three or four key and value pairs. In your real case scenario, you will be having more than 50, 60 or 100 number of key and value pairs. Sometimes it is 10, 20, 30, or sometimes it cross 100 number of key and value pairs also. So how to handle those kind of things? Because by using that approach, by using this approach, if you are writing 10 or 100 number of key and value pairs, that is become very uh, tough, right? There is very, your code is become very hazy to understand, right? So definitely this way we cannot go ahead. So what all the ways to pass my JSON data to a body, right? The question come, right? So what are the ways to you can pass your JSON data to your JSON body, right? So if you go this okay, what are the ways? I'll show you the ways, what are the ways we can follow, right? So here you can see I have used I have mentioned there are mainly three ways you can pass your JSON data into your API calls, right? The first and very first way, that the approach that you can see, that is nothing but a string data. What is the string data? You just have a string data, very simple cases. That is what we have seen in this particular example. Here we have created a string variable, and inside of the string variable we are having a string data in a key and value pairs format, and we are giving a format as a JSON format, right? But we are taking it as a string data input only. So this is one of the approach. By using this approach, we can pass my JSON data, right? But this is when it is useful, when your number of key and value pair is very small JSON data. Then in that case, this is going to be useful. But when your discrete data is very long, very big number of key and value pairs, in that case, this kind of approach is very non, you can say, recommended. You cannot use those kind of approach. So what is the other approaches that we can go ahead? There is another approach that we can use a file object. File object, in the sense, here what you have to do, you will be keeping your JSON data into a file, right? You will be storing data into a JSON file or any simple JSON file, and you will be passing that file object into your body. That is another approach. I'll show you into when we will be seeing into practical example. Another type of, another way, or you can say another approach, is nothing but using the Pojo class. That is the main topic of our today's class. But before of that, we have to understand that other ways or other approaches also, right? Because every time you may not use this Pojo approach, or every time you may not use this pass file object, or every time may not use string data. There are very use cases. Sometimes you have to go ahead with the string type of data, sometimes you'll be going with the file type object, and sometimes you'll be going with the Pojo class object. So when we should go with the file type object, when the large number of JSON data is there and your data is not going to be changed, your JSON data input key and value pairs are fixed In that case, that is always okay to go ahead with the file approach. Okay. Now another thing is, when your data is also in a large number and the data is going to be dynamic, right? So in that case, you'll be using the POJO class approach, because this data now you'll be setting dynamically. So this is another approach. So let's first see this next approach, second approach, because string approach we have already seen out in our previous video. If you already not gone through, I'll just request you go to my previous videos, so you'll be get clarified with this approach. But in this video we'll be focusing on to the next two part, which is nothing but by using the file and by using the POJO class. So in this video I'll be showing one of the API. Let's say I'm going to my Postman. Let's check another video. Sorry, so here you can see we have one API, Post API. This is my Post API. In this Post API I have few things. I have set here header as a content type as a application slash JSON, and I have a body. This body having two parameter only, name and key, and here I have it, this is my endpoint URL, right? So if I hit this request, you can see I'll be getting a response, and my response code is 201, and this is the body that I am getting. So this same thing I am going to do from the code, right? So if I go to my code and let's say I'm creating a file with the JSON, let's say I'm getting a response. So this is inside the test. I have one JSON folder, sorry, Java folder, and I'll be creating another directory that is called as a resources. Okay, I'll be taking this one and I'll get one file over here. Let's say I'll say create user dot json. Okay, so I have created a user and I'll be just copying this particular JSON data and I'll paste it over here. So that's it. So this is my you can see JSON file is got created, and this file I have the key and value here. Is a Peter. Let's say I'm changing the name to Kelvin, and sales manager I'll say sales executive. Okay, so this is my JSON data. Now let's go to create. So this is my class file. I'll create a new class over here. So in REST API, let's say I'm going to create a new class. So say create user. Okay, so in this create user, let's say rename it to create user test effector. I'll say rename create user test. Okay, instead of this I'll be taking one test method. Let's say at the test, and inside I'll say public void create user file approach. Okay, you can say by file. Okay, create user by file. So what you have to do, what you can do over here, actually you will first create a take a string path of the file. So I'll say file path is equals system dot get property. Inside of this I'll first get the project directory. So what it does return to me, this system dot get property, it does not, it's nothing but it is returning me the path of the project, right, where it is located into my computer. So it is returning me this path. So after that I have to go to the my directory. So it is there inside of src, and inside of src there is test directory, and after that I have these resources. So I'll say resources, and after that the file name, right, the file name is nothing but create user dot json. So this is the path, complete path of this file. Now I have to create an object of this file. So I'll say I'll create a file object. Let's say new file, and here I will pass in the file path. So that's it, I got the path of the file. Now what you have to do, actually you have to so what you can do now, let's get a call, rest assured call. So I'll say rest assured dot given. After that, let's see, I'll say base URI. You can set the base URI from your you can see Postman. I have the base URI. So let me copy this base URI. So this is my base URI. I'll copy it and I'll paste it over here. So this is base URI. After that I have to set the header, right? So there you can see I have set the header and I've set the content type. So similar content type I can set over here also. So let's say content type, I'll say content type dot json, right? After that what I need to set, I need to set the body. So instead of the body, what I need to pass over here, actually the file object reference I have created, that file object reference you can just directly pass it over here. And after that we have to send a post call. So in post call we have to pass this API endpoint. So this API endpoint will be passing over here, and that's it, we are done with the API call. So we'll be getting a response. Let's store it into a response type of object reference, and we can now, we are done with this. So we'll say response dot status code, and then we can print the status response also, right? Response dot, let's say, get body, and then dot pretty print. So that's done with the push call. So let's run this code and let's see what happens. For the same response, that name we have passed, here you can see in this particular file we passed the pt kelvin. So the same response we are getting over here also, right? So the job role also, and apart from this we are getting two extra parameters, id and created date, right? So the response that we are getting there in the postman tool, we are getting the same response there uh, in our api call by using rest assured, right? So this is another approach, guys. Now how to validate those that you have already seen in your previous video, that how to validate, that is your job, guys. So that you can verify that we got the name as a petty kelvin, or job role is whatever the job role we have passing there from the file that is coming to the response, that you can do by using json path, right? I'm not going to do those things for now. I'll be moving to our next topic. This is one of the approach, guys. So what you have to do actually, you just create an object of the file, that where the json file you have created. So that json file object you created, this is my file reference, and in the body you can just pass this file reference. That's all, right? You do not have to create this particular structure that you can see. This structure itself is looking very bad, right? If you have more number of keys, then you can understand how the structure would look like. So we should not use this approach, but it's always okay to, if you have a very minimum number of key and value pairs, let's say 2 or 3 or 5, max five, so that is always okay. But if you have more number of key and value pairs, then you should not use this approach. Then this approach is going to be very helpful, because here you are not going to create any is key and value pairs details, right? So this is one of the approach. Another approach, which is the main topic of our today's video, that is nothing but a pojo approach. So what we have to do, so this is pojo class. Here what it does, see, it says that you have to create a class for each and every your json file. Okay, so my json file is nothing but looks like this. So if you are creating a class, you have to use this, this is the key, and you have to create a variable with this name. Okay, so let's create a class. The Pojo class is nothing but it is just similar to your normal class, which is you'll be having the variables, okay, and variables, and it some methods will be there. So let's just quickly create one class. I'll say create user request. Okay, so this is one of the class that I have created. Inside of this class, I'll be having private variables, private string, and the type of the variable. Here the this key, this key is a having value as a string type data, right? So I have to create an key. I have to create a variable with this type of data that is going to hold. So type of data is string, so that's why I have taken a string. And what is the name of the variable? It should be name, right? Similar way, I have to create another key, and that is nothing but job, and the type of the key would be definitely string, because it is holding a string type of data. Now what I'll do, and private, I'll say string, I'll say job. So there are two variables that I have created. And one of the more important thing is, guys, you have to remember that if you are creating a Pojo class or getter and setter, you have to be always use the private for the variables, private key, right? uh, so this is how you are, going to declare the variables there into your class. And after that, there is a job. You have to create two different methods for each and every variable. So for name you'll be having two methods, for job also you'll be having two methods. And those method will be your one method usually will be your setter method, which will set the value of this particular variables, and another method is going to be your getter method, which is going to get the value of this particular variable. Now it's your choice. You can create the methods by manually, like public, you can see public void set name. You can pass the, you can set the name, and you can ask for what is the name. Okay, and you can see this dot name is equal to name, right? So this way you can create another method. We need to create, let's say, public string and get name, right? So here you can see that you can just return the name, right? So this is how you can create a setter and getter for each and every variable. For now, I have created for name. So similarly, I have to create for job also. So for job, you'll be creating public void set job, and after that, you have to say that string job, and you'll be setting the job. Similarly, to get the job, you will be creating another method, public string set get job, right? So and you will be returning the job. But but this is okay if you have very less number of variables. But what if you have more than 10 variables, 20 variables? So you'll be creating each and every method by yourself. No, there is a shortcut how you can do it. I'll show it to you. Let's say you have added all the variable that you have to create into this particular Pojo class. What you have to do is you just right click onto it, and you can see there is one option is as a generate, right? You click on it, you can see you will get one option getter and setter. Just click on it, it will create, it will ask for the, it will show you here the list of variables you have there in your class. So yeah, I have two variables. If you select two, all the variables you have to select over here, for which variable you want to create getter and setter. So I want to get getter and setter for these two variables, so I've selected two variable, and you just say okay. Once you say okay, you can see it is created four methods for me, right? One for each: get name, set name, get job, set job. So if you have 10 number of variable, 20 number of variables, so this approach is going to be helpful for you. Now that's all from this Pojo class creation, and nothing there is into the Pojo class creation. That's all about the Pojo class. So I have created this Pojo class. Now how to use it? So let's see. I am creating one another test case. So what you can do actually, let's say I'm just copying it for faster implementation. I'll copy this particular test case. I'll just rename those. So let's say by Pojo, right? Let's say Pojo. And here I don't need this file approach. What instead what I have to do actually, I have to create an object of this particular class that I created. So this is my class. I have to create an object reference of this particular class, and I'll say new class. Okay, and let's import this class. It is asking me to import, so let's import it. So I have to import it. So that's all that I have to do. And what I have to do now, you can see this, I have created an object of this particular class, but that value of this particular variable is not yet set. So you have to set this value from your test case. So let's say I'm setting the value, let's say set name, I'm setting the name as Saddam Hussein. Okay, similarly you can set another parameter value. So I'll say set, and job I'll say, let's say uh, Java tutor, right? So that's all I have done with the setting the value of these particular variables. Now we have set the value of these variables. What you can do, you can use this particular object reference and pass it into this body. That's all. So you have passed this the object that reference you have created, and you have passed into the body, and nothing to change for the other things. Okay, so that's all about this about the Pojo. Now let's see if I run this particular test case. Here you can see that we have got one exception, illegal state exception. What does it say? Let's check it. It says that cannot serialize object because no JSON serializer found in class path, right? So what does that mean? Here couple of terms here is seeing that serialize, right? That is one of the term that very important. I'll discuss with this keyword what is serialize or what is serialization. That is something is being asked into the interview. So for now, let's resolve this issue that we are getting. It is saying that in your class path it is not able to see JSON serializer, right? Not found. So it is say that please put JSON, right? Data bind. It is asking me to have JSON into my class path. That means I have to add this into my form dependency, JSON dependency into my form. So let's first get an JSON dependency. So I'll go to Maven repository. So if I go to Maven repository and search for JSON, you can see I getting the option JSON data bind and get the latest one. I copy this dependency and go to my form.xml file. Here I have to add the dependency. So I've added. So let's get it downloaded. So download is completed, right? So I have added this JSON data bind. This is the library I have added into my project. Now let's try to run this once again. Perfect. So you can see now we have got the response, whatever data we have passed from the JSON, right? This is the something how we are passing. So we have created class create user request, that is nothing but our Pojo class, and we have set the value, what is the value that you want to pass, and we are passing that Pojo object class object reference into body. That is something that we have to do. Now we can see we are getting the same response again. Now moving to another point, guys. Now see here, you can see that we have got the response, right? And for validation, if you say, let's say we have already seen that we can validate the data by using JSON API, right? Sorry, by using the JSON path. But there is another use of this, another use of Pojo class to validate the response that you are getting from your API calls. How to use or how to validate that? So what you can do actually, for that case, that JSON response that you are getting into your API call, you have to what you have to do, you have to create a class with the similar variables. So you'll be class, your Pojo class will be having these four number of variables, whatever the keys that you are getting into your Pojo, right? So let's quickly create another Pojo class. So let's see, I'm going to here, I create another create user. Let's say it is my response. So in this case, guys, in our request Pojo class, there we have only two parameters, but in our response we'll be having four parameters, four variables. So if some case your request and response both having the same number of and same key and value, same key value pairs, so in that case you can use single Pojo class. That is going to work for both. But here we have four different other keys also. So for that reason, I have to create a different Pojo class. So here, what I'll do, I have name and job. These two are already there. So I can just copy it from here and paste it, and I'll paste another also. So I just change the name. So this is my ID, and another one is created at. So I'll just add those. Okay. Now remember one thing, guys, whatever the key parameter name that you are getting, with the case sensitiveness you cannot change the value of the parameters. Okay, whatever you are getting there in the response, JSON response, you have to use the same key and with the same you can say same case sensitiveness. Don't change this. Okay, once you have done with the adding all these variables, now it is now your job to create a getter and setter. Now you see that we have seen that option, right? There is another approach how you can create getter and setter is, you can go to this code here in this menu bar. Here you can see code option is there, and inside of this code option you can see this generate option is there. Click on this generate option, you can see go getter and setter. It will show you all the variables. So I'll select all the variables and I'll say okay. Now my Pojo class is ready. All the variables, all the classes, methods, it has already created. So your job, you have to do nothing here. So now how to validate this response that we have received? So what we can do actually here, so what we can do, let's say I want to validate my response, right? So what you can see, uh, so I'll say response dot get body, and after that we can see as, and inside of this as I have to use the class name that I have created for response, right? So this is my response class. So this one is my response class name. So this response class I have to pass there. So copy this response class name with that Pojo class name and pass it over here and say dot class. Okay, so we get body and dot class. Okay, so I have to import this. Okay, now it is fine. We can now store this into a object type. Okay, it is going to return you the class format. Okay, so this is my class, and let's say uh, get response is equal to this. So I can store this into a particular this class type of object reference. Okay, now once you have stored, you can now verify. Okay, so how to verify? You can see assert dot, you can say assert dot assert equal I'll be using. So in expected, I'll be passing that I am expecting to have this particular variable. Instead of this, I'll pass this, and after that I can see create user response dot get name. You can see we are getting all these variables, right? Whatever the in the response we are getting. So we can see get name. So if you say get name, it will verify the name is properly coming or not. So if I run it, so you can see our test got passed success. That means there is no issue. If I change my data, let's say Saddam Hussein 1, and just to show you that okay, this assertion is working fine or not. Now you can see the test got failed, right? And if you check the result, you can see that expected is Saddam Hussein 1 and actually Saddam Hussein. So now you can see that assertion is working, right? So this is another approach, guys, another use of Pojo. So this is another use of POJO, that you can verify the response. In that case, we are not using the JSON path, right? So by using this approach also, we can verify the response. Okay, so this is another approach. Now here we talked about two things, guys. Here you can see we have added the data into my object, and that is nothing but we have created a class object, that is a POJO class object, and we have added the data, right? And that POJO class object, we are passing into our body, right? So here one thing you can understand, that this is my type of object, that is nothing but Java object, right? But this body is always use the, it do not when the API call is happen, then it is actually what actually do, this class object, it converts your class object to JSON response, JSON type of data. Okay, so this conversion, I mean, so when you are this class or reference you are passing into your JSON, into your body, so what happen actually, your class object is going to be, class object reference is going to convert your from class object to JSON type data. Okay, your class object, your object reference is going to convert into JSON type of data. Okay, so this kind of conversion is nothing but your serialization. Okay, this kind of conversion is nothing but called as serialization. Now you already know that if you get the response, right, this response dot get body, this body is having, we receive the response as a JSON structure, right? And that JSON structure we are converting into an object, right? This is my object, and by using this object we are getting this particular this is my object reference, and from this object reference we are calling this method when getting the value, right? So but in API call we are always getting the JSON data, right? That JSON data now transferred to my object reference Java object. Now the transfer is JSON to object Java object. Now this transfer happened JSON to Java object. Two things, guys. When you are sending your request, then what happen actually, you are actually transforming your Java object, you're transferring your Java object to JSON, and when you have the response, you are transforming your JSON data into your Java object. This Java object here you can see, we this is the Java object, right? Because we are creating an object, so this is object, this object is having the data of the body, right? This body we are receiving from API call, we are receiving, always receiving a JSON format that we already know. So that JSON format data is transferred or is converted to a Java object. This is nothing but called as deserialization, guys. This is nothing but called as a deserialization. Okay, and opposite one, when we are transforming JSON, sorry, Java type of object to a JSON type of data, that is nothing but called as a serialization. Okay, this is as simple as it is, serialization. So now I think both the terms is clear to you guys. What is serialization and what is deserialization? What is serialization? Into your Java class object, you are converting it into your JSON type of data. That is nothing but a serialization. And when you are doing the opposite one, that means we have a data into a, this data is nothing but into a JSON type of data, right? That JSON type of data we are converting into Java class object reference. That is nothing but called as a deserialization. Hope this concept is clear to you guys. Okay, with this we are all done, guys. Let's see what all we are missing. If there's anything missing, that I will discuss on this. Let's see, there is a document I have created for you. What is the full form of POJO? It is nothing but plain object Java, plain old Java objects, and these are the properties. These are the, you can say, basic, you can say, identification or what basic requirements that a POJO class should have. You can see it should have a, it is a normal class, whatever normal class you have, and should not extend any or implements any class or interfaces, right? Another thing is POJO class is used to represent data, and another thing is it contains default constructor, means you cannot create your own, you should not have any other constructor, right? What is the default constructor a class have, it should be same for your POJO classes, and also with the private variables and public method, getter and setter method, right? These are the method it should have. And the next line, it is saying that what is the use of the setter method and what is the use of the getter method it is describing. Now here you can see the two terms, serialization and deserialization, that is also I have discussed. Serialization is a process of converting your a class object to a JSON data or byte stream, you can say. That is nothing but your serialization. And opposite one, from byte stream or JSON string or byte stream, you're converting to a class object. That about more about headers and what is header in API automation. And also we'll be discussing with what is cookies and how to validate the cookies that you are getting from API response, right? So in this video, where what all the things that we are going to discuss is nothing but you here you can see what is header and how many types of headers are there in API automation, or how many types of headers you face in your real-time work, right? And how to set the headers, different ways how to set, and what are the different ways to set the headers in actual implementation, right? So there can be, we just only learn one single approach. Now in this video we'll be learning multiple approaches, that what all approaches you can follow as per your as per your comfort, right, or as per your requirement, right? And also will be learn how to validate the headers that you are getting in your response, right? And also we'll see how to validate the cookies that you are getting in the your API response. What is header? Header is nothing but it is an, again, you can say it's key and value pair, data. Okay. It is similar to your JSON structure that you have seen, that we have in JSON structure. What do we have? We have key and value pairs data, right? So header is also nothing but an key and value pair data, which is nothing but deals about the metadata information of your request and response, right? Metadata information of your request and response. Okay. So what is header? So you can see header is a key and value pair data, which provide the information, or which provide the metadata information of your request or response. So here from this term request and response, you can understand that for request also you can have sub headers, and for response also you can have the headers. So you guys have already seen that some of our previous in example we are setting the headers, right? Now here we'll be talking more about the headers, means in depth we'll get to know that what are the different ways, or what are the different ways how we can set the headers. And what are the types of headers? There are different types of header, where you have to, what you have to know, that you what are the headers you have to set for your request. Sometimes you will be setting the what is the content type of your request, and sometimes we will be setting the what is the accept, right? What is the response you are accepting, right? So those kind of header details, or sometimes you'll be passing the your auth verification, auth token, right, or those kind of information that you'll be passing through your header. So there can be not only single header that you are passing in your API request, but you can pass sometimes multiple type of headers, multiple header key and value pairs, right? So how to set those kind of things, that we will see in your in few minutes, and how to validate the headers that you are getting in your response. So I'll quickly go to a Postman tool and I'll show you manually how do we do it. So let's see here, I have an example. Let's say I'll go for single user, list user, create user. Let's say I'll go for single user, get single user. What does this API do for me? This returns me a single user that is registered there in this particular application. So what you can see, this is a endpoint URL you can see, and you do not need any body. So my body is blank for this case, and in header we are setting. You can see these are the key, nothing but key and value pairs. This is nothing but call as a header. Okay, here you can see these are a key and this is value, right? Here you can see that different metadata information of the request. You can see postman token, host, user agent, accept encoding, connection type. So these are kind of uh, you can see metadata information that we are passing with this API request. And if you have any other headers, so you can set that header key and value pairs here. Let's say you, if some case you need for API authentication, right? So you can say that you can see here we have authorization key, right? So you can have pass this particular header key, and the what is the token that you have, you can pass over here. For now, for this API, I do not need this particular header key and value, so I can just remove it. Okay. Now, if I send the request, you can see now we are getting one response, and that response is nothing but 200. And here in the response, we are getting this body, right? That is something we already know. But here another, what is the another information that we are getting from this response? You can see here in the header part, we are getting some key and value metadata information of the response, right? Here you can see we are getting lot of information. We are getting date, when it is requested, and what is the content type of this response, and what is the transfer connection reporting to the, so on. We are getting lot of key and value pairs here also in the response, right? So there are two type of headers, guys. One header is your related to your request. Another header is related to your response. So request, which is related to your request, that you will be setting at the time of API calls, and the header response, you have to validate the uh, header information, right? Sometimes you will be validating, okay, what is the content type it is returning, right? So this kind of information that you will be validating when you are doing some API calls, right? So there is another thing that I was talking about, that is nothing but a cookies. Here you can see cookies. One field is there. For now, this API does not return me any cookies key and value pairs because of this is a freeware API. But in your real-time application, you may see that okay, it is returning key cookies also, right? And this cookie is nothing but, again, it's similar to your headers. It will be having key and value pairs only. Okay, guys. I'll show you the official documentation for this. I'll take you to the browser here. You can see this is the REST assured official documentation we have. And here, if you go to scroll down, here you can see we have, let's say, headers. This is the header section. And this header section, you can see that there are get how to get the headers. It is giving me the code. So you can see that response, if you see response dot get headers, so if you say headers, then it is going to return you all the headers that you are getting in your response. At the same time, if you say only get header, and you have to, now it will ask you to pass the name of the header. What is the name of the header? That is nothing but the key. Okay, so the key you have to pass there in the value, sorry, in the parameter, right? So get header, so it will return you the header value, right? Similarly, we have methods for cookies also. If you want to get the cookies all at a single instance, so you can say get cookies, or it will return you in map format, which is having nothing but key and value pairs. And also we have one method that is called as a get cookie. So here you have to again pass the name of the cookie. What is the key of that particular cookie? That name you have to pass, then it will return you, you will be getting the cookie value, right? So this is how you have to use um, uh, get headers and cookies it from your response. So let's see in our code how to use those, how to implement multiple headers, and what are different ways to implement headers. Okay, enough talking. I think let's jump into code. So here inside of my test package, I'll go to my Java, and inside test attribute, I'll get one more class for today's, and I'll say header testing. Okay, and I have created this class. Inside of this class, I'll be creating one test method. Let's say test. I'll say public void single header. I'll say header test. Okay. So this is one of the test method that I have created. In this test method, I am going to what I am going to do. I am going to use the similar API that I have that I have used here. So this API I am going to use there also. So what I can say, I will just copy this particular base URI. Let me come to here and I'll say rest assured, and then I'll say given. Inside of this I'll say base URI is nothing but this one. And after that you can see, if you say headers, you can see now we are getting options, right? If I say headers, then you can see I have two options for header and three options for headers, right? Two option headers means we can pass two different kind of values inside of the headers. One, you can pass the object of a header class. Another approach is you can pass the name of the header key and values. So for now we'll be using this one, and we'll later on we'll be seeing how to use this approach or how to use this and these other approaches. For now, let's use this one. I'll header here you have to pass the name of the key, right? So what we can do, let's say I have one key that is nothing but content type. So I'll copy this header key and I'll paste it over here, and I'll have to pass the value, right? That is what you guys already know. I'm just repeating once again. So just to show you the approaches, okay, and then after that I will say get. Okay, here I have to pass the API endpoint. That is nothing but called as a path URL. This one, okay. So path URL I'm passing it over here. So now here I can just store my response. I'll say response is equals this. Now if I just simply print let's say response, let me take inside sys out so I can see response dot status code, and we can print the response dot get body also, right? So we can say response dot body dot pretty print. If I run this test now, here you can see we got the response code is 200, and this is the body that is returning from the response, right? The exactly same thing that you can see there in the uh, postman API call, right? So if I go to my body, here you can see the response that we are getting, the similar response that we have received there in the IntelliJ tool also. So here we have just set one header. Let's say you have multiple headers to set, right? Not only content type, you have to set another header also. Let's say uh, I'll be setting this except, right? This is something I want to set. So what you can do, you can say once again header, right? And you have to pass it. Sorry, instead of double quote, you can pass it, and instead of this value, you can pass. Let's say I want to expect except in header application slash json, right? So this is how you can use multiple headers in your request. See, we are getting the response. There is no issue in this implementation. Thing we are going to see here, let's say I do not want to print the header, I want to get the value, right? That is what we told. So to see the what is the value that we are getting, so what we can see, we can response dot get header. You'll see if I say get header, there I am getting two options, right? One is get headers, another is get header. If you are going to use this get header one, then you have to pass the name of the key, particular header value key you have to pass, it will return you the value, right? But if you are using get headers, then it is going to return you the headers list, which is going to be in map format, and you can use those headers added to at all time, right? So for now, what I'll do, I'll get this header, and I'll pass the value, pass the key of the header name. So let's see what is the headers we are getting here. You can see we are getting lot of headers, right? Any of the header you can use. Let's say I am interested on seeing the content type. What is the content type I am getting from the response, right? So I'll be passing that content type. This is my key, and let me print this instead of just getting it. Let me print this header value. So I'll say sys out and this, and it should print the what is the response header value that you have received in your response, right? So here you can see we are getting applicant slash json and character set, right? So this is something that you can see there in the Postman tool also. Similar response we have received here. So this is how you can verify your cookies, verify your headers also. So in your application real-time test case, if you have any verification that okay, we have to verify the header is giving us response. In the response, we are getting header value of content type as application slash JSON or not. So this is one of the way that how you can validate your response, right? Now what we can do actually, you can see all the print statement also. If I use headers, so I can see headers. So what it will return? It will return me the complete response. Means all the header values it is going to print for me. So here you can see we are getting all these applications less. This is something the first line. Okay, from there you can see date and value, right? Content type, whatever the key and value pairs that you have seen there, all the key and value pairs are printed over here also, right? So this is how this is what is use of get header and get header. This is something you are you'll be using for your verification purpose. Okay, that okay, we are verifying that okay, we are getting in the content type as the application slash JSON or not. That is something you can verify in your response from your response, right? So this is one of the approach, guys. Let's quickly see what all are the another approaches that we can use. So what I can do, I can just copy and paste and create another class, and I'll be using here now class instance. So instead of passing key and value pairs, what I can use actually, we can use header class instance. So let's see what it is. Here it is saying that you have to create a header class object. So I will create a header class object. Just import it, and we have to take an package from the which is coming from the REST right, not from other packages. So I'll take the first one. I'll say is equals new headers, and here you can see it is asking for key and string value and names, name and value, right? So my name is going to be this, and value is going to be the second one. So I can directly copy and pass it over here. So I can see, so this is my header is now. I have created an object. So I what I can do actually, I can copy this line and I can paste it over here. I say let's say this is my header 1 and this is my header 2, right? So what I can see in the header 2, I can set this, right? So we can set it over here. So now this header 1, header 2, these are the two headers that we have collected already. Now we have to use this header 1 and header 2 into our request. So how to do it? So instead of passing the key and value pairs inside of this header, we can pass the object reference of the header class that we created. So we can pass header 1 and header 2. That's it. So it will work the similar way. It is the below example we have already seen. I'll comment this out only for now, just for clear request output to see in the console. So if I run it, in the result you can see that we are getting the response that value we have printed, right? This get header. So this is also working fine, that we are instead of passing key and value pairs into this particular dot header, we are passing what we are passing now. We are passing the class object, header class object, right? So this is another approach, guys. So whatever approach you find is fine. That in that approach you can go ahead. That is there is no issue. Let's see what all another approaches we have. So this time what we can do actually, we can create a map. Let's say I'll be using map. Okay. So here you can see one thing, guys. Every time you are creating a new instance of header, is not looking good, right? So if you have, let's say, 4 5 number of object to set, 4 and 5 number key value pair to set in your project. So in this approach that is not look good. So instead what we can do, we can use create a map, and after by using the those map we can pass the reference into a header. So that is what we are going to achieve right now into this particular test. Okay, so what I can say, I can take an um, help of hash map. Instead of this, I'll be having key as a string type of key, and the value is also going to be string type. I'll give a name of this particular hash map. Let's say hash map, and I'll say new hash map. Right. This is how we declare the hash map. If you do not know about hash map much, so what does it actually? Let me just go quickly describe to one in very single lines. Hash map is nothing but is contains the data list of data. Okay, and it contains data in key and value pairs, similar to the JSON structure you have already seen, right? Hashmap is also looks similar to JSON structure only. If I show you the JSON structure in our previous class, here you can see we are storing data into key and value pairs. So similar way, Hashmap also store data into key and value pairs. Okay, so this is how we are declaring the hash map, and this hash map, this is the instance of the hash map, and this is the class name, this is the type of the class, and inside of this we are passing the what is the data type in of this hash map is going to contain. So my key is going, the first one indicating that what is the type of your key, and second one is containing what is the type of your value is going to be going to be contained into this particular hash map, right? So this is nothing but type of key, and this is nothing but type of value. Now to put data into this particular map, what we have to do actually, we have to uh, use the put method. Here you can see we have put method. It is asking to it is asking me to pass the key and value. So we already know what is the key we have, that is this is my key. So we can directly pass this is my key and set the value of this particular key. So this is nothing but going to my application slash JSON, right? So I have to just add this thing. So this is how we are adding the data into this particular hash map, right? So now you can add any number of data that you have for your hash map for your header. So in next value, what I'll say, let's say accept key, and its value is again once application slash JSON. That is what we are going to set. Tomorrow you may have authorization key, so you can put authorization here, right? So you can see authorization, and you can pass your token here, right? So this is how you are going to set headers value in your project. For now I don't have this one, so I'll remove this, and I'll be having only these two key and value pairs into hash map. So my hash map is set. Now I can directly use this hash map reference, this hash map, and I can set it into my header, right? So I do not need multiple headers call. Okay, and I can just pass this um, hash map to my uh, these headers, right? So this headers is accept hash map. This hash map is contain all the key and value pairs. So this is another approach, guys. So in this, by using this approach also, you can set your headers, whatever headers that you have, and you can pass it to headers. So this header is nothing but is accepting that multiple key and value pairs, multiple set of data, and that set of data we are passing as a map. So if I run this now, you can see that there is no changes in the response. It will work as it was working previously, right? So here you can see we are getting the same response. So that means there is uh, nothing error, no issues with this, right? So yeah, this is how you can set your headers, you can get the headers, and you can verify your response. So this is all about headers, how to set multi single header, how to set multiple headers, what are the different approaches by using, by directly passing header key and values, or by passing the header object reference, or by passing your headers in a map. Different topic, and very you can see useful topic, which is going to be useful for you one when you are going to write working in industry, when you are going to create a framework for a associate API. So today's topic is maintaining test suite, how you are going to maintain your test suite. So if I talk about what is test suite, test suite is nothing but collection of test cases, right? It can be your depending on the functionality. Let's say you have login functionality, there are five number test case, right? At the same time, you have transaction functionality that can have, let's say, five number test or 10 number of test cases, whatever it is. So when we are collecting all the test cases and we are running those, that is nothing but called as a test suite. It can be your depending, it can be your whole application. It can be your particular you can say domain, or particular you can say functionality, right? So whatever it is, that is nothing but ultimately test suite is nothing but a collection of test cases. Okay. So now, so far, if we see that what we have learned already, we have learned what is API, how to do send and get the request from the from by using the API, what is request and response, and how to extract the response, how to get how to use the JSON path, and what is the advantages of using JSON path. Also, you have seen that what is Pojo class and what is the uses of it. How can we use Pojo class in request and response cases, right? Also, you have seen that what is headers and how to set header, and how to validate the response that you are getting the and headers from the response, right? So everything you have know, you already we have already gone through these things. Now you are all good enough to go ahead with the test case, thinking about how to manage the suite and how we can implement it. For now, we'll be going with the JUnit at the test. Genuine approach how to manage the test suite, and later on we'll be moving to TestNG, and also after that we'll see how to develop test framework by using Cucumber framework. Okay, so Cucumber framework, guys, it is one of the very useful you can see right now framework which is being used in a lot of industry because of its simplicity, because of its simplicity and usefulness, right? Cucumber when TestNG also one of the very powerful, and you can see very there are a lot of advantages of using TestNG. So we will see this how to use TestNG in our project, right? Because there are a lot of companies which is using TestNG with Java, either Selenium or UNEC API automation, because it's good to learn TestNG as well. There is nothing very tough on TestNG. It is just to you have to see that what is test engine, how to use it, and what all are the components, right? So these are the things that you have to get to know. So for now we'll be going with the JUnit implementation for the maintaining multiple test suite. Let's deep into the code, right? So I'll be taking you to this the last class we have created, as you have already seen this header testing, right? So I have created this class, and we have created my three scenarios, three test cases into this particular test class. So this class file we can consider itself as a test suite, right? Because this is having a multi you can see uh, set of test cases, right? So let me just create a test class by using this. I'll just copy it and I'll paste it over here itself. So I'll just create a copy of this file. I'll paste it and I'll rename it. So right now we are using JUnit, so I'm giving name as JUnit test suite. Okay, I'll say okay. And here we got all the three methods, all the three you can see test cases that we have written there. I'm not going to make any changes in this test case right now, just to see just to show you that how the test case suites look like. So this is my class file. Inside of this class file I have three test cases, right? And in these three test cases I have different test cases implemented there. So this is one test case, this is another test case, and this is another test case. So there are three test cases. So one of the things what you the difference between that when you are working with the test suite, that you will must have seen that people are using before. There is one annotation called as a before, right? This is one of the annotation which is coming from the JUnit, and by using before you can write a test method, sorry, before method. Let's say I'll say public void, and I'll say setup method, right? So this is one of the method that I have declared, and I have added before annotation, and this annotation is coming from the JUnit suite. So what this annotation does, right? That is the question. Now, this annotation, what it does, if you mark any test case with at the before, if you mark any, you can say method as at that before, then what happen actually? It is become your prerequisite for each and every test cases. Okay, so what happen actually? Whenever you are going to run any single test case, then this particular method will get executed. Okay, so hope this clear concept is clear to you guys now. So here you can see that we have three test cases, right? One, two, three. So if I run these all three test cases, then definitely this method is going to execute it for three times. And it is also make sure that before your test case get executed, this particular setup method will get executed. For now, just for simplicity, what I'll do, see, I'll just give a print statement. I'll say inside before method, right? So let's see if I run this particular complete class file, so all the test case will get executed at the end. After that, now you can see this test got executed, this one, two, three, and all three test case got executed, right? Now you can see one thing before the test case got executed, right? Because inside this is the print which is coming from the test case, right? This is the print which is coming from the test case. This print is coming from the second test case, and this is coming from the third test case. Now you can see each and every before each and every test case got executed, this particular print statement also we are getting, right? This is got printed three times, right? So here you can see this is got printed three times. So you can understand that before any test case got executed, it is making sure that this method is going to execute it. So this is the power of using annotation at the rate before annotation, and this is coming from JUnit, right? So now the question arises that what is the use of this particular annotation, right? So the use is like whenever you have some cases, right, for that you have to perform this particular task before you executing your test cases, right? So those kind of tasks you can take inside of the before method, right? So what you can do actually, if you go to my test cases, right, here you can see there are a couple of things. If I compare two test case here, in each and every test cases we are setting the base URI, right? Here you can see this is the base URI, this is my base URI, and in the third test case also we are setting the base URI. So let's say this base URI is going to be same for all the test cases inside this particular class file, right? It is not going to change, right? So you know that your base URI is not going to change, and that is something which you can declare once, and it can be used for all the subsequent test cases, right? So this kind of operation you can write there inside of your before method. Hope this concept is clear to you guys. Now what we can do actually here, if let me remove this particular thing, and I can say that instead of adding this base URL over here, what I can do here, I can say RSSU dot, I can say base URI. You can see here we have base URI, and you have to set the value of this particular base URI. So what I can do actually, I can just copy it from here and paste it over here, so it will be done, right? So let me, okay, so this is done. We have set the base URI. So if you are setting the base URI here, then you do not need to pass the base URI over from here. So I can simply remove this particular code. Similarly, I can remove it from the other test cases also. So here also I can remove it, right? And also I can remove it from the third test case. So here also we are setting the base URI. So let me remove that base URI, this one. So you can see now I am not assigning the base URI here in the particular test case, because that is a common to everyone, right? So that part I am assigning here at that setup method, So it is going to be used for all the test cases which is being uh, added into this particular test case class file. Now let's try to run once again and see what is the behavior, if we are getting any issues or it is running fine, right? So you can see now test case got started, and yeah, we got the result, right? There is no issue. We are getting the exact, all the test cases got executed, and there is no issue from the test cases side, right? So this is how, and this is what is the beauty of this particular at that before annotation. Similar to before annotation, we have at that after annotation also from testng. Okay, so this is also should be associated with a method. Okay, so let me write a method. So I can say that, okay, tear down. Okay, so I have created a method which is called as a tear down method, and in this method we can see uh, let's just simply print right now. I can see after method, right? So we can say that inside after method. So what happened actually, if you after that, let's say I'm giving one single line slash n, single line slash n, I'm giving one break lines. So what happened actually, after each and every test case got executed, what happened, this tear down method will be get called. So now you can understand what is the use of before annotation, at that before annotation. The use of at the rate before annotation is when you want to use execute something before your test case got executed, that is something that you are going to write inside your at that before. And there is something that you want to execute after your test case got executed, then you will be using the tear down, and that is called as, that is you will be using the annotation as at that uh, after, right? So if I run this test case right now, you can see what happening. Our test case is running now. You can see now what happened. So this is from the first test case. You can see we got the response, right? And you can see up inside after method got printed. So inside after method, after the first test, second test case got executed, and this is for the third test case got executed. We got the print from the after method also. So now you can understand that before method is going to execute before your test case got executed, and after method is going to get executed when after your each and every scenario or test cases get executed, right? Now the question comes, the what is the use of this particular after method, right? This is the use of this particular after method is nothing but, you can see, for close up activity, or you can see clean up activity, right? So if you have if you, let's say you are using any database connection or something, right? So where you are taking the making the connection with your database, or you're writing the file, anything whatever you your action performing during your test case, right, execution. So those close up activities and all the things that you can perform there in the inside of this tear down method, right? So it will always make sure that your after that your at that after this tear down method get executed once your uh, scenario get executed. Because let's say you sometime what happen in real time scenario, you got exception there into a particular step, right? So the remaining lines will not get executed. So in that case, if in the, let's say in the last line you are doing some cleanup activity, so that cleanup activity is not going to execute it if you are facing any exception, right? So in that case, this added method, this after method is ensuring that it is always go to the after method after your test case one scenario get executed, right? So here it will do the whatever cleanup activity or close up activity you want to perform. It will make sure that that is got executed. So this is how you can see we can have any number of test cases into a class file, and we can have just one before method and one after method, and whatever action you want to perform inside of this setup method and inside of this tear down method, that will be applicable for all the methods. Now you can understand that I have a 10 number of test methods, and If you write one before method, that you can ensure that that before method will be executed 10 times before each and every test case get executed. I hope this concept is clear to you guys now. This simple instruction only how to manage bits of using TestNG. What all are the features that TestNG have? All these things we are going to discuss. But although TestNG is not a very small thing, it is a very big thing, and there are a lot of things to learn from the TestNG. And subsequently, we'll be releasing more number of videos on TestNG. This is just an introduction video, and this is just we are going to use couple of you can see features from TestNG. Not all the features we are going to share in this video. Okay. Now let's quickly start. I'm taking you to the official website of TestNG. Here we will be seeing what is the definition of TestNG and different features. Right here you can see TestNG documents, and it is saying that TestNG is a testing framework inspired from JUnit and NUnit. Right, so it is actually basically inspired from JUnit and NUnit. What is JUnit? It is nothing but a unit testing framework which is mostly used by the developers for their unit test case purpose, right? And JUnit is it is actually for the TypeScript, JavaScript, those based framework which they are using the NUnit, right? So here also it is saying that but introducing some new functionalities. That means the whatever features that is present there in the JUnit and NUnit, they are giving those features already. Also they are introducing some new functionality, some new features to this TestNG framework, which is making it more powerful and easier to use, right? So what is TestNG basically in short? It is nothing but a test framework which is providing you a lot of functionality, lot of features, and which is developed on based on JUnit or NUnit, right? Here you can see the list of use cases or list of more powerful things that is TestNG is providing. Nothing but annotations. It's right, and here you can see different multi-thread save and flexibility of test configuration, data-driven approach. It is providing data provider, which is very big. You can see um, feature of TestNG. There also it's supporting of parameterization of your test case, right? So maintain takes a lot of tools it is supporting. So all these things you can see the advantages of TestNG, right? Now we'll be moving to this. Here one of the topic is you can see annotations. This is huge in TestNG. There are a lot of annotations available. I'll show you some of the test annotations that is available. Here you can see go down here, you can see it has a lot of these are the annotations. Not only these are the annotations, there are a lot of other annotations also available here. Here you can see all the annotations and attributes have been listed here in this particular uh, table, right? If you want, if you can go ahead with this list official website and read about these use cases, because it is going to power your automation. It is going to make your automation suite more useful and more easy for your daily day-to-day activities, right? This annotations is nothing but making our job easy, right? So that is one of the reason why people go ahead with the TestNG, right? Although let's see and how to use this. Here you can see for download option they have given the dependency for Maven project. If you are using some other project, you can use Gradle dependency also available here. Synapse, all these things that how to implement it in your project. So if you are using you say Gradle you Maven project, so you have to use this particular dependency. If I copy it and if I go to my IntelliJ, so I'll be going to my pom.xml file. Here you can see I have already one. uh, I have to add first that dependency, right? If you add you if I add this particular dependency, let's wait it to get added. So I can see this TestNG dependencies got added. Now the question is how to use TestNG, right? We have added this TestNG into our framework, into our project. Now the thing is how to use the TestNG. you, if you go to one of the sample they have given here in this particular website, here you can see TestNG. This is, let's say, this is your test class, and instead of this test class you have different test method. This is your fast test method, this is slow test method. There are two test methods they have provided, right? And here you can see they are using the same attribute which we have used already with JUnit, right? So for TestNG also we'll be using at that test, and they have a lot of different this is one of the annotation they have used before class. Not only before class, there are a lot of you can see annotations are available. We'll see all these annotations, how to use that, what are the use cases, right? So those things we'll see later, but for now let's just go ahead and create a test case for our project, right? So here you can see inside of this my package I was creating all the test cases. Now for TestNG test I'm creating one of the package, let's say called uh, TestNG, right? You can provide any name whatever as per you choose, that doesn't matter. Just for understanding purpose I just given a name as a TestNG. So, or you can see, let me analyze, rename it, I'll say my TestNG. Okay. So I just given name as a my test ng, and inside of this I'm going to create another class. Let's say this is my test class. So earlier we create user test. So see, with the similar name I'll be creating, one second, let's say create user test, right? uh, so if I have already created another create user test inside my test ng package, right? So here I'll be giving a test, creating a test method. Let's say I'm giving name. If you say at the test, here you can see you have two options. Either you go ahead with the JUnit or TestNG. So for now we'll be going ahead with this TestNG approach. So I'll be selecting the second one, right? So now you have to provide the name of the test method. So I'll say public void and say create user, right? Create user test. So this is the name of the method, and inside of this I have to implement my test case method, right? So similar way I have to, let's say I want to create another method. So let's say, and this method I'll say update user, right? So I have created two test method. One is test create user test, another is update user test. Simply let's just give a print statement just to show you how it is working. So I'll say inside create user test, right? I'll say inside create user test, I'll copy and paste, I'll say inside update user test, right? So at this situation, if I run this particular test case class file, it will execute both the test cases. So here if you click on this particular icon, it will run all the test cases inside of this class file. And this icon, if you want to execute separate test cases for each and every test method, you will be able to find these particular icons. For now I'll be executing both the test cases, all the test cases whatever they are in the class file. So if you execute this test case, now here you can see how the result is looks like, right? Here you can see the test basis, right? If you explore, this is the project name, okay, and this is your class file name, whatever the class file name you have given, and this is your method name, right? These are the methods, and here guys you can see that two test cases got executed. And if you see the suite execution result, here you can see it is publishing you the result also of your suite, right? So for now you can see it is showing you the number of test cases run, number of passes, failures and skips, right? So these are the things it is displaying over here in the console. Now I want to show you couple of you can see annotations that is available there in the TestNG. Let's say if I see at that before, I'm getting here, you can see before method, before test, before class, before group, before suite, all the things I'm getting, right? So here when to use for which annotation, that is important guys, because people do not know what is the difference between before method, or what is the difference between before method and before test, or what is the difference between before method or class, and what is the difference between before test and before class. People get confused with this. So remember guys, what is before test? It does, before test is nothing but it is a talking about group of test. Okay, it is not what people do misunderstood with this uh, particular annotation is they think that this is the other test method, so before of this particular other test method this before will get executed, but this is not the scenario. If I show you, let's say public void and I'd say before test, right? So I'll just give a small print. So I'll say sysout before test. Now let me run the complete test class once again and we'll observe the prints, right? So now you can see my before test got executed only once, right? Although I have two test cases here in this particular test class file, but my before test, this method is got executed once. Now you can understand that it is not getting executed before each and every test method, right? So this is something different, and what is the use case of using before test? I'll discuss these things with you in different class. But today's class I'm not going to focus on these things because today's class is on different topic, right? Now let's say I'm going to use before method. Before method, this is something I'm going to use in today's class. So I'll just say before method, or you can say setup method. Anything whatever you want to give name, so you can give a name of this particular method. So if you say before method, now it means that before method will ensure it get executed before each and every test method. Okay, so this is important guys, just keep it understand it properly. Before, if you are using before method, so what it does ensure that your before method will get executed before each and every test method. Okay, not the classes or something else. Now let me run this particular test class, you will be able to get it clarified. You can see my two test cases got executed and my before method got executed before my test case get executed, right? So this is the basic of before method. And similarly we have after method also. What it does, before after each and every test case get executed, it will be uh, get executed. So we have after method also. If you use after method, so what it, you can see tear down. Okay, so let me change this to after. So what it does ensure that after method will get executed each and after each and every test method get executed. Okay, now hope this concept is clear to you guys. Now if I run this, here you can see first before method got executed, then your test method, and after that after method. This is got executed for one single test. Again for another test case, this one got executed before, then test, then after, right? So now you can understand that if you have 10 number of test method inside a particular test case class, so before and after method both will get executed 10 times, right? Before method will get executed 10 times and after method also will get executed 10 times, right? Keep this concept clear guys. Okay, I'm moving to our topic for now. Let's say I am interested on doing some actual tests. So let's say this is my test case, what I have written earlier. So I'll be using the same content here. So let's say I'm doing it. Okay, I just pasted it. This is one of the use case of my Pojo class. If you guys already not went through my Pojo class, so I'll be recommending you go through that video. There I have discussed what is Pojo class and how to create and set the values for Pojos, how to create the response class for your Pojo, and uh, how to use those, right? Those are the things that I have already discussed in our previous video. Now let's say this is one of the my test case method. Uh, let's first execute it and I will see the runs result. Here you can see our both the test case got passed. If you see for the first test case, this is the response we are getting, and this is the, you can see status code, and second test is the blank one, which is we are just giving the print statement, right? Nothing but. Now, let's say what if I want to use this. This is a one my test case where I am creating the user, right? And inside of this user I am getting the response which I am converting to this particular response, right? So this response, what is this response is all about? This response is nothing but, you can see, that is the response that we are getting once we are creating the user, right? So what if I want to use the in this particular response, you can see we are getting what is the name or id or job or some other details you may get in your API calls, right? So what if I want to use this particular key and keys into your different test case, right? So how to use it inside of this particular test method we have already used, right? Here you can see, if you say create users response dot get name, and we are validating that particular data with this our expected data, so we are able to do that, right? But what if you want to use this particular create user response into a different class, then how to use it, right? Because let's say I have created a user, after that I want to update the user, right? Then what, how you can do that? So let's say what I can do actually, if I create an object of this particular class, so what happened, let's see. So I'll say new and create user response, right? Now let's say I want to get the data. So let's say I'm saying create user response dot get. Similar thing we will say get name, right? So get name, here we are able to get the get name. But if the similar thing I want to do over in the next test case, which is I'm executing after of this test case execution, so whether I'm able to get the name or not. So if I run this particular case, what happened? Let's see. You can see my both of the test case got executed. First test case passed, and the second test case, if I go to here, you can see the I am getting null, right? What is the reason behind of that? Because the reason is here we are creating a new object of this particular class, right? This is the create user response, which we are creating a new object, right? And this object is going to be this object completely new, because here whatever data you have pushed to this particular object reference, there is no relation between this object reference and this object reference. Okay, so these are two, this is a different object, and this is talking about different object. That's why in this, if you go to this particular class definition, there we are not, nowhere you will be able to see that we have set the value, right? We have method for setting and getting the values, but we did not set any value. So that's why the value is not yet set. So the data it is coming, that is nothing but null, right? So how to fix this issue? Let's say what you can do actually here. um, so now first clear the concept, guys. So in this is a different of talking with the different object, and this is talking with the different object, right? So that's why you are not able to use this response data into your different method. Okay, hope the this issue has been, now I think you guys now clear with the issue why we are getting null for this second test case, right? So you can see this is throwing me a null, sorry, we are getting the null point, right? And if you are going to do any assertion, then you will be definitely getting the null pointer exception, right? So how to get rid of this particular situation? So what is the problem, guys? Now problem is you have created an object reference over here, and that object reference, the validity, or you can say it is valid for this particular method only. Inside of this test method it is valid. But what if you want to use this data into a different method? Then how, or what are the approach that we can follow, right? So what we can do actually, if you, let's say your test method that you are using inside of this particular class file, and here you have created one test method, and after the subsequent method you want to use the same data of what you are getting in the response here in this particular test method, right? So that object that you want to use. So what you can do actually, one thing we can do, we can create this particular object type, that is the create user response, and this is the instance, right, that we can declare globally, right? So this is one of the use how you can do in your test cases. So what we can do actually, you can just copy this particular object reference into, let's say I'm declaring it is a globally into this particular class file. So if I say, let's say I have declared it over here, and I have to assign the data. Once this is declared, I'll do, I'll just assign the data to this when the response is received from this API call, right? So this reference is now holding the data there, which is you are getting from the response call, this response, right? Now this response is nothing but the variable, that object reference we have declared here. Now it is going to hold the data which you are getting your first test case call. This test case call data is going to now hold into it. Now we can utilize it into our different methods, right? So here you can see we are creating another object, so this is not going to need it, so we'll do remove it completely. So definitely we can use the instead, which is declared there in the uh, you can see global level or class level, whatever the instance we have declared there, the same instance we can use it. So in this way, what we can do is actually we can make ensure that the reference we have given there, reference data we have got from this particular response, it is going to be assigned to this particular object reference, and that similar object reference I'm going to use over here, right? So this is how you can utilize one test case data into your different test case data. Now let's say if I go to, and if I go and run this particular test case, what happened? Let me run this particular test. You can see test case got executed. Now we both the test case got executed. From the first response you can see this is the response from the first test case. If you go to my second test case, now you can see that it is giving me the print of the response, right? So this is how guys you can utilize one test case data which you are getting, and you are storing to the Pojo object reference. This is one of the response class, and we are storing the response data, and that we are utilizing into a different test method, right? So this is inside of your same class. If you have multiple test method, and inside of multiple test you want to exchange the data, then what you can do, you can just mark that test particular instance, right, as a global or test level variables, so that it can be utilized into your subsequent methods also, right? Hope this concept is clear to you guys. Now one more thing guys, let's say this is one of the class where I have created a user, and I have another class which is called as a login test, right? And that is a different class. So there I want to use the created user, right? Then how to achieve that, right? So how can we can do that? So let's first create another class. So let's say this is my login test, right? So I'm creating another class. Inside of this, I'll be taking two methods. I'll just copy this test method there also. Okay. So I do not have to write again and again. So I'll create, let's say this is my update login user, right? Login user test. I'll be using one test case for now. Okay. So here, let me remove this statement inside of login test. Okay. Now I want to use the names whatever we got in the response from the particular particular user response that inside of the test case method, right? So that Pojo response return me the Pojo object, and that response I want to use the data whatever is we have received there, I want to use into my login test, right? How to use that, right? So what we can do actually, we have to use we use this particular variable. This is one of the, you can see, object reference we have created there in this particular class method. uh, that object reference I have to use inside my login test, right? Then how or what we should do inside right? So in that case, you have to make ensure that your login test and create user test both should be executed at same time. In the sense, in sequence, first your create user test case should get executed, and after that your login user test case get executed. Otherwise, it is you cannot achieve that, right? So what you can do actually, you can create to execute both the classes at a single execution. Then what we have to do here is the approach of TestNG XML approach is coming here. TestNG XML, what it does now. So let's first see what is TestNG XML. So if you search here TestNG XML, right? So TestNG XML, let's say I'm going to Google, I'll say XML file. Okay. So software TestNG Java Google TestNG documentation. So I'll go to here TestNG documentation. XML file. Uh, okay. Now here one of the simple TestNG XML we have written. We can see here. So let's take this TestNG XML. Can specify name. Okay, this looks better. So I'll take this particular TestNG XML. What it is do actually, you have to create an testng.xml file. Here you can see here is an example of testng.xml file. So we'll be creating an testng.xml file there in our project. You can create anywhere in this project. Some people create that inside of this resources method, and some people create there inside of the src, inside of the directly to the project location. Okay, so I'll just create to the project location, that doesn't matter. So I'll say testng.xml. Name doesn't matter, you can go ahead with any name. Okay, it doesn't matter that you have to use the particular name, that is not a matter. You can define whatever name you prefer, right? And the content we have copied, I'll just paste it over here. Now this is if you go through this, and I'll remove this part first is okay, this is not needed. Here I can say this is my suite, and suite is nothing but is a collection of test cases. Okay, and inside of the suite there can be multiple test. Inside of the multiple test there can be multiple classes. Inside of the multiple classes there can be multiple class, and inside of the class there can be multiple number of test. Okay, for now I have to pass the classes that you want to execute from your test case, from your test engine runner. So if I go to here, you can see inside of the Java REST assured API test, inside my test.ng, I have two test case class file that I want to execute from this particular suite, right? So what I have to do actually, if you go to this particular test case, you can see the package is over there. You can just copy this package. Inside of this your test case class is there, right? So just copy it and go to here and paste the test case your class name, right? If you say dot, you can see you're getting the name of the classes, right? So I'll take the first one as a create user test, and similarly you can add your second test also. right? That is a login test. Not only this one, you can see here we have another option also. We can close the class option, sorry. So instead of this, you have one another in tag called methods. Okay, instead of the methods, you can include or exclude your method names. Okay, so instead of this name, you have to pass the name of your test method. So let's say if I go to my create user test, this is one of the first test case. uh, Sorry, so this is my first test case. So I have to say the name is create user test. So similarly, instead of writing this way, you can write this way also, that is fine. And you can copy and paste. You can add your another test case, right? So this is another test method. We can just copy and paste it over here. So I'll be adding it over here. Now inside of the test, similar to what we can do actually here. For this, I'm inside. I'll be going ahead with the similar approach. Instead of the method, and my test method name is login user test, right? So you have to copy it and paste it over here. Now you can see what happened. So here I have two class. First class is nothing but my create user test, and second class is nothing but login test, right? So we have added this class into a particular all the classes and all the test method into a particular. This is a runner file for test engine. What it will do, it will sequentially pick all these test method that you have defined here. You have mentioned the name. If you want to execute, you can use the include. If you do not want to execute, you can use the exclude method is there. So if you say include, so it will run this particular test case. If you say in exclude, so it will skip this particular test case. For now, let me go ahead with the include only. Let me run this particular test case first. After that, we'll see. For running the test case, what you have to do actually, you can just come to your testng.xml file, right click on it. You can say we should have one option, create gate open. Okay, here you can see we are getting the option as a run. Okay, that is running my class only. We are not interested on that. So here you can see we are getting one option is a run testng.xml, right? You have to click on it. So if you say run this, so you can see it is the running the suite. Now you can see all the test cases got executed. Not only your first create user test case, there are two test cases was there from the login test also to REST case. So you can see now two test case classes got executed. So in this way, the number of test case class you have, all the test case classes got will get executed. So if I say, let's say I want to exclude this particular test case. So now right now I have two include test case. So if you execute once again, this time it will execute two test case only, right? So here you can see we have only two test case got executed, and at the end it will provide you the result also. Here you can see number of test cases executed and pass and fail on numbers, right? So this is the use of include and exclude. How to use include, exclude, or the question may come that how to enable or disable test cases from test ng, right? So this is one of the approach, guys. But for now, let's say what I want to do. I want to use some parameter which was given there inside of this particular, and we want to extend that use case there in the login class. For that, what we can do, we have to use the response that we are getting from here, and that response we should be able to use over here, right? So what we can do, we can create one base class over here. Let's say I'm creating one test base. Okay, so this is my simple base class. Here what you can do actually, you can do the all project setup kind of activities. So let's say what we will do, I'll be having, let's say, before at that, before test, I'm taking here before test. I'll be giving a name as a, let's say, public void um, public void, let's say before test. Okay, now what we can do actually, let's say I'm just giving a print statement, system out print for test method. For test method which will be getting executed before each and every test set. So you can see this is my test tag, and the test which is there inside of this test tag are inside of this particular test tag. So similarly you can have another test, let's say for test I'll be having, let's say, as a sanity test, right? So in this way, you can define your own test number of, you can say, number of your test sets, right? So for now, let's say we are there in the regression test cases, and these are my regression test cases. So, uh, and let's say I want to have in my sanity also, I want to just include one test case. So let's say I'm not including this one, only login user test, right? No, it will not work because login user test has dependency. So let's say I'm just including update user test over here. I'm just including create user test in my sanity. Okay. Okay. So there are the two set of test cases we have created. So this adder test, what it does, it will get executed before test annotation. This will ensure that it will get executed before your each set of tests get executed. This is one set of tests and this is another set of tests. Okay. Before this set of test case, doesn't matter how many number of tests they are inside of this particular set of tests and how many number of here before the number of tests tag you have over here in this particular external file, the before test will get that number of times. Okay, so now here my topic is, let's say this is something response that we have created. We in the you got the response that in the create user list, right? I want to use it globally into different classes also. Then how we can go ahead with this approach? What you can do inside your test base, you can have a one global level variable. Let's say I'm saying create user response, and I'm taking one of the response called as a create user response, right? And this test base I want to use there inside of this particular, let's say I want to extend it test base. Okay, so I have extended. I want to avoid this, so I do not want to use it over here. So what you can do actually, now if you are not let me remove that particularly. Okay, so what happened actually, guys, you can see now this create user response, this is the variable which is coming from at that test base test, right? So now this become global variable. This is something what we have initializing here in this particular test base. We have just declared it over here inside of the test base, and that is something we are initializing there in the create user test case. Here we are initializing. So this object reference value will get initialized when this particular create user test case get executed, right? Now let's say I want to use this particular create user response here in the login test, right? So what we can do actually, we can just you can say extend test base. Now if I call this particular create user response, I should be able to call and I should be able to get name, right? So let's, what we can do, we can go to the testng class. If you directly execute this particular method, it will not be able to fetch the data because that value of this create user response is not initiated, right? If you execute directly from here, you can see we are getting the rest, or getting it failed, right? It is saying throwing your null pointer exception because the that particular object reference is not at all initiated. The value of this particular reference is not initiated. So what we can do, actually, you can run the test case in your sweet mode, so that all the test case get executed and the value should get initiated, and after that we should be able to get the result, right? So let's say I want to go to the my testng, and I'll be running it from the testng approach, right? So in my sweet execution, so let's see what happened. You can see sweet got started. Now you can see we are still getting some issue there in the login test. You can see it is throwing me null because this create response is null, right? Fix the issue, and here you can see the changes I have done is, if in your inside your test phase class, what I did, I made my this particular object reference create user response as a protected and static. The static is important, guys, because to hold the data, and if you do not using static keyword, then it is not holding the data, it is getting null for after every test case class got executed, after every class it is making it nullify. So what we did, actually, we can change this particular object reference to protected and static. And before, and if once you made it static, and then we just getting the fetching the name here, that is not an important thing. Once you have done this, we are able to fetch the data inside of this login test method. Here you can see this is the object reference that is coming from the my test space class. Now if I run this my testng.xml, what happened, you can see it is now started running. Now you can see it is running the test case, and we are getting the successful result from this login user test, right? So this is how you can utilize the data which is get created into one test case. And you can, if you want to implement those data, let's say here we got the response and it is stored there inside of the create user response. That is something that we are going to use inside my login test case class, right? So this is one of the way, this is how you can go ahead with this development. Hope this concept is clear to guys. We have to take a help of this test space class. This is another test space, another class which is going to be extend into this particular both of the test case class file. This means in general, it is what happen, actually, all your test case class should extend this particular test base. And also these methods are sometimes not written over here. It this before and after methods are being written there inside your test base, so that you do not have to every time repeat those before and after method in your each and every test case class. But yeah, if there is a need is different for your test case, then you have to define inside your particular test case class also. Those things we will say differently and discuss on our different videos. But for now, this is one of the very useful, you can say, technique that I have shown you, how to pass data which is there in your one test case, and how you can utilize and how to use those keywords in Cucumber. And after that, we will see how to implement Cucumber in your automation suite, right? So these are the main things that we are going to discuss in today's video. And and after that, we will be releasing some more videos on Cucumber in API test automation. So this is going to be a series once again with Cucumber automation, Cucumber integration, right? Now let's directly jump to the Cucumber. What is Cucumber and what is Gherkin? For this, I will take you to the official website of Cucumber. If you go to here, here you can see I have one cucumber.io. This is an official website of Cucumber. Here, if you go to this particular website, you can see here they have mentioned tools and techniques that elevate teams to greatness. That is something about Cucumber. Cucumber is nothing but it's a framework, okay, and which helps you to write your test cases in a very, you can say, simple English format, right? Very basic English, you can say. And it's a behavior driven because the development approach of this framework is actually supports the behavior driven framework BDD approach, right? So that's why it is called as a behavior driven. and the language it used, that is nothing but a Gherkin language. Okay, so Cucumber, and the most important thing is Cucumber is open source, guys. So any company can use, anyone can use it without paying any penny to the company, right? They have some, you can say, studio version also, which is paid one, but people do not use this one. Mostly you will be seeing everyone is using the Cucumber open version, because this is a free version, right? And you will be also using the Cucumber freeware version only. Okay, and okay, strengthen your collaborate and define the video automatically create documentation that are okay, not an issue. So here they have mentioned that why Cucumber, right? If you can see, they have given the reason that Cucumber is open and open source, and this is world's leading tool for BDD. Another purpose they are saying that this is something team concentric cross-functional workflow, right, and work smarter, faster, right? So these are the main things that why you should use Cucumber. And right now, if I am not wrong, I can say more than 70% of companies are using Cucumber for their automation. Okay, so um, that's and how it is look like, and we will take you to the Gherkin keywords. There in the Gherkin, this is the you can see Gherkin is used by Cucumber. And what is Gherkin then? Gherkin is a special type of keywords. It's provide you keyword to write your test case, to, you can say, format your test cases, right? Here it is in the definition they are saying Gherkin uses set of special keywords to give structure and meaning to executable specifications, right? Each keyword is translated to many spoken languages. In this reference, we will use English. So Gherkin is nothing but it is providing you some special keywords. Okay, and that keyword is meaningful for your test case writing. So here you can see they have given some one example. Here you can see this is how our test case may look like if you are using Cucumber. So they are saying that okay, this is a feature which is about guess the word, right? So here in the scenario, they you can see that what they have mentioned scenario when the maker starts again, then the maker waits for a breaker to join, right? And second scenario, this is a first scenario, and this is a second scenario have been written. Here you can see they have used keywords like given, when, and then, right? So given is one keyword, when is another keyword, then is another keyword. Similarly, we have other keywords also. If you scroll down here, you can see the list of keywords it is given. The primary keywords are like feature, rule, example, given, when, then, and, but, and asterisk as well. And after that, we have background, we have scenario outline, scenario template, we have example and scenario. So these are the keywords, main keywords you can see, which we are getting from the Gherkins. Okay, so what all are the use cases of these keywords, that we'll get to know when we'll be working in the real time scenarios, right? For now, if I start you explaining each and every keyword, then it will be taking a lot of time. I think better we see it in real time, right? Another thing is here Gherkin supports some specific special characters like triple double quote and this pipe and ample other tags and hash code, right? Hash. So these are the things which is used for particular cases. Like if you have a dog string, then you can use triple quote and double quote, triple double quote, right? And if you have data tables, then you can use the pipe. And if you have tags, that you can use with the tags. And if you want to add some comment, then you can use the hashtag. Now enough talking on this. Now they are showing you how the feature choices look like and description. They have given one example here. You can go through this complete document and you will get a lot of information from this speech, from this documentation. This is a very nice documentation, guys. Keep your eyes here in this particular document, because every time Cucumber releasing some update, right, they are updating this document as well, right? So this is good practice to visit this website. Now let's go and implement this Cucumber into our project. For Cucumber implementation, we get you can say Maven dependencies, and I have already searched those dependency here. You can see this is Cucumber Java. This is one thing we need. So if I take the latest one 7.18.1, and this is a Cucumber Java. If you are direct not through this page, so you can search for Cucumber Java. This is the dependency we need. So I have copied this, and what I can do, actually I have to go to my pom.xml and I'll be adding that dependency. Okay, so here I can add it. one more dependency, minimum one more dependency we need for working with Cucumber, that is nothing but Cucumber JUnit. Okay, here you can see Cucumber JUnit, this one, and the version also same, similar version what the Cucumber Java version we have taken, that this Cucumber JUnit version should be same also. So here once again you can see it is 7.18.1. I'll go to here and I'll paste it into my form.xml file. So these two dependency I have added, you can see both the versions are same, right? And first dependency is Cucumber Java and second one is Cucumber JUnit, right? So these are the minimum two number of dependency we need to add for working with Cucumber. So let it get added into in my project. Okay, now it's done. Cucumber dependency are got added into my project. Now Cucumber, how it works actually, if I draw you some sample, Cucumber feature file is one of the very important things in Cucumber if you are going to work with Cucumber. So what you can do actually, so let me just quickly show you that how Cucumber is should be, and you will get a clarified idea. Let's see, I'm talking about this is my project. This is my project. Okay, inside of this is project. This is my project structure, and inside of this you must have src folder, right? Src folder. This is the src folder. Inside of this you will get two folder. That is, one is Java folder, and another is, this is my Java folder, and another folder you'll be getting, that is nothing but test folder, right? Test, right? So this test folder, sorry, this is not Java folder, this should be main folder, right? So what is the recommended way to use these folders actually? Whatever test cases and test case you will be writing, that should go to inside of your test folder. And if you're writing any code functionality, code classes, code, you can say code, right? So those codes should go into your main folder. Okay, now inside of this test folder, again you'll see one folder called Java, right? There is one folder you can see as Java, and another folder I have, that is nothing but my resources, right? That is my resources. So this is my resources folder. Inside of this resources folder I can create number of folders, right? So let's say I'll create a folder called feature, right? So in this feature I'll be having all my test cases here inside of this particular folder, right? Particular directory. So feature is nothing but a test case file which is going to have your all test case scenarios, and this is a plain text file, nothing but extension should be dot feature, right? And for Cucumber, it is mandatory to have a step definition file. What is step definition file once again? Because this feature file that we are going to write in Cucumber, that is a plain, you can say, consider as a text file. Now, how Java or my code or SSO is going to understand the what you have written into a single, you can say, file, right? So for that reason, there is a connection between this feature file and a step definition file. And remember that step definition file we generally write inside of this test and Java folder. Okay, in this directory you have to write step definition class. Okay, you can have multiple step definition class, that doesn't matter, but write it here inside of test and then Java. Inside that you can see step definition class, you can write it. So this step definition class is nothing but directly linked with your feature file. Okay, so the feature file you will be writing, the steps you will be writing, those steps are directly connect with this step definition class. Now this step definition class is a class file, so it can connect with any of the class files that you have in your project or in your library, right? In your library also you can have lot of jar files. So those jar files, those library classes also can be used by this particular step definition class, right? So another thing is we have is a runner class. So these are the main things, guys. If you are working with Cucumber, so one thing is you will be having feature file. Okay, another thing is you'll be having step definition file. Another thing is you'll be having a runner class. So feature file is nothing but what it does, feature file is only for writing your test cases into plain English format, and those test cases steps are connected with the step definition class. Okay, this is the step definition class where you will be writing the step definitions. And runner class is nothing but it is a similar to TestNG runner that we have seen in our previous video, right? There we are managing the complete suite execution, right? So similar thing, runner class is the job of runner class is to maintain your suite. Now enough talking on this. Now let's go to the our project and we'll be create a feature file, and then we'll create step definition class, and we'll see how it is looks like. Okay, I'm moving to my project. Here you can see inside my src I have two directory, main and test. Inside of the test I have again two folders. There is Java and resources. So if I go to my resources, here I don't have any folder right now. So what I can do, I can create a new folder directory and I'll see my feature, right? So this feature folder is going to have my all the test cases that I'm going to run, right? So what you can do, actually you can create inside of the feature, you can create your model wise different folders. Let's say for your login test case or for your some other test cases, like all the models that you have in your application, so you can create inside those model folders inside of this particular feature folder, right? For now I'll just go simply with directly inside of this folder, not creating any model folder. So if I say let's say I'm going to work with any one of the feature file, right? So let's say I'll say my demo feature, or you can say demo application, demo API testing. Okay, and remember one thing is that you should have always used the extension as feature, feature. Okay, so this extension is needed. If you are not following this dot feature extension, then it will not be treated as your feature file. So this is very important. So let me create this feature file first. So I have created a demo API. Better you can okay, let it do it. So this is a feature file. So one more thing, guys, you have to remember that when you are creating a feature file, that should look like this feature with this icon also, file icon. Okay, if it is not displaying to you, what you can do, actually you will be missing on you can say plugin. So how you can add this? If I go to this file and you can see here, you will be seeing project structure, right? Inside of this project structure you can sorry, not this one, go to the file and you can see there is we have direct settings is there, right? So inside of the settings, if you come to here, you can see there is a you can see tab as plugins. Inside of the plugin you can see search for Cucumber for Java, Cucumber for Java. So you have to install these two plugins, guys. Install Cucumber for Java. For me it is already installed, so that's why it is showing as checked. Okay, for you it will give you one option to install it if it is not already installed. So and again, Gherkin plugin, these two plugins you should have installed if you are working with the Cucumber based project, right? This is just for to show your feature file as it is expected. Okay, if you are using some other tools like Eclipse or some other tools, then you might have different option. So just explore that how to add those plugins. If you're not able to see how to add it in your Eclipse or somewhere, then let me know. I can guide you on that. Okay, now let's move on. I just cancel it. For now I'll just show you the simple part, how to write a feature file, what is the component all our feature file, how to execute an feature file, and later on we'll be implementing our API test cases, and if possible today only we can implement. But for now I'll just show you some of the components of feature file. For now, each and remember, guys, this is a very mandatory thing that for each and every feature file you should have one tag called as a this is a keyword called as a feature, and this denote that this is a feature file, and in a feature file you should have only one feature keywords. Okay, and you can provide a description of the feature file, what is the feature file is all about, right? For now I can say demo API test, okay, with Cucumber. So this is a description, nothing but you can provide as per your test case requirement, as per your feature file that you are creating. So you can provide the description of the feature file so that you can understand, okay, this feature file is talking about this particular test functionalities, right? So again, once after that, the feature file can have scenarios. If you see, if I'm writing scenario, so you can see that I'm getting three options are there: scenario outline, and scenario template. Scenario is the simplest one, and scenario outline is the nothing but a data provider. Like data provider, you can execute multiple number of test cases with single test scenario. Will show you this scenario outline also in later. But for now, let's say I'm taking this scenario, and you can provide the description of the scenario also. Say simple test, simple, I can say API test. Okay, this is again, once again, you can have in a feature file you can have multiple number of scenarios, so can define that what is this particular scenario talks about. So that description you can provide. This is nothing but the same description you have to provide you as your test case description, right? You write the test cases and you say that, okay, my test case one is describe the description for your test case 1 is this, description for your test case 2 is this, right? So those description you have to put here in the scenario description. Okay, now moving to, if you hit enter, you now getting the options. Now here we will be actually writing our test case steps. Now steps can be written by using the keywords like, okay, if I add comments here, so I can say steps should be written, I can say should be written by using keywords like given, when, then, and we have, and we have or, we have but, um for, we have but, right? So these are the given keywords we have: given, when, then, but, and also we have one more keyword that is of okay, that this is fine, right? So given, when, then, and but, these are the keywords that we have to implement. When to use given means when you have something which is provided to you, like if you are if I talk about your application, then you can say that, okay, given that you have this particular URL, right? Or API test cases, we can say that, okay, you have this URL, so that URL is already given to you, right? So you are not doing anything there in that particular API. So that is goes to under given keyword, right? Now when to use this when keyword: when you are performing something, when you are doing something. Let's say I set my headers, right? So that is nothing but you are doing something, or you hit the request, right? So that is nothing but you are doing something, you are performing something. So in that case you will be using the when keyword. And when to use then keyword: then keyword is nothing but, let's say you perform something and after that you want to verify something. So for verifying after performing something, you will be using the then keyword. Let's say I hit this particular URL and I see that page is loaded, right? So in that case you will use the then keyword. And what is the use of this end keyword? End keyword is nothing but to get rid of multiple time using a when or then keyword. I will show you one of the very good example they have shown you here in the Gherkin. Okay, let me show you quickly. If I scroll down, scroll up in this page, somewhere I have seen that. So this particular example, you can see they have given one of this scenario where they are saying that given one thing, given another thing, and after that they are saying given yet another thing, right? And after that they are saying that when I open my eyes, then I should see something and I should not see something. Instead of writing this in this fashion, what if I write in this fashion? Isn't it looks more good? Definitely yes, right? So here you can see they have given saying given one thing and another thing and yet another thing. So this make more sense, right? Similar to, for let's say for instead of repeating this then keyword, what we can say: I should see this, then I should see something. And as it is a negative you can say sentence, then that's why they are using but. So after that you can say but I should not see something else. So this is making more sense, more you can say be more attractive, right? So that is the beautifulness of using different keywords in Gherkin. So it is actually more you can say attractive. So you should have follow also the same structure, same rules, right? Even though if you are using not following the keywords, that is not making any problem into the test case execution or something, but it is recommended where to use particular keywords. You must have used those keywords, right? So where the place where you have to use given, you should have used given, not then or something else. The place where you should have used when, you should use when, not given or then or something, right? So similar for the place where you have to use and if you are using when, then it's not making good sense, right? So remember guys, what is the use of this particular keywords. So you must be very careful about the implementation of. Although I have already mentioned, if you are using some other keywords instead of given, that doesn't make any you can say impact on your test case execution. There shouldn't be any difference in your test case result, but it looks bad in your test case writing, right? So let me go to here in writing the test cases. I can start my test case, and here I can start my scenario. Let's say I will first say that given, right? So this given is, let's say I'm say given, I'll be writing a test case scenario for API. So I'll say given, you can say I have application, you can say base URL. right? So base application base URL. So one, what all the things we need for let's say for API testing, I need to have base URL, right? Base URL you need to have, and after that you need to have header information, what all headers need to pass, header informations, right? And you must need to have let's say body, that is an optional if you are using get or post request. So body sometimes needed and sometimes not needed, right? So body is optional, right? And after that what you need actually, these are the minimal information. Another information is method type, right? So method type, it is a, if it is a get request or post request, right? Or it is a update, right? So those kind of request or delete, right? Or put. So what is the type of request, those type of request you need to have the information, right? So what I can do actually, after that you will be getting the response, right? And you will validate the response, right? So these are the things that we perform at the time of you can say API test cases, right? So what I can say, given I have application based URL, and then after that what you can say, let's say when I set header value of this as this, right? So this as this means here I can say content type, let's say let me just copy it from one of the header information. Let's say I want to go ahead with the uh, get single product, right? If I go to here from my header information, I can say that mm, one of the header information I want to pick from here. So let's say they have not given any information. Let let me add one content type, right? So this is a content type, and here I can pass the value as application slash JSON, right? So this is my key. So let's say I want to set this particular key here. So what I can say, header value of Umum this as application slash JSON. So this is how you can set the values of your header information, right? After that, as it is now, we'll be setting more informations. And let's say this is if I go to my Postman tool, and this is my get request, right? So I do not have to write any I do not need any other parameters, other body is not needed, only I need this particular header information. And if I do send request, I'll get the response, correct? So here I can see, you can see that I got the response here. You can see also I have got the response code, it is 200. Now let me do this same thing over here. So in my IntelliJ tool also, what I can say, and after that the continuation of performing something, so I have used and keyword. What I can say, I do, or you can say I hit get request, right? So this is something after setting up this information you have done with the base URL, and you have done with the one more thing we are left, that is nothing but setting up the endpoint, right? You need this endpoint, this is the endpoint you have to set. So we can set this also. So here I'll go and I'll see I set okay. So I'll say when I set, you can say endpoint URL as this, right? So this endpoint URL is now I'm going to set it from here. So as it is a continuation of what all tasks you are performing, so I'll be using end keyword here. So what I say, when I set endpoint URL, and after that I'm saying that I set header value, and I said I hit the get request, right? After that what will happen, I'll have the response, and I have to verify that okay, the response code is 200. So I'll be doing some verification, so I'll be using the then keyword, right? So you can say I verify response code as 200, right? And after that we want to verify one more thing. Let's say another thing I want to verify, let's say, and I should see, let's say one of the response code. If I go to struct, you can see first and category. Let's say I want to verify this category. What is the category? So you can see category as beauty, right? So I am here, you can see I should see category, or you can say is beauty, right? So what I can write here, I can say that category is beauty. So this is all about my first test case. So similar way you can have multiple test cases. So what you can do actually, you can just copy and paste your test case scenarios over here. So number of test cases you will be having, you will be creating a number of scenarios only. right? So you can let's say I want to hit a different API right here. So let me go and take another API from my Postman tool. So let's say I want to use search product, right? So this is the API I want to use. So here you can see this is my endpoint will get changed now. So I'll be update my endpoint there in the tool, and here I have to update the endpoint, right? Now here let's say total the uh, header information also I'll be using the same header information, and parameters it is already mentioned there in the endpoint URL. I do not need any body, so if I hit the request, so I'll be getting the response as 200, and I'll be getting the this particular response right here. I'll be also getting the category. Let's say I have to verify this is the category value is coming now in the response, right? So if I go to my code, and here I can see I can set it to mobile accessories, right? So this is how we can verify our test right our test cases. So here you can see simple API test. Instead of simple API test, I can write it like a get product DUCT, get single product test. Okay, this is the description of my first scenario, and this is the description for search product, right? This is another test case. So now this I have done with the with the writing of one of the feature file, and this feature file contains two test scenarios right now. And here you can see that we have one feature file is already ready, and we have done with the test case scenario writing. Now what happened actually, we are done with this. If I go to my diagram, we are done with this particular feature. This one we have done, right? This one we have done. Minimum thing another we have to need that if you want to execute the feature file, so you need the step definition, how your program will get understand that okay you have implementation for this particular steps, correct? So for that reason we need the step definition. So how to create step definition, that is again a very important thing, or very you can create what you can do actually, you can create single implementation. So if you keep your mouse over each of the steps here, these are the steps, this is one steps, this is one step, this is another step. So each and every line is talking about the steps. If you keep your mouse over each any of the line, it will show you, it will prompt you one option, create step definition. So you can go here and you can create your step definition. You can provide your select your which Java file you want to, instead of which Java file you want to create your step definition. So you can mention that and it will create the step definition for you. For now what I can see, let's say I am to go to Java. Here I'll be creating one package. So let's say I'm creating package called my steps, my step diffs, right? You can give any name as per your choice. So I'm just giving a name my step diff. So I'm giving a class name as step definition. Let's say API step definition. You can give any name whatever you want to, go ahead, that doesn't matter. So I'll say API step definition, right? So this is my step definition class that I have created. It is a normal, once again it is a normal plain step definition class, and this class is I have to link between this feature file to this particular class file. So what you can do actually, you can just let's say I'm keeping my mouse over this particular one first line, and you can see I'm getting the prompt, right? So if you go to here and you can see file name my step is, it is already prompting you one of the file name that I have there. This is my master dev file name, or you can you can get it from here, right? Instead of this, so let's say I want to create inside my step dev, and say okay, and so okay. So you can see they have created another state definition. This is the state definition class they have created for me, and they have given the method also. So I can delete my one, or you if you want you can just copy it into your class. That doesn't matter. So for now I'll be deleting it. It is let it be. So let's say I'm deleting this one. Okay, so now once this particular state definition is got created, now you can see this is now linked to this particular state definition class. If you see control click, and you can see it is taking you to this particular state definition, right? So now you can ensure that if the state definition there is one more, you can see identification, one more indication that how you can understand that state definition is defined or not. If it is defined, then you will not see any this yellow background which is showing here in the rest of these state definitions, right? Because those are not defined, but this one is already defined, so this is not in showing in the yellow background color. So this is one approach, guys. I have shown you how to create a step definition for a particular step, but let's say there are multiple number of lines we have, right? So I do not want to create one by one. So what we can do actually, so for this case what you can do, you can just execute your scenario. Once your scenario is executed, and it will create a template for you for this all these steps which are not defined. Let's wait for it. You can see the test got executed and it is giving you in the print that you step undefined. Those are the steps which are undefined. You can implement this step 5 other steps by using snippet below. So they have given all the snippets. So what you can do, just copy and paste all the snippets into your step definition class. So I'll be selecting it from here and I'll copy it and I'll go to my step definition class and I'll just paste it over here. Okay, that's it. Just remove this extra pending, the extra documentation, import this class, import this, and just remove these extra lines, right? We do not need this. Let me remove from all the methods. And I'll be adding this when is not able to understand. um, Let me import this. Let's say when, right? Okay, so this all the keywords I've already implemented here. So now this feature file is ready for me. Now if I go to my feature file, you can see there is all the lines are now showing correctly, right? So there is no yellow background. So my all the features steps are all now connected with this step definition class. If you now go, if you want to go to any of the step definition implementation, you can just do a control click. So it will take you to this particular step definition. You can see the implementation here, right? Right now all the step definitions are blank. There is no print statement. There is no actual implementation of the code, but you can see how it is designed and how they are interlinked with each other, right? So for now, if you run this particular scenario, there will be no output, but the test case will get executed, test case will get passed. So let's run it and you can see it is giving me an error. So what we can do, actually it is not able to understand that okay, these state definitions are defined already or not. So one thing we can do here, actually I will go to my Maven and I'll do project and I'll do package. So let's clean up all the packages and after that it should be able to recognize the changes we have done. Okay, so this package thing is done now. So I'll stop this package. Okay, and now let's run this particular scenario once again. Okay, so here you can see before all duplicate step definition, where it is the duplicate step definition, duplicate step definition in I think not in my step diff. Okay, let me see which one is duplicate step definition. uh, given. Okay, so this given is twice we have been there, right? This is one of the given we have used, another here is also another given. So let me remove one and now let's run this code and see. Okay, let me do once again Maven package. Okay, it is completed and I'll go to my scenario and let's execute the scenario once again. Perfect. Now you can see guys that all the scenario steps are got executed and the first scenario got executed. We do not have any implementation inside these scenarios, so that's why it is not doing any print statement or any verification. But the things that we wanted to connect with Cucumber and the step definition that we have already achieved. Now let's see, this is executed one single scenario, but we want to execute both the scenarios from this feature file. So what we can do, we can just go to this feature and you can run it from here. So it will execute all the scenarios that you have inside of this feature file. Now you can see it has executed both the test cases, get single product and search product, right? So this is how you can implement Cucumber in your project. And for Cucumber, and if you're writing any feature file and it is a plain English file, right? If anyone can go to this particular feature and they will be able to understand what you have written in the test case. And the how to connect this particular feature file is just a blank method, right? So in today's class, in today's video, I'll be showing you that how to implement so that we should be able real time, we should be able to perform this API test automation, right? So let's start from today's class. Okay, so as you can can see that here we have seen that first step where we are saying that I have application URL, base URL, right? So base URL, you guys already know, it is always going to be same for a particular application, right? So what you can do actually, if I go to my base URL, that step definition, there here you can see I have this class and here I have to set the base URL. Now what you can do actually, the base URL for me, let's say I'm going to my IntelliJ, Postman tool. Here you can see this is my base URL, nothing but, right? So I can really copy it and I can set it over here, right? Or what you can do actually, you can ask user to pass the base URL, right? Everything is fine. But for now, what we can do, as of now, our base URL is going to be same. Or what you can do actually, you can set an variable, you can create in constant class and you can store the base URL there itself. So let me do that, right? So that would be a better approach instead of hard coding it inside the code. So we can see my project constant, right? So I am creating one class file called as project constant. Here I'll be having the values of the uh, parameters that I need, to use again and again. So let's say I'm saying public void public static and the type which string, and I'll say base URI, right? So the value of the base URI is going to be this one. Okay, so this is my base URI and I have to use this base URI there inside my test case, right? So what I can do actually, I can set the base URI value. So before I set, how to set the base URI, right? So if I take you to one of my previous implementations, so let's go to there itself. If I go to here create user test, here you can see we are setting base URI in the response dot recessor dot given here. After that, once we call that recessor dot given, after that only we were setting the base URI. So we'll be following the same approach. What we'll do, we will copy this recessor dot given, we'll create an instance of it and save it into somewhere so that we should be able to follow this setup one by one, right? So I will be copying it from here and I'll go to my project. Here I'll create a project label, one of the variables, let's say I'm storing it over here, right? uh, okay, so I'll be storing it into one variable. Let's say I'm saying request specification. I'll be taking help of request specification. Okay, so request specification, let's say I'm saying simply request. Okay, and dot request specification, request equals request recessor dot given, that is same thing that we are using. Now we'll be working with this instance only, right? So if I want to set the base URL, I'll be setting URL into this request part. If you want to set the header information, so header information, if you go to my previous classes, here you can see we are setting over here, right? Content type.json or somewhere. So this is all doing setup there inside of this particular call, right? Recessor.given. So instead of recessor.given, we will be, what we will be using now, we will be using this request reference. Okay, let me set the base URI. So if I'll say request dot, you can say base URI, you can, here you can see that we are getting that option base URI, right? So base URI, I'll be picking the URI from this particular step, project constant, right? So this is my one of the constant class where I have created a string and static variable, so I can directly call that particular variables from here, right? So what I'll do, I'll say project constant dot base URI, right? I can directly set here project constant dot base URI, right? So this is how I have done with the first step definition, that I have done with the setup of the base URI to this particular request object reference, right? So this is my first step definition completed. Now the second part, here you can see we have this is the endpoint URL, and this endpoint URL I have to set. So what I can do actually, let's go to the implementation step definition here. If you come to here, you can see, let me change this variable from string to, I'll say, endpoint URL, right? that that seems more, you can say, significant, right? So what I can say, this is what endpoint URL we are going to get. So how do you use the endpoint URL? If you go to my previous implementation, here you can see we are doing passing the endpoint URL there in the request itself, right? If you are using any get request also or any other testing, so we are passing that if I go to any other, so here you can see we are passing the endpoint URL there in the get request, right? If you want, you can go ahead with this approach, or there are some other approach also we can use, right? So how can we use that? So let's see, what if we get the option for, let's say, if I say request dot endpoint URL, we are not getting. If I say URL, no, we are not getting anything. So what we can do actually, we can store this value, whatever value we are getting from the user feature file, that we can store into a string type of variable, right? So what you can say, let's store it into a string type of variable, and I'll say endpoint URL, right? And I can just assign endpoint URL, sorry, and point, what's happening, endpoint URL. Oh, both the URL name is same, so I'll say endpoint. Okay, so I'll say endpoint URL, right? Now this step definition part also completed, right? So now let's move to the next step definition. What do we need? We need to here, next part is to set the header information, right? So here you can see we have already, I have shown you that we can, sometimes we can have only one single header information, sometimes you may need to pass multiple, say, multiple value, right? For now, let's go ahead with the single value. Okay, uh, single implementation of, I mean the single parameter and single key and value of header information. So what you can do, if you want to go ahead with this approach, so how we can achieve, how we can set the header value, right? So, and also one more thing is how to use the header value. If you go to my API request, here you can see we are passing the header. This is one of the content type header information we are passing over here, right? So I'll show you another approach where we have used, let's say, create user test. uh, Here inside of this header testing, okay, here you can see we were passing the header information by using the header map itself, right? So let's say here we have used two different key and value pairs for header map, and we created a map, and that map we are passing there inside of headers. So similar things we can do. So if you go to my step definition here, this is my step definition, and this, let's say, let me change this names. I'll say this one is key and this one is value, so it will be easy for understanding purpose. So now what I can say, that I'll say request dot header, right? If you say request dot header, you can directly set the key and value, right? So I'll say header. So header, here I have key, and I'll set the value, right? This is one of the approach. You can go ahead with this approach and you can set the key and value pairs, right? But the problem is with this approach, guys, is that if you have multiple number of key and value pairs for your header information, let's say you have 3 or 4 number of key and value pairs, then this step you need to have repeat here in this approach. That will come to later, that uh, how to avoid this kind of situations, right? For now I'll be going with the single line of approach. And now I'll be talking about the, now we are done with this endpoint URL setup, base URL setup, we are done with the endpoint URL setup, and we are done with the header information setup, right? Now what we can do, now we can hit the get request, right? So I'll go to the implementation of get request. Here you can see, now if I say request, and here I have to say get, right? This get request I have to pass my base. I have to pass what I need to pass. I need to pass that endpoint URL, right? So that we can that endpoint URL we can use there in the there in this particular resource. But my endpoint URL is defined over here. So you can see this is currently this endpoint URL. It is a locally available into this particular method, right? So, but I need to use this particular variable value there inside my another method. So how can we do that, right? That is the question. Now to do that, we should have defined this particular variable as a global or the in the class level, right? So instead of defining it over here, instead of making it instead of making it locally available to this method, we can define it as a class level variable. So what I can do, I will just go to my class level and I'll say string endpoint URL. So now this variable is string type of variable is now globally available. I can use it anywhere in this class file, right? So I'll go to ahead here, and when I do the get request, I'll just pass the endpoint URL, right? Yeah, that's done. So what we can do actually, we are done with the get request. Now definitely we will be getting the response from the request, right? So that response also I have to use there in different separate methods. The very next step, you can see we have to verify the response as well, right? And we have to verify the data as well, right? So how to do that? So to verifying the response, if I go inside of this step definition method here, you can see this is a step definition, and I'll change the variable name to status code. Okay, so this is the status code that I am going to verify. But for verifying the status code, I need the response, right, guys? So how do I can get the response? So that response we are getting here when we are doing the get request, right? So what we can do actually, we can create another class level variable to store that response, right? So what I can say here, I can say response, and I'll giving it a name as a response. Now this is my class level variable, the class level object reference. I'll be assigning this value when I'm doing the get request call, right? So I'll say response is equals request dot get endpoint URL, right? Now once this API will get hit, then it will store the data into this particular response, and it is available throughout this particular class file. So anywhere in this particular class, anywhere in the method, inside of the method, we should be able to access this particular response, right? So what we can do here, we can now start verification. So let me print also, so I can see status code. And what we can do actually, you can say response dot status code, response dot status code, right? And if you want, as here you can see the test case is saying that I verify, so I have to do the verification part. So what I can do, we can use the assertion. So I'll be using testng assertion. So I'll say assert dot assert equals, and I'll be passing that on the actual value is nothing but my response dot status code, and my expected value is 200, right? That is what I am expecting here. Now to that is done, that with this particular step verification. Of course, I have to verify the response also, right? So if I go to my here, this is you can say key, and this is something a value from the response I'm expecting, right? Sorry, here also this is the key of the response, and this is the value that uh, I want to validate, right? So how we can do that? So let's say I want to verify this by using JSON path itself, right? If you want, you can go ahead with the verification with the POJO also. I'll give another video for how to validate the response from POJO class. For now, let's go ahead with the JSON paths and how to verify this response, right, with this key. So I'll go to here step definition and I'll see this is my key, or you can say JSON path, and this is the, you can say, expected value, right? Now here what I can do, actually I can convert the JSON response that we are getting to JSON path, right? So how to do that, that you guys already know. So I say JSON path is equals, what did we define, okay, so it is already there. So I'll say JSON, instead of JSON path I'll say JSON key. Okay, so here I can say JSON path is equals response dot JSON path, sorry, response dot get string, get body, response dot get, what is the method name, I am not remembering right now. So response dot get, let me check there in our previous video. So if I go there, you can see JSON path, right? So we have to use similar approach. So we can say response dot JSON path, right? So we are done with this. Now once you are done with the creation of JSON path, now you can use that for verification, right? So what you can do, you can say JSON path dot get string, and you have to pass the JSON key, right? So I'll be passing the JSON key, it will return me the data, right? So this JSON data we can verify with the expected value whether it is correct or not, right? So how to do that? So we can directly use it inside of assertion. So I'll say assert dot assert equals, I have to pass the actual data. So this is something we are getting from the response, and I have to pass my expected data, right? This is my expected value. So once we are done with this, so what it will do, it will verify that okay, this is my expected value and this is my actual value that I am getting from the response, right? So it will verify the data, and accordingly it will give us the test case execution result, right? So that's it for the implementation part. This is a very quick and short one, guys. So let's try to run the test case what we have here. So if I run this test case from this Cucumber file, feature file, so let's see what happened. Okay. So for now you can see I got the test case got executed, but nothing is printed. It looks like the code changes we have done, that is not impacted, right? So this is a problem from this particular IntelliJ tool, guys. Um, Let me do one thing. Let me verify first, then we'll execute again. Okay, it is completed. Now let me run the test case once again. So if I go ahead and run this, okay, now you can see we have hit the request and we got the response. I think there's something error. Expected is 200, but found, expected is 200 but found something else, right? This is looks like, okay, go to my implementation. Here you can see we, it is printed me response code is 200, but the problem is, guys, this status code, it is returning in integer format. If you see here, the type of the return type is integer, right? But here we are passing the data is 200, which is nothing but a you can see uh, a hard coded string type of value. So data mismatch type is there, so let me remove that, and we'll be using the status code we have received here, right? Okay, sorry, that's my mistake. So what I now this time what is happen actually, it will be verifying with this integer type of data, and there shouldn't be any issue. Now let's run this program once again. Oh, it's once again it is not able to understand the changes, so let me go and do maven verify. Okay, so I'll be running the test case once again. So let's run it. Okay, now you can see that we have got the test case got successfully passed. You can see it is the status code is 200, and the verification we have given, that is also fine, right? So if there is any problem, let's say beauty instead of beauty, I'm expecting beauty one, so definitely the test will fail, right? So let's run this once again. Now you can see the data here, it is got failed, and you can see this is the expected and versus actual, right? So expected is beauty one and the actual, so that means our test case working fine. So what we can do actually, let's remove this one, and now let's run the complete feature file, means both the scenarios I am going to execute, and let's see what is the result we are getting now, right? Okay, so first test case got passed and the second test case got failed. Let's see what happening. So second test case, you can see we got response code is 200, but the category, this is something we are getting different, right? You can see found null. Let's do one thing. Expected is this one, but we are not getting any response. So let's do one thing. Instead of just verify, we need to print the response what we are getting there, right? So go to my get request, and once we get the request, let's print the response body also. So I'll use sysout, and I'll say response dot get body. Response, it should be response. Okay. Now I'll do maven clean once again. Maven verify. Okay. Now I'll run the feature file once again and see what is the happening. What is the result we are getting here. Now if I go to my second request, and this here we are printing the response. uh, get body, instead of get body I'll say body get body dot pretty print. So do verify and execute the test. Okay, so I'll be checking that response we are getting from the second request, what is happening there. So if I see the hit, and you can see we are getting something category. In this category we are getting mobile on accessories, right? And what we are expecting here, we were expecting mobile accessory itself, but here we are getting products, multiple products, right? And it is the key is product. Inside the product we have category, right? So the key is products, we are actually using the different key. If I run this particular test scenario single-handed, then see what is happening. Okay, so if you see, this is something is giving me one, this is the product. Inside of the product we have an array of JSON. So inside of the array we have this particular category key, right? So the key of this particular category should be products, and after that I'll be having zeroth index, and I'll say dot category. Now it should get passed. Now test case got executed and it got passed, right? Now if you execute the complete test, now see what happens. Okay. Now our both the test cases got passed. Awesome guys, right? So here you can see how we did integration of API automation with the Cucumber, how we have collaborated with all these steps, and how we have break down all these the way we were writing test cases here in this, and how we have done with the breakdown into different Cucumber steps, and how we have written the Cucumber step definitions, right? That all the things that you have seen here. One more thing guys, you have to okay, I'll show you. Let's say here what happening actually, if you want to pass multiple header values, right? So what we can do here, let's say I want to pass another header value. Instead of content, I'll say accept, right? So let's say I want to set two header information for this particular request. Then what we can do, right? So this is writing instead of this multiple times. I said header value this as this, and I said header value this and this. So this is not look good, right? So instead of that, why don't we use some other approach, right? I'm going to show you that other approach. So what we can do here, instead of writing this approach, we can use the Cucumber data table fashion. So what is data table now? I will going to describe that here in this particular video. So instead of this, what if I say and and I set below values in header. What I say, if I set below values in header, and here I'll be taking a data table approach. Let's say I'm saying key, or you can say header key and header value. We can now here what you can do, we can add the data. Let's say my first header key is nothing but my content type, so I can use it over here, and instead of the value I can say this is my application slash JSON, right? Another one is my key is my accept, so I'll be using mentioning it over here, and value is my application slash JSON, right? So instead of using multiple times this repeating the steps of setting header key and header values, isn't it good, looks good that we define a data table and we said below values in header, right? So it doesn't matter that how many number of data you have, that you do not need to write multiple steps. Let's say for now I have used the two set of data, but in your case you can have many set of data, right? So if you have any number of set of test case data, that you can pass it to using the data table. This is what called as a data table in Cucumber. There are a lot of type of data table, lot of structure are there. For now this is like a map type of data table. Here we have, this is the key, and this is going to be particular for this header key, this is the value, and this is for this key, this is the value. This is the first iteration, it will pick the first two row. First row is indicating the key, this is key for a map, and this is key for map. And on the next iteration, what it will do, it will pick first row and third row, right? So how inside of the code it will pick one by one, and it will store the data in your map variable. We'll show the implementation here, how to implement those cases. Then new step definition for this. So I'll say create step definition, and I have to choose here which inside of which step definition class you want to create this step definition for. Now right now I have only one step definition, so I'll choose this particular class file, and here I got the step definition on this one, right? This step now is got added here. Now if I go to my feature file, you can see now this yellows, that background has now go away. So we can this is something that we want to avoid. I do not want to write this particular two steps, so I'll be removing this. Instead of that, I want to use for this format, right? So if I go here, I'll be using this as a map. So what it will actually happen, this will be my key and this is value, this will be my key and this is value for a map. This is the first iteration, and second iteration what it will do, it will pick this one is a key and this one is the value, this one is the key and this one is the value, right, in for the iteration there. So what we can do, go to my step definition, and here data table, this step has data table there in the associated with the data table, right? This is my data step, and which is associated with this particular data table. So in your step definition, you have to, instead of the uh, method signature, you have to say data table, let's say reference name is data table itself, right? So this data table will this data table reference is now going to hold the complete data table that you are using there inside your Cucumber feature, okay, and associated with this particular step definition. Remember it, guys, this, if you are associating any step definition with a data table, and that data table implementation should be there inside of this particular step definition, okay, you cannot access write it somewhere else in your feature file. So for now, I'll be having all the information that we have written there in the feature file inside of this particular data table reference. So what we can do, actually, we can use this data table reference. I'll say data table reference dot. If I say dot, you can see I'm getting lot of options. Here I'm getting as maps, I'm getting as map, I'm getting as list or as maps. All these things we are getting, right? So, but here what we want to go ahead, we are having multiple maps, right? Let me close this class. So here in the feature file, I will be having, this is my header key and this is my value, right? So this is one set of data I have. Again, after that I have another set of data, so that means I have multiple maps here, right? So for that reason, I'll be using here as maps, not map, okay. If you have only one set of data there, so you'll be using as map. If you have multiple set of data, at that time you have to use as maps, okay. So I'll be using it here. Now what this as map returns to me, this returns to me a list type of data, this list type of data which is still again contains map, right? So what I can do, I can just create a particular variable with this type, right? So I'll copy it from here itself, or you can write it by yourself. So let me write it, okay. So what I can say, I'll take a list and which is going to store map type of data, and this map type of data is again going to store string and key and string type of value, right? So this is something we are going to have, and let's provide a name. Let's say my uh, raw data, okay. Let me import this list also. Okay, now we are done with this raw data. We have stored the data we have received from the test case feature file, and with that is now stored inside of this raw data. Now what I have to do, I have to traverse through this raw data, okay, because this raw data is going to having multiple number of rows here, right? You can see multiple set of data. So to traverse, I can use the for loop or any other iterator you can use. So for me, for now, let me use for loop. I'll be using advanced for loop. So let's see map, and this map is going to have string type of data and string type of value. I'll be giving a name as a, let's say uh, row, okay, and I'll say raw data, okay. And here you can see that map for each and every, this is one set of data, this row is b will be the one set of data. So first iteration I'll be having this header key as a key and this is a value. So this is a key and this is a value. Okay, so I'll go to my here I okay what I can do actually in the first iteration, here we can say that string, I have to fetch the data of this particular header. This is my header key. I have to fetch this data. So my key for this table, my headers are fixed, right? These values are fixed, but these are going to be changed. So to get this data from this particular map, what I can say, I can call with this particular key, right? So this is my key. So what I can say, uh, or you can give name as a map, that will be more sensible, right? I'll give it as a map. So I'll say map dot get and I'll pass the header name. So it is going to return me the value of this particular header. So what is the value? It is nothing but type, right? And that I need to set into my uh, header information. So to set the header information, I need to have a map which is going to hold the data for my JSON response, right? So what you can do actually, go to my here, let me create another variable class level. So I'll create an map and that is going to store string and string type data and string type value, and I'll say headers map. Okay, sorry, headers map is equal to new hash map. Okay, so I have created one hash map and inside of this hash map I'm going to store the data. Okay, so what I can say here, this is my this is something which is going to return me the key for my for my header, right? This is the key for header and this is going to be value for my header, right? So what I can say, uh, so I can say hash map header map dot put. I have to pass the key. So the key is nothing but my map dot get, and this is my key. So I'll say map dot get. This is going to store the key, and I'll say map dot get, and I have to use the key for my value. So this is my value, uh, key for value. So I'll be using this. Okay, so we are done with the set for the key and value. So it will the number of skills data, the number of iteration data, the number of set of data you have, it will traverse to the data and it will store into this particular headers map. Right now this header map is now going to hold all the data map, all the maps that you are passing from your JSON, your feature file, right? Now that is done from here my perspective. And now what we can do, once I am done with this, what we can say, I just set the request. So I'll say request dot headers, and here you can say the I have to pass the headers map object. So I'll set the headers map object, right? So once it is done, now what we can do actually, uh, this is header map we have done with the setup. That's done from the, that's all for this request, right? We are done with the setup, then rest of the part is going to be same. I do not have to change anywhere. So let's run this particular method scenario and see what happens. Let me quickly verify Maven. So let me run the test once again. If I see run scenario, now you can see we're done with the header map setup, and we hit the get request and we got the response. Everything is worked successfully, right? Everything works fine. So this is how we have to use, or this I with this actually I have discussed with you what is headers and how to set up multiple values, set up multiple header values, right? And also I have introduced with the data table in Cucumber, what is data table and how to implement the data table, right? Those are the things I have already discussed. Although there are different other types of data table also, this is one of the data table that can be used in the project, right? So there are other type of data tables, so their implementation is going to be different also. Okay guys, so this approach, I hope you have understand this approach. And this video is also getting very long, so I'll release another video for doing the setup of runner class, and after that we will also see how to implement Cucumber. You can say extend report, how to do this, so that we can see this is looks like a complete development. We have running the test cases, and we are just managing your test case. It manages your particular test suite execution, right? So similar here, Cucumber also we have Cucumber runner, and this runner class is going to manage your complete suite. You have lot of test cases, might be 100 or 500 or 1000 or more than 1000 number of test cases. So in that case, if you are going to manage your test case, what to execute, what not to execute, how to execute all the test cases, right? So all these scenarios, if you want to manage in a centralized location, so in that case, Cucumber Runner class is going to helpful for you. From the term here, terminology runner class, you are able to understand that it is nothing but a class file that we need in our project for working with this. Let's go to my project and let me create one runner class here. For creating a runner class, let me go to here inside of this test directory. Inside of the src, I have there is a directory called a test. Inside of the test, I'll be creating inside Java folder, because that is nothing but a class file once again. So I have to go to this Java folder. Inside of the Java folder, you can create anywhere you want, but for now what I can do, what I'll do actually, I'll create a class file, I'll create a package inside of this particular directory org.it instruct, right? Here you can see I have already one directory called runner. So I'll create a class file inside of this particular package, and I'll give a name, my runner, right? You can give any name, you can provide whatever the name is, you want to go ahead, so you can just add their name, that doesn't matter anything, right? So this is a simple one class file, nothing but another Java class file. But only the thing is, for this class file I have to associate with one of the annotation, that is nothing but on with. You can see here we are getting option like org.junit.runner, right? So run with is coming from the you can say JUnit. So this is responsible for running your test case. So once we say this class is with the run with annotation, so what happen actually, JUnit can understand, okay, your run class, this is your runner class, and from where it will pick up all the test cases that you have. Right now it is giving me an error, means it is expecting an parameter. Okay, if I hover here, you can see missing through required, so something is required there. If you click here over also, it will do something for you, but it is not able to add. So here if I see control space, you can see the first from we are getting, that is nothing but runner cucumber dot class, right? So that is something we have to take here. So I have added this cucumber dot class in the inside of this runner with. Apart from this runner with, we have to take one more thing, that is a cucumber option. One more annotation, that is cucumber option. This one. Okay. This cucumber option is responsible for all the configuration related parameters, like which feature file you want to execute, and where to create your report, right? And where which report you want to create, and how you are going to see your test cases, right? How, which group of test case you want to see, all these informations that is handled by this particular annotation, right? So if I say here, if I say control space, you can see now we are getting there a lot of options are there, attributes are there, right? So from this attribute, there are multiple attributes. From these attributes, most of the cases, the very useful attributes are nothing but the first few of the attributes that you can see here. That is tag. It is it is used very broad cases. glue, and glue also used very large number of places, right? Lot of almost all the projects are using these tags. Monochrome also people use, there are snippet plugins also very large number of cases it is being used. Almost all the test cases are using this plugin, uh, as if you can say attributes, and features also used, and dry run. These are few tags, these are the few attributes of Cucumber option which is largely used. So for now, let me add the features. So I'll say feature, and it will be expecting uh, inside of this double quote, you can provide the number of features that you have. Let me add the feature that I have here in my project. If I go to my resources, here you can see inside of the feature directory, I have right now one feature file. Let me do one thing. I create one more feature file. So let's say I'm go and I'll say another feature file. Sorry, I'll copy this particular feature file and paste over here so that I don't have to do lot of task, right? So let me rename it. I'll say login test. Okay, so I have created one feature. Let's just rename it login test. Login feature test, just simple fill. I'm not talking about the inside of the what is the content is there, so just avoid this. And this is instead of demo, say I'll say create user test, right? Okay, so there are two test cases, and let me rename this particular feature file also. So I'll say refactor and rename. I'll say create user test. Okay, so there are two feature file right now I have. One is create user and there is login test. And let's say what I'll do, instead of the feature I'll be adding the modules. Let's say I have one module and call login module, and let me get another module, say create user. Okay, okay, so I have two modules there. One is login module, another is create user. So inside of the create user I'll take this one, and instead of the login module I'll take this one. Sorry. Instead of the login I'll take this particular feature file. So you can see now I have two directories, login, create user, and login, right? So these two directory I have the two separate feature files. So for your case you will be having a lot of different feature file, lot of modules might be having. So those module path, you have to pass over here. Let's say you can pass any particular feature file directory also. Let's say if I copy this path of this particular login test, path copy reference, and here you can see it is providing me the absolute path, sorry, relative path, and I can use that particular path, right? So this is the path of this particular login test dot feature. And if I copy this another path, copy the relative path. So we by separating out with the comma, and this is how you have to add your features. Or what you can do, actually you can add till your directory also. Okay, so instead of the login directory or whatever, all the feature files will be present there. So it will pick all the feature file which is there inside login directory, right? So similar way, if I remove this, so it will pick all the feature files which is there inside of the create user directory, right? So this is why if you want to go at any particular feature file, so you can provide the name of the feature file after this path. Okay, so it's up to you. So right now you can see I have added two directory for the feature files. If you want to go, let's say I want to execute for this one, not this one. So what you can do, you can just comment it out of, right? You just comment it out. So Cucumber will run this particular one which is not commented out, right? So if you have multiple number of feature files added here, so you can comment out the test cases which you do not want to execute. And or you can if you want to execute multiple number of test cases, multiple number of features, or multiple number of modules at a time, so what you can do, you can keep all the modules enabled at a time, right? So this is how you can use this particular feature attribute from this particular Cucumber. So this is one of the you can see cucumber option property we have talked about. There are other features other also we'll be talking on this, but let me quickly run it and see how it is working. Right now you can see it is got failed. Okay, let me do one thing. Let me do quickly move in and verify, so it should be able to understand. Okay, so verify is complete. What I can do, let me rerun the test once again. Okay, now here you can see it is not able to recognize that where your glue, what is your step definition is, right? This is because we have not used another feature, another option, cucumber option, that is glue. So the glue important guide. Glue is something which is which is telling the cucumber runner or JUnit, who is telling the JUnit that where is your step definition is defined, right? So for my case, my step definition are there inside of this particular directory, and there is my step definition. This is the class that where I have all the step definition are defined, right? So this is the package name. So you can do just copy this particular package name and add it to your glue, right? So instead of the glue, you have to add the step, and you have to have the package where your step definition class is located, right? So this is important, guys. So what is glue? Glue is nothing but it is providing the information of your directory of your step definition classes, right? So if you do not mentioning this glue, cucumber is or JUnit is not able to understand where is your step definition, right? So if once you pass this glue, now let's run this test case. Now you can see the test case are started running, and we are getting the test case get executed, and all the test case got passed, right? So you can see all my test cases got passed, login test case and create user test cases, right? So this is how it is working. If you comment any of the feature, then it will not execute those test cases. That is not a matter right now. For now, you can see the console statement is doing like this way. We are not getting much information from the console output. Also, we are not getting the status of the test case execution, right? For this, to resolve these things, there is one more you can see feature of cucumber option, that is we have monochrome. So if you use say monochrome is equals true, so what it will do by default, it is always false. Okay, if you say cucumber monochrome is equal to 2, then now you can see the difference between the output with using to monochrome 2 and without using to monochrome. So let me rerun the particular test case and we'll observe the difference. Okay, now my test case got executed. If I scroll it down, you can see the changes. What is the changes we are getting right now? So you can see now it is giving still me the same output. Okay, there is no changes. But if you are using any log print or something, then you will be definitely you will see difference between the execution result. Okay, there are another couple of things which is there is one more thing, pretty. So if you are using pretty, that is we have plugin is there, plugin, right? This is one of the important thing. Plugin has lot of plugins are there in cucumber options. So one of the plugin is pretty, PRTTY. Okay, so if you use the pretty, and now if you run the test case, now let's see the behavior how it is. Just for your cucumber, you can say print statement will get different. Okay, the console window will be giving you more number of informations if you use this pretty as a plugin. Now you can see we are getting all the step definitions, whatever is got executed, right? Those are not were not coming earlier. But right now, if I go to the end of the test cases execution, here after that you can see this is giving me all the step definitions which is we have defined, right? So these extra informations that we are getting uh, just because of this pretty, right? So one more thing, let's see if I go to my project directory and if I go to my target directory, let me all collapse, and if I go to my target directory, here you can see right now we are not getting any HTML report. You can see it, right? So this is one CFR report, but that is not an HTML report, so ignore this reporting. And apart from this, we are not getting any kind of reports. So to get the report, we have to use the plugins. Okay, so to add multiple plugins, we can see HTML, and here you can see where to get the HTML report. I'll see inside of my target folder, and there I have to create a particular location. Let's say uh, report, and I'll say cucumber underscore report dot html. Okay, and beside of this I want to get one more report called JSON. So what I'll do, JSON, and you have to pass the file name with the directory. So instead of this, what I'll say target report and say cucumber report dot, I'll say JSON. Okay, so now let's run it. Let's see what happens. So test cases is running now. Let's wait for the test case get completed, the suite get completed. So now you can see my suite get completed. If you now look onto this target folder, you can see we are getting one more extra folder is there, that is called report, that we have provided here. This is the directory got created. This is up to you how you are going to define the name. Okay, that is completely you, and the file name also it is completely on you. So you can see it is giving me two files, one is HTML report, another is JSON report. If you open the JSON report, you can see we are getting again a JSON content, right? This is a JSON data, and it is getting me a particular JSON report, right? So this JSON report also, it is a complete info, it is having a complete information of your test case execution, the number of test cases, what failed, what passed, right? All this information this JSON data is having. If you want to see this particular JSON data, you have to go, you can go to the particular online website, and here let's say JSON online, and I go to there. So if I come to here, if I see paste it, right now you can see this is the JSON information. You can see there are a lot of information, lot of key and values are there, right? So here you can see element, it is giving provide me the test case name, description, ID, keyword, and after that there are a lot of status, what are the tags are there or not, right? So all these details you are going to get from here, right? And here you can see the steps, what are the steps that got executed, what are the status. These are the different details you will be getting from the particular JSON file. And if I take you to the report, another report, that is nothing but a HTML report. If I go to my HTML report and open it in any browser, let's say I'm opening in Chrome browser, and you can see it is giving me the one of the you can say dashboard. Here it is saying that 4 test cases got executed, 100% is past success, what is the platform it is executed, what is the Java version it is used, what is the total time it took, right, for execution, total duration, and you can see this is the cucumber run. And here you can see the details of the feature files, right? Whatever the test cases you have executed, those details you are able to see. So this is one of the nice report you can see from the HTML report that we are getting from the cucumber. So but this is one of the, you can say it can, you can be utilized, but there are some limitations from this report. So for that reason people do not much use this particular report. People mostly prefer extend report or some other reports, right? So we'll be seeing that how to configure the extend report and how it looks like. So all these details we also see. One more thing I want to show you here, another thing is rerun. Okay, one another plugin is rerun. So rerun is nothing but you can see when your test case get executed and there might be some failures, right? So it will generate me a report. It will generate me, provide me the details of the failures. From that failures, if you want to execute the re-execute the failed test cases, so you can go ahead and uh, you can utilize that particular file. So it will be, again, I'll be storing there inside of my target folder, and I'll say rerun.txt file. So this is one of the text file, one of the file which is be in text format. I'll want to create it, I want to generate it inside of target file. It is again up to you, wherever you want, you can provide the path, it will be generated into that part. So if I run it once again, so let's see what happens. I'm sorry, I'm missing one comma here, so let me run it once again. Okay. Now test case got executed. You can see now here one more file got generated, which is called as rerun.txt. If I go to here, you can see right now this file is completely blank because there are no failure test case. But in case your case, if there is any failure test case, then the details of the scenario, which scenario got failed, it will be, you'll be able to share into this particular rerun test. Okay. So yeah, that is one of the very useful, you can say, plugin there from Cucumber option that you can utilize for this particular runner class. So this is almost, we are done with the Cucumber runner option. Now let's say these are the things what is going to use. Okay, one more very useful, you can see, Cucumber runner feature that we are missing, that is nothing but a tag, right? So after that we want to use, let's say, tag is also there. So by default tag, it is what is tag? Tag, I think you guys know, that is nothing but talking about the group, right? So if you have a group of test cases, let's say some test cases will be my sanity test case, or some test case is going to my particular regression test case, or set of test case is going to my smoke testing, right? So those are, we are, what we do actually, we mark our test cases as a particular tag, right? So those tags, how to execute those tags? Let's say if I go to my test feature files, let's say I'm taking you to the feature file. I'll say from my login test case, one of the feature, let's say this scenario, that is one of the scenario I want to execute this, and I want to provide, mark it as my, let's say, sanity test. Okay. So this is one of the scenario that I have marked as sanity. So let's say tomorrow I want to just interest with the run all the, not all the test case every time, because you might have more than 100, 500, or 1000 number of test case in your suite, right? So in that case, if you want to filter your test cases, that I want to execute only sanity one, or you want to execute only regression, right? So in that case, what you can do, you can utilize the sanity tag, sorry, you can utilize the tag based execution. Okay. So what you can do, let's say I have marked this particular scenario as sanity test case. So what you can do, you can just copy it and you can go to your runner class. Instead of the tags, you can just add this particular sanity tag. And although you have enabled all the feature files there in the feature directory, so what it will do, it will actually execute the tag that you have marked here. Okay. This scenario, all the feature files are enabled, but if I say that I want to execute only tag with sanity, so what it will do, it will you can say filter out the scenarios which is from this particular features, and whatever from the particular location, whatever test case is marked as sanity, it will just execute only sanity test case. For now, I just marked one test case as sanity, so it will just execute one test case. Let's see. Let me run this particular runner file once again. So now you can see it, execution gets started and one test case only got picked, right? So yeah, this is how you can execute, you can utilize the tags. So you, let's say you tomorrow you want to execute sanity test case, but you do not want to tag, or sometime what happen, you do not want to execute some particular test case which has defect, right? or some test case which is not yet completed, or some test scenario which is manual, or some any other region, or some you do not want to execute. So how to do it? This for that, what you can do actually, let's say I have one test cases, let's say this test case has defect, right? So I can mark this as defect test case. So if there is any defect on this particular test, so if you do not want to include those test into your runner, so what you can say not, and you can use defect. Okay, this in this approach also you can follow. If you see not a defect, then it will not include the test cases which is marked as defect, or you may mark as manual, you can mark as draft, or you can mark as with some other tags, right? So if you mark with this particular tag, so and you are using this not keyword, so it is makes sure that is not going to pick all these defects. So let me run it quickly and I'll show you the run execution. Now this time you can see it picked only three number of test cases, and it didn't pick that particular stage that we have marked as defect, right? So you can see from the login feature, it is not picked the first test case, right? Get single product, it did not pick. So this is how this you can exclude the test cases by using tag. Or let's say tomorrow you have multiple number of tags that you do not want to include, right? So some test cases, let's say so if you want to include if you want to ignore multiple test cases, so what you can say, you can use and you can use, let's say, uh, manual, or you can say draft test case, right? So see, this way you can utilize. Okay, so it will make sure that the test cases which is marked as defect, and let's say this sanity one also is, let's say it has dropped, right? Okay, so for now just I'm just marking it as a draft, and I'm saying that I'm not interested in running the defect one and those which is having draft, right? So if I execute now, this complete feature will get discarded and it will execute the remaining scenarios from my all locations, right? Now you can see it is just picked only one feature file, because this feature file we did not touch, right? Now, so another way to use this with, let's say you have multiple number of tags that you want to exclude, right? So what you can do actually, you can take all this you do not want to execute, you inside a parenthesis, and you can say or, you can use or. Okay, either it is defect or draft, you just want to exclude those test cases. If I run it now, you can see now again this one did not pick, right? So this is how you can utilize the tag attribute, guys. I hope this is you are able to understand now. If you have any doubt still, then let me know, or you can explore more on the internet so that you can understand and use it, and you can only after using you'll be able to exploring, you'll be able to getting a lot of more clarification, lot of more knowledge, right? So now let's go to the, this is all about the Cucumber runner. Now let's go with the reporting feature implementation. We'll be using Cucumber, you can say extend report. So for extend report, I have to use I have already documented the, you can see dependencies. So these are the two dependencies. I'll just copy it and I'll add to my project. So I go to here and go to pom.xml file. I'll add the dependencies. So there are two dependency, guys. One is extend report, another is extend reports Cucumber 7 adapter. These are the two dependency we have to add in my pom.xml file for generating the HTML report, extend report, right? So once you have added, one more thing you have to do, you have to set Cucumber extend report properties. So for property, what you can do, you can come to this test, and inside of the test resources JK is there. I have to create one property file. So I'll say extend dot properties. There are other ways to configure these details. There you can, if you want, you can go with the XML approach. If you want, you can go with the Java file also. But for very simplicity, I'll go ahead with this properties extend dot property, and I have already collected the details that you have to use. So here you can see these are the details that you have to use. Okay, so I'm copying this. I'll just simply add into this property file. So here you can see there are two sections mainly. This is one of the reporting report about the report HTML report. Here we are giving the name of the particular report file, and if you enable it as true, then it will generate your Spark report. If you make mark it false, then it will not generate. Similarly, for generating HTML PDF report, we have to add these two particular key and values. And here you can see for PDF we have to say that okay, generate PDF is true, and after that you have to provide the name of the PDF file. Now this part is talking about the directory where you want to create your reports, either it is a HTML report or PDF report. So here you can see I have given name as targets, and inside of this I am going to create a folder called reports, and after that I'll be creating another folder Spark report, and this is the base path. And after that base folder dot datetime pattern means this, on each and every report execution, what it will do, it will create a separate folder directory, and it will separate your folder with the timestamp also. So the timestamp it will pick like a date, month, years, and time and second, right? So this is how this folder is going to create. Every time you do the Cucumber execution, what it will do, it will create a different folder for you, and you will be getting all the reports in from that particular directory. So you'll be every time you'll getting your separate directory, and all the directory will be having your HTML and PDF reports separately. And the last parameter, that is what you can see here, that is nothing but if you say spark.base in 64 image src is true, then if you have any images or screenshot they are into attached into the report, so what it will do, it will attach the reports into your images or screenshot into your report, right? So similarly, we can provide some system information like what is the system environment you are executing your test cases. So that is something you can mention over here, and also what is the version of your system, that is something that you can provide from here. So this is nothing but a configuration details of your test case execution for creating the reports. So these are the details of extend report is going to pick. Now one more thing, one more task we have to do, that is you have to add one more plugin there inside of this Cucumber option, and that is also I have copied here for you. Let's see, I'm going to here, and the last plugin you can see com.evans tech, right? This is the one of the plugin that is helpful for you to generate the report, Spark report. It will generate the Spark report for you. So I have added this particular plugin into my Cucumber runner class file. Here you can see. Now let's run this particular Cucumber feature. So that's all, we are done with the setup of the Cucumber. You can see extend report, nothing guys, only we have to add the dependencies there in the pom.xml file, and after that you have to set up the particular property configuration information, where to add and what is the name you want to go ahead. So these are the information that we have provided there in the properties extend.property file. And after that we have to one more plugin we have to add there inside my Cucumber runner class, right? So now let's run this particular Cucumber runner. If I go to right now inside my target folder, you can see I have one report folder, but this is something we are generating these two reports, right? But right now we are not seeing this Spark report. Let's run this particular runner class and see how it looks like, right? So I'm running this particular runner class. Test case got started execution. So you can see test is running now. Okay, so my test case got executed. You can see that test case execution get completed. And if I go to my target directory, you can see there is one report directory, reports, right? So the spelling was reports there in that particular extend report. uh, if you come to here, the spelling was here. This is the reports, right? So that's why it is created another folder. So let me remove this particular as, and I'll say report, or as was better, so I'll mark there inside my runner. I'll say these are also reports. So I'll get all the reports inside a single directory, right? So okay, now let me go to this particular, let me remove this particular tags also. I do not want to, I want to execute all the test cases so that we will get more result, right? So okay, let it be here itself. I'll do one more execution. I'll show you the report. Okay, now you can see all four test cases got executed and they get passed. Now let's go and check the report. I'll open this target folder, and you can see we have this report folder, report directory is there, and inside of this you can see now this report are got created, right? Now what you can see, if you go to this particular, now you can see earlier this folder was created, and right now this is another folder got created, right? So inside of this I'll be having two report, and one is HTML report, another is PDF report. If you go and open this HTML report, you can see how it looks like. If I go and open it in a browser, HTML report, so now you can see it is giving me the left side here in this particular, see you can the features we have, and right side for each and every feature the scenarios we have, it will display inside the right side. If you click on this, it will, you will be able to see all the steps that you had in the Cucumber feature file, right? Similar way, and if you, for the next feature, if you click, you can see all the steps that you have used in your feature file. And also it is having another facility of categorizing of your test case. If you want to see the one categorize with their tag name, the reports you can see from here also. So there you can see we have one category: draft, defect, and sanity. So with the category also filter, you can see the test case execution. And also this one is one of the, and you can see another very useful you can see feature of this particular extend report, which is giving you how the extend report is looks like. Here you can see number of features got executed, number of scenarios, and similarly here is number of steps got executed, right? And also if you come down, you can see what is the details of your test case execution, how many number of test cases of from sanity got executed, what is the details, how many executed from defect tag, right? So all the detail you are getting here in the summarized form, right? And this is the detail of the your running environment, what is the system name, OS name, these are the information that you are getting from here. So I think this report is looks better than the Cucumber initial report, because we are getting a lot of more information from here, right? So and actually, so this is another report, guys, and let me show you another report that we have got, that is a PDF report. If I open this particular PDF report, you can see here also we have summary, we have dashboard page, right? If I let me zoom it out a little bit. Okay. So this is the summary page. You can see we are getting the summary result over here. So it is showing you that number of this is the feature, and this is the scenario, this is the steps. So how many number of scenarios pass, how many feature pass, scenario pass, and the steps, right? Accordingly it is displaying in the tables. Now here below also you can see we are getting the number of features, which feature got executed, right? And what is the number of test cases pass, fail, all the details you can see. And also if you want to see the details of the feature, if you click on this particular link, then it will take you to the feature execution details, right? So these all the details you are getting here from this particular PDF file. And also you can get it from here also. If you see summary one, or tag base also you can go to, so you can see defect, draft, or sanity, right? So all the details, this is one again very helpful and very good, you can say PDF report we are getting generated from this Spark report, right? So you can see all the scenarios also if you are interested to with the scenario. So you can see all the scenarios here in this particular table, right? So details, if you explore the details also, you can see that details over here. So this is how this PDF report is also looks like, guys. You can see now that how it is easy to generate the HTML or PDF report, and you can share it with your company, right, with your stakeholders or with your team inside your team, right? And this is something what you can distribute with your contact list for your execution details, execution summary, right? So this is all about the reports configuration, guys. So we have talked about what is runner, and we have seen that what different components of runner, what is run with, what is cucumber option, and what is the feature inside of the cucumber option, what all the attributes are there, right? And we have seen what is the uses of these attributes, how to use, what is glue, and what is monochrome plugin, right? Inside of the plugin, how to use the plugins, right? And what is tag, what is the uses of the tags. So everything we have seen, guys. So this is very you can say basic, and this is must know things if you are working with the cucumber automation. Okay, guys. So I think that's all from this video, and let me know if you have any queries or any doubt from this video. If you are not able to understand any particular topic, something is not clear to you guys, so let me know so that I can I will try to try my best to clarify your doubts or something if you are facing some issues on configuration. And this details you will be seeing there in my GitHub link. I'll be Hi guys, welcome to another video of our API automation series. In this video, I'm going to discuss with you one of the very important topic in software industry. This is not just for if you are working for API automation. It is going to be useful for any of the development project. It can be useful for the Java developers, it can be used for the test developers. It doesn't matter also if you are working with Java TestNG and Selenium project for web-based UI, or you are working with Cucumber-based, BDD-based API automation, right? And whatever automation you are using, this is one of the common file, common you can say subject, common matter, which is being used in almost every development project, right? So here the topic you can see that we are going to discuss in today's video is nothing but properties file and YAML file. Okay. So now question comes, what is properties file and what is YAML file, right? Similarly, that next question what it does arise, that we should have to know that what is the or what are the use cases, right? Why to use properties file or why to use YAML file, right? Where we can use it, what are the benefits of using properties or YAML file, right? And how, and after that we have to know that how to use this property and or you how to use the YAML file, right? So these are the things that we are going to discuss in today's video. Also we'll be discussing that where to use and where not to use, right? Definitely each and everything has their its advantages, and some cases they have some their disadvantages also. So we have to keep on mind that where it is very useful and where it is not useful, right? So according to our use cases, according to our requirement, we have to decide, okay, this is my project, this is my work I have to do. So for this reason, for this project or for this work, what I have to pick, right? Either you have to go with the properties file or you have to go with the YAML. That is depends on your requirement, depends on your project. Okay. And I'm discussing on this thing. Let's jump into the properties file. So what is properties file? Properties file, if I talk about what is properties file is nothing but a plain or straight file where it is just going to have only key and value pairs, right? So the main thing in the properties file is it is just having key and value pairs. There will be having key and values. Okay, it's a flat file similar to your text file, right? Properties file is nothing but a file which is having an extension with the properties. Okay, and in the content of the file will be in the key and value pairs. Okay, so you'll be having, let's say I have a URL of a application, right? So in the URL you will see http is colon double slash google.com, right? So if you have this kind of key and value pairs, if you have this kind of data to store into a file, so in that case, if in that case it is very easy to use the properties file. Later on you can store your username and password, right? So username equals, let's say, admin, and you can store password is equal to admin, right? So this kind of key and value pairs, which is very straightforward to use. You can see that I have a key, and this is the value of this particular key, right? So if you have this kind of data, if you want to store this kind of data, that is very useful to go ahead with the properties file in Java, right? And what are the if I say this properties file is going to have with the key and value with the comma with the equal separator, or also you can use with the colon separator value also. If you use this way, that is also fine. So either you use password is equals admin, or you have to use password one, let's say password colon admin. Okay, so any of the use cases is fine if you are using properties file. Okay, so the left side is you're going to be your key, and right side is going to be your value. Now if I talk about how to use, that we will see in just now in couple of minutes. Within a couple of minutes we are going to see how to use this properties file, and we'll see what are the disadvantage also. Now let's quickly talk about YAML file. What is YAML file? YAML file is nothing but another you can see file which is contents which is dealing with the data of your project. Okay, so let's say you have a data, right? So I have data. So that data I want to store into some particular file, right? So that file it is my choice whether you want to go with the properties file or you want to go to the YAML file. So the basically what is the difference between properties file and YAML file then, right? So the YAML file is nothing but it is a structure based file where you can store your key and values, and there is the structure you have to maintain. Main thing is you can have nested data also. Let's say I have a key, let's say uh, uh, um, I have a key, uh, let's say a user, right? So user is having a value, let's say user it can have, let's say I am saying user have user is having a value, and I'll say user can have its name and something, right? So it can have name, it can have age, right? So this kind of data. So user, and there is another parameter, let's say company. So company can be one value, let's say company IBM, right? So the company name is one, that is a single parameter value, but it has another property which is called as user. This user is can have nested data also. So if you have this kind of data, then it is recommended that you can go ahead with this YAML file. Okay, so you can understand now. If you have a flat data, so only key and values, there is no nested, right? So no nested implementation. In that case, it is good to go ahead with the properties file. If you have nested data to store to store, if you have nested data to keep in your project for use cases, so in that case uh, it is, you can say, good to use the YAML file. Now let's go and see how to use this, how to define this, right? So what I'll do here, let me add some configurable details that we every project needs, right? So what I'll do, I'll just create a file, folder directory over here, and I'll say directory, and I'm giving name as config. So this is the directory where I'm going to store all my config directories. Let's say I'm going to have a file, and I'll say name config.properties, right? Config.properties. Okay, so remember guys, you have to give a extension of, if you are using property file, then the extension of the file should be properties, right? Now here it's your choice how you on the all the key and value pairs that you have in your project that you can design here. So let's say I'm saying URL is equals, I can see http is colon slash slash www dot google dot com, right? Google.com. So this is how you can store your data. Next, you can say, let's say, um, I'm saying country is equal to India, right? So in this way, you can store your data into this particular uh, config file, right? If you have this kind of very flat data, very simplest data you have, so those kind of information you can store into here. So in your automation project, you can store your URL, you can store your, let's say, browser, right? So browser value, which browser you want to execute your test case. So let's say you can say that Chrome. So this kind of data you can store over here. You can take some other things, let's say headless mode, if you want to execute the test in headless mode or no, right? So you can have data stored here over here. Remember one thing, this property file always take the data in string format. Whatever you are writing here, that doesn't matter. When you are getting the data into your project, into your JavaScript, from your calling from the code, it will be going to provide in that particular in string format only. So this is something a property file look like. So here you will be having key and value pairs. You can have with colon separated also, that is not an issue. Let's say I'm saying company colon IBM, right? So in this way also you can use it, but remember to use any of the particular format. Either you use equals or you can use colon, not mixing of both. That make a you can say confusion, right? So for now I'll be removing this one. I'll be using the equal sign. So the left side is my key and right side is my value, right? Similar way, as I created this particular properties file, I can have YAML file also here. Let me create another file which I'll be taking with a YAML config dot. I'll be taking extension as a YAML, YAML. Okay. So you can see now I have a YAML file. So you can see that extension is showing here. If it is not showing to you properly in your IntelliJ IDE, then you can go ahead and you can add a theme. You can see go to project structure and go to, sorry, not project structure, go to the settings, and there you can see plugins, and in then plugin you can see search for YAML. Okay, so just enable this particular YAML if it is not already installed in your IntelliJ tool, so you can install. And if you are using Eclipse or some other tool, just check how to add that from your marketplace. Okay, so now let me go to this YAML file. Here YAML file, what you can do actually, let's say I have a uh, I have a details to have here in this particular YAML configuration file. Let's say I'm talking about APIs, right? API testing. So here let's say I have a API, and for this API, this is a route you can see for my entry, and this API I want to have the, let's say, base URL, right? So I can store base URL, and I can give a value of this base URL within a double quote. And let's say I'm giving the value of this base URL. Let's say https colon roll slash request request req res request.com. Okay, so this is one of the my base URL that I have given here over here. And similarly you can have multiple key and value pairs. Let's say I'm saying uh, uh, endpoint URL, right? Endpoints, and this endpoint can have multiple set of data. So I can have endpoint, let's say, for get single user. Okay, get simple user, and for this, let's say I have a endpoint URL, like anything it can be. It can be like let me open do one thing. Let me open a Postman tool. I'll get that data from there. So I'm opening my Postman. So here you can see I have a single user, that is a one of the API I have. So endpoint URL is going to be API slash user 2. So let's say I'm taking this. For now, I'll be using all in single small character. So let's just see. Another, let's say I want to take another get list of users, right? So this is something list users. So here list users. This is another API I do have. So I'm going to store the data for this one also. Now, and one more thing is, let's say I want to info and to, yeah, that's all, might be. So here you can see I have two kind of data. That is a API. Here it is a root data. Root, you can say key, and this is the key, and this is a value. But this is something which is again holding a key and value pairs, right? So this kind of information. Let's say I want to store another information, that is nothing but headers, right? What are the headers you want to pass, right? So header information, let's say I'm here going to take this content type, right? So this content type I can take here. So header can have a multiple value. So I'll say content type. So what is the values of content type is going to be? The value of content type is going to be application slash JSON. I can have another, let's say accept, and this is again going to be application slash JSON, right? So now you can see if you have nested data, if you have multiple type of data, so in that case you can use this particular YAML configuration file. Okay, let me do one thing. These are not looks good. I'll to take it as a camel case, so it will look better, right? So user get single user. Okay. So now this is my one of the simple, you can see, YAML configuration file where I have stored all my record keys, and that in uh, these are the details that I can utilize in throughout my test cases. Right now, let's say I'll how to use this particular config details config file, and how we can get these details into our test case, right? So what I'll do actually, first let's go to the our code. Here I'll create one package. Let's say config reader. I'll create one package. Let's say config reader. I'll say config only. So instead of config only, I'll say property reader. I'll create one class. I'll say properties reader. And this properties reader, I'm going to read this particular property file. Okay, this is the property file. This properties file I'm going to read inside of this properties reader. Okay, so here what I can do actually, for reading this properties file I can take, or what you can do, you can first of all I need the path of this particular file, right? So this path of the particular file, you can just right click over here, copy path references, and you can get the path from the config repo. So what I'll do, come to here, I'll store the path of the file, and you can see file path is equals, store it into a variable. Now I'll be creating one method. Let's say public void get property data. Okay, so what this method is going to do, this method is going to provide me the data which is I am configured here in this particular properties file, right? So I'll be what I am going to do, I'll just pass the particular properties key name, and it should return me the value, right? That is my target from this particular method. So this method is going to return me string type of data. So that data is nothing but the value of this particular key, right? So what I can do actually, here I can say take in Java to read the property file. We have properties, one of the class file available inside of Java util package. Okay, so we will be going to utilize this particular package. Inside of this properties, I'll say properties. Before we initialize, we have to read the particular file. We have to get the file, right? So what I will say, file input stream, and I'll say file input stream is equals, and say new file input stream. Inside of this, I'll take, and you can pass the file path, right? So this is how we are going to read this particular going to get the file object into file input stream. And let's handle this exception over here. And now here what you can see is equals properties equal to properties new properties. Okay, so I have created an object of this properties file. After that, what you can see, properties dot load, and I have to pass the input file input stream. Okay, oh, file input stream. Now this load is going to have this is having one checked exception, so you have to handle this checked exception IO. Okay, now this is something what this property is going to do. First, we are reading this particular file by using the first to get the file object, and we have to create an object of this properties class into this particular object reference. And after that, we will see properties dot load. So what it will do, it will load this particular file, right? Now what we can do actually, we have to return the data, right? So what we can do, let's do one thing. Whenever this object is created, let me create it as a global. So let me define it global to this particular class file. So I'll be creating this, and on create, let's say public properties reader. Okay, I'm creating a constructor. In this constructor, I'm going to assign this particular you can see I'm going to assign the object value, right? So I'll just remove this, and here I have to handle this particular exceptions, right? I'm sorry, I did something wrong. Okay, so actually I have to take these two lines of code and paste it over here. Okay, so I can, okay, leave it and delete exception. So now we can remove this particular line of code. This line is not needed over here. Now this is also not needed. This line we can take there itself, right? Okay, now we have to handle this particular exception. I can remove this. Now when any user asks for any particular property data, what I can see, we can return this particular data, right? So we'll be returning in string format, and we'll see, we'll ask user to pass the key, right? So we'll say return, pass me the key. So once user pass me the key, what I can do actually, we can return the value of the key. So we can see properties dot get property. There is a method inside the of this properties class file, that is nothing but a get property. So we'll be utilizing this, and we have to pass the key that is user is passing, right? So this is something that you have to write down here in your utility class. So this is something going to be your utility class. So every time you will be just call this particular method and you'll be able to fetch the data from this particular property file. Okay, so what we can do, we'll create a test class. So let's say I'm going to create another test class inside of this. Okay, so that is just for a testing purpose. So let's say test config. Okay, this is one of the class I created. Inside of this I'll be testing that okay, the data we are going to read from this properties file is properly we are able to fetch or not. Okay, so here what I'll do first, I'll create a, let's say I'll create a test method. By using the test method, I'll create one, let's say public void, and I'll say my test config properties. Okay, I'll just test this here. Let's say I'm saying first what I have to do, I have to create an object of this particular properties reader class, right? So I'll create an object properties reader, let's say reader is equal to new properties reader. So first I've created an object of this particular class file, and after that what you have to see, you have to just say reader dot get property data. Okay, now here you have to pass. So I'll be passing URL, so it will going to return me the data. What we can do here, let's print the data what we are getting, system out, and I'll say this. Okay, so here you can see we are getting the data and we're just going to print it. You can similar way you can print some other data also. So we can say reader dot get property data, and we can pass, let's say what are all are the properties we have, let's say browser, right? So we can see, let me print the browser also. So let's run it. You can see we got one exception here. Let's see what is the exception is talking about. Null pointer exception Java, because this property is null. Okay, this property is null and we are getting this exception at property is a line number 16. Line number 16. Okay, file properties. Okay, we did one mistake over here, we should not have initiate another one. Okay, now this should help, or you can just for configure confirmation you can say this dot property. This one also you can say this dot property, but that is not needed, but you can still use it. Okay, now let's run this code once again. Now you can see we got the value, right? So the data we have used into the properties file that we are getting here into the console, right? So this is how you can utilize the data, which is mostly what happen actually, people keep their properties configurable details there into this particular property file and use it anywhere in your test case, right? So that is how, that is what is the usefulness of this properties file. Okay, I hope this concept is clear to you guys. So what we did actually, we have used an property class, that properties that is comes from your Java util package. Okay, you can see here it is coming from Java util package, and we can directly utilize this class file. And here you have to just pass in file reference object, and this is the way you have to create. You have to create an object of this properties class. After that you have to say properties dot load. Once you say load, it will, you have to pass the file object reference. And this properties object has its one of the method called get property. Inside of this you have to pass the key that you want to get the value. So once you key pass the key, it will return, it is going to return you the data from the properties file, and we have able to print the data, right? So yeah, that's about the properties file. Now let's see how to get the data from the YAML file, right? How to use it and how we can utilize the YAML files. Now let's close these properties files and the class files. We'll be talking about how to get the data. First, try to understand the you can see the structure of this particular YAML file. Remember one more thing, guys. The structure of the YAML file is very sensitive. and your indentation of the structure of the YAML file is also important. Okay, if you see here, we have two spaces after this. So this is, let's say this one is the root, you can say uh, root here. After that, it has, these are the childs, right? Base URL endpoints and headers. These are the child of API. But this endpoints again has its childs, get user, get single user, and list users, right? So here you can see the indentation we have used, and this indentation is two spaces from the parent. Okay, so this indentation is important, guys. If you somehow break the indentation, so that property data is not going to work properly. So you have to very sincere about this indentation, what indentation you are using into your YAML file. That is one of the, you can say, strictness, one of the disadvantage of YAML file. But yeah, if you have very not very large number of data, then this is one of the very good use. Okay, now let's see how we can use this, right? So for reading the YAML file, we need to have one, you can say, third party library, and in that library you have to configure into your project. Let's go and get that third party library. I am there into Maven repository. I am searching, I'll have to search for YAML, YAML. Okay, I'm searching for it. You can see there are, we have multiple options are there. First you can see JSON data format YAML, we have Snake YAML, Apache Groovy, right? So these are the YAMLs, these are the libraries that is already open library have available there in the internet. So you can utilize any of the YAML reader, any of the YAML handler, right? So for now in this project I am going to use this particular Snake YAML, because it is very easy. It is very easy to use Snake YAML. So let's take the latest version. I'll copy this particular dependency, and I'm going to add it into my pom.xml. So here I can add data bind. Okay. So let me add this Maven. Okay, so this is Snake YAML I am going to use into this particular for reading the YAML files. This is configured into pom.xml file. So what I'll do, I'll create a reader class for this particular YAML file. Similar to for properties, I have created a reader class. Here you can see properties reader. So I'm going to create another reader which is going to read my property YAML file, right? So what I'll say, let's say YAML reader, right? So I have created an YAML reader class file over here. So in this YAML class reader class file, I have to read my YAML, right? Sorry, there is one more thing before you are going to read that YAML file. What you have to do actually, you have to create. This is the structure. Try to understand. API is the root structure. It is, you can see there are three child of the API. One is your uh, base your, this is first child. Second is your endpoint childs, and third is your headers child. Right? There are three childs of API. And again, inside of this particular endpoints, we have two child, that is get single user and list users. For these headers also we have two childs, right? So there the structure is, this is my API. It has three endpoints, three childs, let's say base URL, endpoints, and headers. This base URI, sorry, endpoints again having two childs. It is get single user and list of user, and these headers also having two childs, content type and accept, right? So this is a very high level structure of this particular YAMLs, of the particular YAML file, right? So what is the process of getting into this, getting the data into a Java class? First you have to create an Pojo class for this. Okay, that is important, guys. We have to create an Pojo class for this. How we are going to create? We'll be creating a class for this particular API. Okay, we'll be first, we have to create an API, and in that Pojo class we will be having these particular variables. This is one of the variable, and this is a variable which is again having some data. So that is not a, that is actually object reference. So this is going to be an object. This is again going to be an object. So there are two types. This is just simply handling a string type of data, So we can take a variable of string type base URL. For endpoints, it is going to be an object to me, right? And that is again going to have okay, again going to have your you can say key and verifiers, right? So this is we have to get in class for this also. Again, headers is going to have their variables, right? These are the variables. So variables is held by a class, right? So again, we have to create a class for this particular header. So this is a base class. API is going to my base class. Instead of this, I will be having this variable, and these are the subclass that is going to be inside of the API. Now again, endpoints is a class. Will be defining a class, and that class is going to have my this particular variables. Hope this concept is clear to you guys. Now let's go and uh, clear our classes. Okay. So what I will do? Okay. Now let's come to I'll create a Pojo class for my config. So I'll give a name as config. Let's say I'm providing a name config. This is something a project class that I'm going to create for this particular YAML structure. Okay. For this my YAML structure, I'm going to create a class. First of all, I'm creating class for this API, right? So I'll take particular for this API, I'll create a class Pojo config, and this config. This config class, what I'll do, I have to create an this API first. This is the variable, right? And this is going to have multiple. This is a root, and this is going to have multiple variables, and this is again a class. So I will be creating a class with this API, and what we have to do actually, we have to create here. Let's see, I'm saying private void, sorry, private API and API. So I'll be creating one class with the name as API. For this, I have created, let's say, I'm going to have a getter and setter. I already um, uh, shown you how to create a getter and setter. So I just created getter and setter of this particular API class, right? So now you can see we have created an getter and setter for this particular API class. So get API and set API, right? Uh, config input class. No, this shouldn't provide from the Gradient. Okay, so private, you can say static, and okay. So here it is. Right now we do not have any definition for this API. So we have to create a class for API which is going to again hold this particular endpoint, base URL, and headers, right? So let's create a class. I'll create a class. Let's say instead of this, I can have this is, let's say, this config is my one of the class. Instead of this, I'm going to have child classes, or you can say uh, it's inside classes or inner class, you can say. So I'll create an inner class. So I'll say public, and inner class with static keyword. I'll say static, and after that class, and I'll say API class. Okay. So this API class now is I have created this particular inner class inside of this config. Okay. This API class now is what all are the properties is going to have inside of this API. There are three properties: base URL, endpoint, and headers, right? So let's do it. So I'm copying this particular variable name. I'll say private, and then say string, and then say particular this variable name. Similar way, we have another particular this endpoint. So I'll go to here. I'll add another one, public endpoints, endpoints, endpoints. Okay. So I'll be creating another class for this particular endpoint later on. Okay. And then we need to have another class for headers. So I'll be creating, let's say, private headers and headers, right? So for now we're getting error here for headers, endpoint and headers. So what we can do, we can get inner class. You can, so I'll create another inner class. So let's say public, and then you can see endpoints. So the endpoints, okay, public class endpoint, public and static. We'll be taking static and class endpoints. Okay, so we are creating another endpoint class, and I'll copy paste. So we have created two inner class, and this is going to my header class. So here you can see we have created the structure. Inside of this API we have three variables: base URL, and these are my object reference, endpoints and headers. Because what is the reason behind of this object, these are object reference, because um, these are having you can say nested child also, right? So we need to create a variable for this also inside of this particular endpoint class. Before we go inside the implementation of this endpoint class, what you can do, we can create the header and getter and setter for this particular references. So we can say create, cancel it. What happened? No, I don't need this particular, this one I don't need. So what I can do, I can just right click over here and say generate, and say getter and setter, and I'll get create a getter and setter for all of these. Okay, so I am done with this getter and setter creation. Now let's come into this particular inside this endpoint class and header class. So in this endpoint class again I am having two parameters, right? Get single user and list user. So I have to create again private string. This is going to be string type of data, and I'll say this is my variable. Another one I'll create private string, and the variable name is nothing but list users, right? Similar way for headers also we'll be creating variables content type and accept. So we'll say private string and content type, right? Similar way private string and accept, right. Now here we have added all these all these variables which is there inside of the endpoint. Now the next job is to we have to create the getter and setter. So let's generate getter and setter. I'll choose those two variables and create it. Done with this creation. Again I'll come to inside of this header class, and I'll create the getter and setter. I'm selecting this. Okay, now this is all done, guys. We are done with the creating the header and setter. We can see we are done with the Pojo structure of this particular YAML file. Right, this is the YAML file we have created in Pojo for this. Now our job is to test this particular Pojo that we have created. Right, how to test this? Let's go and test this. I'll say instead of YAML reader, I can say test. I'll just rename it. So I'll use say the emulator. Instead of emulator, I'll say emul test. Okay, we'll just verify that okay we are able to fetch the data from it or not. Okay, so I'll be taking one test method over here. So let's say public void, and I'll say fetch data. Okay, this is one of the test I have created. So inside of this, first of all, I need this particular path of this particular YAML file, right? So I'll right click over here, and what you can see, just copy that path. You can see config here, and let's store it into a variable. Let's say file path is equals this, right? So we have added this, and for using this YAML into your we have to create an YAML class. We have to use the YAML class. Okay, there is YAML class from the snag YAML. Also, one YAML class is coming from test.ng YAML, but for now we are going to use this Synack YAML from this class file, okay, package. So I'll be taking an instance of YAML class and I'll say new YAML, okay. So this is how you are going to create an object of this YAML file. Now let's take an file input stream. So I'll be taking input stream, and input stream is equal to new input stream, right? So inside of this we can pass file object. So let's say save file path, okay. So we have created the input stream that is completed. Now what we can do, we can create and we can load this particular YAML data. This is the YAML object, and we have this YAML. This is the YAML file. This YAML file data will be loading into a particular variable from this reference by using YAML reference. Let's say YAML reference dot, you can say load. We are having there a lot of methods: load all, and load as, right? So what we are doing over here, we are going to have this particular data as into a stream, right? So we'll be using input stream, and this inside of this input stream, I'm just going to pass this input stream. This is the stream that I want to use here. And what we are going to use this Pojo class, right? This Pojo class, we are we are going to use it inside of this particular as a reference. So we'll see the name of the Pojo class is config, right? So we'll be using code Pojo config dot class, okay. So this is how we are going to we are going to load the config data, and we have load as. So this is something we need to store into a particular variable, so that we can go and use it for a future reference, right? And this is something going to return you data in a particular class object format, and that object is nothing but my class, this config class format, right? So we can say is equals config. So okay, so from this particular class object type, we are storing this the data we are getting as a stream from this YAML reference, okay. So that is going to be stored into your config reference. Now it is now you are it is ready to use the data that is you have there in the YAML file. So let's do one thing, we can go ahead and we can um, let's say I'm going to print. I'll say config dot, you can see we are getting get API option is there. So we'll say get API. If you say get base URL, right? So it is going to return me the data. Or let's say I'm going to get the headers value, right? So we can say system dot, and I'll say config dot get API and dot get headers I have, right? So I'll say get headers. Instead of the get header, I have the accept, right? So get accept. So it is going to return me the value of this get accept parameter, right? So now let's run this particular test class. Now here you can see we are able to fetch the data from the YAML file, right? This is our YAML file, and yeah, these are YAML file. The base URL we set there is this one, and this accept value also we have set this, right? Those we are able to get into our test class. So this is how you can use this YAML configuration file. This is useful when you have you can say nested data, and you want to manage your data in very proper maintainable way. So that in that case YAML file is very helpful, very and it is a very lightweight file also. So this is something how what is the advantages of YAML file. Config file is basically very useful when you have very small number of data, or you have very flat structure of data. There is no, you can say, nested data, right? So in that case config is very helpful because it is more lightweight, but it is a YAML is more, you can say, human readable and you can say maintainable, right? So this is one of the reason why people use YAML also over properties file or some other file, right? Now here you can see we have created, and just what you need to do, we have to create an Pojo class for your particular YAML file. Once you are done with the Pojo class, now the implementation is very easy for you. Now here one trick, guys, if you want to, if you see that we have created this Pojo class manually, this is a very tough job, right? Basically when your Pojo, when your this particular YAML file is having more number of fields over here into this particular file, right? So there is one, you can see this, you do not have to do this by yourself. What you can do, actually you can just copy this particular YAML content, right, file content. You can go ahead to internet and you can search for generator. There are so a lot of generators also. So let's say I'm going to search into Google, and I'll say YAML data to Pojo converter Java. Okay, so you can see we are getting a lot of options there. From any of the website you can go ahead and you just paste your YAML data, it will convert your YAML into, so let's say, JSON format converter. I'm going to here you can see it is going to ask, let's say I'm pasting my YAML data over here. Okay, so you can see I've just pasted my YAML data and it has converted my Pojo class it is created. So you can just directly copy this Pojo class and you can use it into your class file. Or you can see, you can take a help of ChatGPT also, guys. So let me go to ChatGPT and show you this one. What you can do, you can just paste your YAML file content, okay, and you can see, let's say I'm giving a prompt now. I want to get Pojo for the for this, you can see, YAML, and class name with config. Okay, so this is a simple, you can see, command I have given just. So you can see it is creating a class file, whatever we have created manually, right? It is going to create for you. Here you can see it is going to create an Pojo class for you. It is already created. So this is how you can utilize the use of, you can say, ChatGPT, or you can create manually, or you can use some other tools also available there in the internet, and it is showing you how to use also. So any of the approach you can follow, guys, but for creating the Pojo class you can take a help of internet. So you can see also they have created class for, you can see, uh, this is class for your endpoints. So this is a public static endpoint and they have created two parameters, getter and setters. All these things we have done there in, right? So these are the things that it is given to you. For headers also you can see they have created in class, and instead of the headers, for header also they follow the different approach. They are given the map approach. Okay, that is also fine. And based, okay, so this is how you now got the idea of how to use this particular YAML file, how to use the oh sorry, how to use YAML file, how to use config file, right? So this, I hope this is under. Okay, guys, I hope everything is clear to you, and all the explanations on config properties and YAML file are now clear to you, guys. How to use the expertise, when to use config.properties file, and when to use the YAML files. What are the benefits of properties file, and what are the benefit of YAML, and what are the disadvantages of properties or YAML file, right? I hope this explanation is clear to you, guys. If you have any issues, doubt, or any questions in your mind, or you are facing any challenges in your work, then let me know. I'll be very happy to assist you. I'll be very happy to address your concerns, questions, issues, right? And this code I am going to upload there in the GitHub also. This will be pushed. So you can go ahead and check that particular code there from the GitHub, and the link is going to be added there in the description part. So you can go directly jump to this particular repo, right? So till then guys, stay happy and thank you so much for loving this channel and staying with my videos and watching my videos. And I wish you all the best in in your learning learning journey, and happy learning. Keep learning guys. Thank you. Bye. Hi guys, welcome to another video of our API automation series. In this video I'm going to discuss with you about Apache Log4j. So, what is Apache Log4j, or if I ask you that what is Log4j, or what is the uses of Log4j, right? Using, or why do we need to know about Log4j? So this is something that we are going to discuss in this particular video, and here are the topics that you can see, that what is Log4j, what all are the benefits of using Log4j, then how to configure the Log4j, and what all are the levels of Log4j, and how to set up your project for using the Log4j, right? These are the topics, majorly main topics that we are going to discuss into this particular video. So I hope this video is going to be useful for you guys. So if I talk about that, if I say what is log4j or what is a logger, right? In terms of development point. So what is a logger? Logger is nothing but you can say utility. You can say logger is a tool which helps us to log something during your execution. It can be your test case execution. It can be your application done. It is being used everywhere. It is your application development, it is your application automation test case development, whatever is their automation project, log4j is going to be used in each and every cases. And if I talk about the loggers, there are different type of logger are there available in the market. So we have logger for, let's say, I have a there is a different loggers are there. We have a Apache logger is there, right? Apache logger is there in the market, and similar to we have logger further from the Java itself. We have loggers, right? Java logger is there. We have Selenium loggers also there in the market, right? But apart from all these loggers, most of the people are using Apache logger only. Okay, so that is the beauty of this particular logger file. And here in that website itself, you can they have mentioned that the top it is listed as a one of the top 100 critical open source software project, right? So here you can understand what is the how this Apache log4j is uh, capture the market, right? So we'll be able to discuss, we are going to discuss all this for now, all this about the log4j. What is log4j, what are the benefits of using log4j, and how to configure it, how to use this into project, right? Now if I talk about what all are the benefits of using log4j, right? So if I say log4j, it is going to log everything, log the informations, right? Log the informations. You can log, you can say any errors, right? It will help us to understand any warnings there in the executions, log any warnings, right? So what happen actually, you can log these things into your console file, right? But what happen if you do one more execution into your project, then this console window logs are getting vanished from the console window, right? And you are not going to get those logs. So for that reason, logger helps us to log all this information that you have added into your execution. They can capture all this information and they can create a file, and then they are going to store all this log information what happened at the time of execution. So if you go ahead go and check the particular log file, you will be able to see where something happened. So tomorrow, let's say you have completed one execution, and tomorrow you are going to see what happened during the execution, where the test case got, what all are the data is being used for the execution. So everything you can find from the logger. So this is how the logger is going to help you in the debug purpose. right? So this is the use, this is one of the very useful, you can see, configuration details, you can say tool, which is helping you in case of any debugging purpose. Mostly people use this log4j. Okay, now next thing we'll see that how to configure the project, right? So for configuration of the log4j to into your project, what you need to do actually, we have two options. Either you download the log4j jar file from this particular location, you can say download Apache log4j2. You can download the jar file from here, or you can go ahead with the Maven dependencies. For our project, we'll be using Maven dependency. So let me, here you can see they have provided the Maven dependencies over here. So if you want to use Apache log4j, then you have to use these two dependencies. So I'll just do copy this particular these two details, and I'll go to my project, and I'll go to my form.xml file, and I'll add these dependencies I copied, right? So let me save it. So my Maven project is now, I have added the log4j Apache dependencies. Now I am ready to use this particular log4j. For now, what we have to do actually, we have to do the setup for the log4j log4j details, also configuration details. If you come to here, you can see config details. There, there are four ways how you can configure the log file. You can see they have mentioned log4j. This one, you can see they have mentioned that if you want to configure log4j into your project, so there are mainly four ways you can choose either of the one. Okay, so what all are the four ways? You can go ahead with the XML approach, or JSON approach, or YAML, or properties file. There are four approaches. Among of these four approach, X1 approach is XML, and we have JSON approach also. Another is YAML approach, YAML. Okay, another approach is properties, right? So these four approach, you can choose any of the either XML, either JSON, YAML, or properties. For now, for simplicity, we are going ahead with the properties file approach, because in our uh, earlier configuration with extend report also we have used properties. So in this project also we'll be seeing how to use this property file to configure my log4j settings, right? So let's see how. If you scroll down to this page, and you see they have given the details how to configure. So if I scroll down little bit, here you can see configuration for X from URL. If I scroll down more, you can see, you can see here they have given details for configuration with XML file. So if you want to configure with XML file, so this is the something details configuration, how you can configure with the XML files. And if you want to configure with JSON structure, here you can see they have given the JSON structure also. And also similar to here, they have given the structure for the YAML file if you want to go ahead with the YAML file. But we are interested with the properties file, so we'll be going ahead with this approach. This is something straightforward, and you can see very simple, right? And for your case right now, I have did already as I did customization of this particular implementation according to my need. So I'll copy that particular config details from this particular file, and I'll add this into my project. So similar to we have added and extend report properties over here into this particular test and resources location. So you have to configure this particular, you can say, particular Apache log4j configuration details over here into this particular location resources. So after resources, I will create another file. Let's say log4j 2 dot properties. Okay, and I'll paste the details I've copied. If you just go through this particular file, you can see there are three sections majorly. This is a root section, the root configuration of the particular log4j, and this configuration is specific for how you want to see your logs into console, and this settings is for the how you want to see the logs for into your file, right? It will going to generate a file. I am giving the file name over here. and this file name I'm mentioning that this is my file name API test execution dot log, right? And I want to get it, I want this log to get created inside of a logs folder, right? Right now in this project, after my project name, there is no folder is with the name logs, right? So what log4j does actually, if the folder doesn't exist, it will create automatically by itself. We do not have to handle it externally. Okay, so no need to worry about that if the folder is present or not. Log4j is going to create the folder for you. So this is how setting is going to be. So if I'll explain these details later. For now, what I'll see, let's say I'm going to run my particular one test case here. Let me do first maven and package. uh, okay, let's wait for it to execution done. I'll stop the execution, and I'll do, let's say I want to execute this particular scenario. I'll do run. Okay, my execution is got completed, but I'm not able to see any log statement is given, right? So if you go to this particular print, and you can see there is nothing called nothing is happened, nothing, no changes there in the console print, right? So what we are missing here, we are missing something that we did not say how to log or what to log, right? Those things we are not given. Also, if you observe here in this particular project, there is nothing called logs folder got created, right? So what we are missing, actually we did not initiate the logger. We configured the log4j properties. Now our job is to initiate the loggers here. In this particular class file, let's say our class is, let me remove this one. What is this? Okay. So inside this class file, I have to first initiate the logger. So how to initiate? So not only this class, and in future, let's say you have 10 number of classes, 50 classes, right? So whatever classes you have, everywhere you have to initiate this logger here. So I'll see public static. Always remember that I have to take logger as a static logger, okay? And I'll see public static and say type as a logger. I'll say logger is equal to log manager, and I'll say dot get logger. अभी भी वीडियो बनाओ. Okay, so here what I have to do, I need to just pass the class name. So my class name is my step dev. So I'll copy it from here. I'll see my step dev dot class, right? So if you see my step dev dot class, and just end of the statement over here, and I need to do an import over here. So if I keep my mouse over here, you can see it is giving me the prompt, and you can see here from the import statement, these are the two imports that is got added here. Make sure that uh, these two import you have done there in your class file, otherwise it is not going to work. Okay, so we have to make ensure that only these two import is getting imported, not any other import. Okay, so once you're done with this import, what we can do actually, now you can go ahead and log your whatever logs you want to print, right? So let's say I want to give some log print here. So this is my, here where I'm setting the base URL, right? Here what you can do actually, you can say logger dot, let's say I want to do the debug log. So here you can print whatever log you want to print. I can say that setting the base URL, right? So you can say that I am setting the base URL, right? Or you can print the base URL also if you want. You can say setting the base URL dot as, right? And you can print it like then project constant dot base URI, right? This is something the URI I'm going to print. I'm going to store as a base URL, so I'm printing it base URI. Similarly, I can give a print statement here also. Here I'm ending setting up the endpoint URL, so I can say logger dot. You can do logger dot info also. Let's say I'm saying setting info, and inside of this I can say setting the endpoint URL as, and I can see comma endpoint URL, right? So similarly, you can add any number of log statement whatever you need in your project, right? You can add those. Let me quickly add for rest of the methods. So here I can see for this one I'll say print. I'll say logger dot debug, and I'll say header set as key, header setting key as this, and value as this, right? So this way you can set the key and value. So I'll say key and value, right? Similar way I can set, I can instead of here you can see we are already printing the body. So instead of printing it as a statement, I can use logger.debug, right? So now instead of what it will do, instead of doing a print statement, we are just logging that file, that particular response body, right? Similar way, let me complete for the other states also. Here we are using the system out print. Instead of that, I will be using logger.debug. So in the next line here, this is for the I should see this is a verification step definition. Here also I'll print, let's say, before of the assertion, let's say logger.debug. Here I can print, let's say, uh, verifying. I want to print the actual and expected here, right? So I'll say expected value, and after that I want to print something. After that I'll do new line, and I want to see actual value, right? And after that I want to print the data, and here I'll say expected value and expected distance path dot. This is my actual data, right? So I'll be printing that also, right? So now we are printing actual and expected. Similar way, you can add logger statement for whatever and wherever you need. So here I want to print one more logger. Let's see logger dot debug, and I'll see header map details, or details or content of the header map, and I'll say here I want to print header map dot entry set, right? So this is how you can do log statement into your project, into your code. Once you are done with this, now you when you run this particular test case, what it will happen, this log will get with these are the something log we have written here, those will get logged. So if let me go to the my cucumber file. Before of that, let me do maven and refresh the project. I'll see maven package. Let me stop the test case this execution, and what I'll do, I'll go to this particular scenario and I'll execute this scenario. Okay, now I'm running it. Okay. Now you can see here my test case got executed, and if you check the console, now here you can see we are getting some out the console output in a good form, right? Here you can see it is some information it is providing me this information, and this is something that we have logged there in the logger. And also you can see it is giving me what at what time, what date, and what is the timing this particular statement got executed, right? And here you can see this is the something information, either it is a the log level that you set as a debug or info, right, or warning, or whatever the type of log you set there in the project, that is showing, that is displaying here in the log console also. And this is something a class file name, and from which class this log is got printed, so it is showing you the class file name. And this is something the line number from which particular line this log statement got printed. If I show you here, let me take you to there. This is the console file, and you can see this is the print statement that I have given logger.debug at line number 29, and my class name is mystepdate. That is something you can see my step. This is the class name. This is the line number. So similar for other also, right? So this is how you can get the logger into console. And one more thing, and we can see here one more thing. Let me show you that config file we have given, right? So let me open that config file. If I go to resources and this config file, here you can see the details. This is for the console print. This pattern, what is the pattern that you want to have that log output, right? So this is the pattern. We have given that we want to see first the years and the date format. So similar date format it is giving us here. If you want to have date format inside a square braces like this also, so you can do what you can do actually, you can just wrap it with a square braces also. So it is up to you how you want to see your logs, so you can customize it, no issue. We can do customize for log to the files also. So it is up to you how you want to see your logs. So next one is this is talking about the what is the log level that you set in the particular log information in your code, right? So for now you can see we are getting debug info, and if you set any other type of log like warning or you can say error, right? So those case it will show you that okay, this error is this log is for error, right? This log is for info, this log is for warning. So those kind of things that you can understand from the log itself, right? The next part it is showing the it is for the class name, this one, and this L is for the line number. Okay, now one thing guys, uh, here let me show you that this log file is got created or not. Let me go to the project. Here you can see if I go inside my project directory, there one logs folder got created. This is the log folder. If you explore this file folder, you can see we have the particular file, that name we have given over here, right? So if you open this particular log file, you can see this log file has the complete log information that we got from the response in the console, right? This complete information it is got logged into a file. So how beautiful it is. Now later on, today you have executed, tomorrow you want to verify the what happened there in the execution, so you can do just get the particular log file and you can verify whatever happened there, what is executed, what is the data is being used, so everything you can verify from this by using the log file. Now let me show you one more thing. Let's say I want to execute it once more time. So I'm going to execute. Let's say I want to execute this test right now. Okay. So what happened? That it get executed. Now you can see my test case got executed. We are getting the log print from in the console file. Now if you go and check that, we have that log file already there, and here this is something executed in my previous execution. And if you come to the below, you can see we are getting one more log from the new execution, right? So what it is actually going to do, it is actually appending the executions from one execution to another execution. So see here, it is starting from here another execution, right? This is for from my first execution, this is for the second execution. That means it is nothing but appending each and every execution result into this particular log file. Right? Every time you are executing, it is going to append into this file. But for this is, let's say I am executing 10 times, 15 times, 100 times. So it is going to all, it is going to append this all this execution to this particular file. So that is going to be an again a problem for me, right? So to how to avoid those things, what I want that I want to create generate a every time I do an execution, I should be able to create a new file, new log file here in this particular log directory, right? For now it is overloading. For now it is sorry, it is overriding because of the file name is constant, right? In this particular log file configuration, you can see we have a constant file name, so it is always going to write into this same uh, log file. So what we can do actually, we can parameterize this particular file name so that every execution it should what it should do actually, it should create a new file for me, and I want to see each and every execution in different log file. So how can we do that? For that reason, we have to dynamically create a new file every time I do an execution. So let me comment the previous one. What I can do actually, I can, let's see, I'll remove this particular name, and we can use, let's say I want to parameterize, and I'll give a log file name. I'll give a name, it is log file name, right? So this is something I want to generate every time I am doing the execution. So now how can we generate and where to generate, right? That is something we have to decide. Particular log file name, it should be the for the place where your test case entry is going to be happen, right? For now I can see that this entry, my test case is going to start from this particular line, and if I go to the definition of this particular line, it is actually starting from this particular class file, this step definition class file, right? So what I want actually, before anything got executed from this particular file, before any initialization of the of the you can see object references or any particular other variables, right? I want to execute something and to make sure that something got executed. So what I can do actually, I can have a static block over here, and in that particular static block I can create a particular name. So let me create a static block. I'll say static, and I'll get a block over here. Okay, so this is a static block, guys, and here we can do the static block. It can ensure that it will be get executed before any other objects got created or particular method got executed from this particular file. So what we can see in this particular static variable, I want to create a file name with a dynamic, let's say, with the timestamp, right? So let's say string. I'm saying file name. Okay, string file name is equal to, I'll say, uh, what I can say actually. Let me take uh, mm, simple date format. I'll compare it and I'll get the value name, right? So let me say new simple date format. I'll take this one. Instead of this, I have to pass the date format. What is the date format? What is the pattern that you want to have? So I'll say the pattern as y, and then hyphen I'll say mn, and then hyphen I'll say dd. Okay. After that also I want to append with the timestamp also. So I can see colon, or you can use hyphen also, that is not an issue. So minute and second. So I want to append the file name with this particular format. Okay, and after that I'll say dot format. I'll be formatting it, and I have to take the time. So I'll say new date, right? So this is something is going to return me current date time, and this date time I'm going to append into my file name. So what I can do, I can system dot set property. I can use system dot set property below one. So here I can set and property key and value pairs. Okay. So my key and value. Let's say the file name I want to have like this, like this. Okay. I want to have the file name like this, and after that I want to append this particular format, right? So date format. So what I can do, after that I can say plus and add this, and after that I need the extension of the file, so I'll say log, right? Now here I have to give a variable name at with which key you want to save the particular file name. So the file name key, that is I have given over here, I have to use this particular key over here. Okay, so mine, I will be done with the settings, how to set the particular name direct dynamically. So I am saving the name, and this name will be going to be used by this particular properties file. Hope this is clear to you guys. Now let me do one thing. Let me just do a Maven package, and I'll run it. Okay. So let me run this particular test. We already executed. Let me delete this particular folder also. Okay. So now let me run. You can see the execution is started now. Now you can see we are able to see the content and everything, right? Now let's see how the log file is looks like. If you go and you can see we are not getting the log file got created, right? Something is going happen. Oh, log file is created, but the name is not got changed, right? So here you can see everything logged and everything is coming, but I wanted to have the parameterization, that is something not working, right? So just let open this particular log file. Here you can see we have done the name whatever we have given, with the same name it is created the file for me. But I do not want to go ahead with this approach. I think something we are missing here. Let me go to this particular log information here. What you can see is this way is sys colon, and after that I am giving the parameter name. Now it should work fine. Let me do one more Maven package, and let me run the test again. Okay, now you can see this time test is got executed, and if you go to my logs folder, you can see now, yeah, that is what we wanted to have. Now you can see that our log file got created, and it is also appending the timestamps with the log file name. Here one thing we can do actually, before of the log file name, after that also we can add an hyphen, so that it will be looks like good. So here you can see this is the log file got created, and the logs we are getting over here, right? So this is every execution. Now you will be the number of execution you will be performing, it will create a new files for you. So let's see what is not getting closed. Oh, okay, I'll see that there. So every time you do an execution, it will create a new file. Let me show you. I'll do a one more execution. Here you can see we got one more log file generated, right? So this is how you can use the log4j properties. You can utilize of this. Now one more thing I want to show, the label, right? What all are the labels are there for log, and how these labels are affecting. So let me take you to the website, and there they have mentioned the documentation about the log. Okay, here you can see we have different type of log labels. Let me just show you. If I show, see, there are the different levels are there. Starting from we have level like off, we have fatal, error, and we have warning, and we have info, debug, trace, and all, right? So there, these are the level log levels we have there for Apache Log4j, and there are different use cases. If it is an fatal exception, fatal error you got, or if you got some error there in your test, right? So you can use logger.error. Sometimes you just wanted to provide some warning to your from your log execution, test execution. So you can use logger.one. If you want to just print some information, you can say logger.info. And there is a debug. If you use you want to go for any debug purpose, so you can see logger.debug. Similar for trace and all, right? So these are the loggers. These are the in labels, the from starting from 0. This is the lowest level, this is the higher level. Okay, so it is look like this way. If you use in your logger file, if you uh, I mean here in this particular my IntelliJ, if you use uh, level level as if you use, let's say, uh, 0, right? Or if you, let's say, logger dot off, right? If you use off, then nothing is going to log into your log file, right? So let me show you. If I execute my test case, let's say, now you can see one log file. This is the new log file got created due to new execution. Uh, Something wrong. Oh, okay. I have to do Maven. Once again, package. Let me close it. Okay. Now let's run the test once again. I'll execute the test. Okay. Now another log file got created. If you open this particular file, now you can see there's nothing logged, right? Because we set the log level as off. This is something as switch bro. If you are setting it as a off, then there is nothing to going to generate. You can set as per your requirement. So how it is work actually? So if you set it is a as off, then it is going to generate log. If you say fatal, then it will generate logs only which is marked as fatal only. So similarly, if you work set your log level as 1, then it will go to and it will generate logs only for those which is below of which is come to this particular, which is from warning to off, which is falls into this particular level. Okay, If you set your log label as info, then it will generate all the logs which are marked like this way. Or if you set debug, then it will log for all the logs labels which are marked as this. Okay. So if you set your log label as all, then it will whatever type of log you have used in your test in your code, all everything is going to be logged. I'll show you in an example. Okay. So let me quickly go to the IntelliJ first, and I'll okay. Okay. So let me set. So what I'll do still, let me set the log label as uh, let's say info one. I am to set the log label as one. So it should be print all the logs which are marked as either off, sorry, either fatal or error or one. It will not print the logs which is above of one. So it means info, debug, trace, this kind of logs it will not going to print. So if I go to my IntelliJ, and let's say I'm printing it as one, right? And in my test case, let's see one of these step definition. I'm going to add all this kind of information. Let me do one thing. I'll let's say I'll just execute one single line. I'm not going to execute only just for this particular step definition. I'm going to do the execution. So here I'll say it, let logger dot. I'll say uh, fatal, right? Here I can say um, log for fatal, right? So similar way log for fatal. Similar way I can give a print like logger dot. You can see error, right? And here I can print log for error. Similar way you can do a logger statement like logger dot one, right? I can say log for one, right? Let's say I'm having one more logger like logger dot info and say log for info. Similar way, let's do other also. So I have almost all. I have debug, I have fatal, I have error, I have one, everything I have done captured over here, right? So now let me do one thing. What I can do, let me go to the properties file. I'll set the one, right? So whatever falls below of one, it will just print those statements, and others will not get printed. Let me show you. I am doing this package once again. I'll come to the feature file, and I'll be executing this particular scenario now. Okay. Now here you can see we got only, although we have used multiple loggers there in that particular step definition, we have used one, debug, fatal, error one, and info, right? There are five loggers we have used, but only three logs got generated. Only fatal, error, and info. Sorry, fatal, error, and one. So whatever is belongs to whatever is there under the one, so those are only got printed. We did not get any print for the debug level or info level, right? Now you can understand that how you can control the what all the things that you wanted to log into your window or into your log file, right? So this is how, if you go to the file also, you can see we have only those logs that we wanted to generate, right? So if you set your log label as all, now let's see I'm setting it as log label as all. So whatever logs that you have used into your code, so everything is going to get logged, right? So just a second, I'll show you. So let me run the same thing, same test once again. Okay. Now you can see our test got executed. Now you can see that we have received all the log printed, right? We have got the log printed for debug. We have got the log printed for fatal, error, info one. Everything got printed, whatever we have given there in this particular step definition, right? So now this is how you can use. This is how you can control what to log, what not to log, right? And how to configure the log for your project and how to do a setup. Everything I have discussed with you, and how to create different files for each and every execution. This is something I have already discussed with you guys. I hope this explanation is clear to you guys, how to use log and how to define, how to configure, right? Everything this is I hope this concept is clear to you guys. If you still have any question, any query, just let me know. Then I'll be try to clarify your doubts. And this code is going to be uploaded there in the GitHub directory also, and I'll be providing you the link in the description below. Just check it out. And